Chapter 52:16. Long Yutong followed Lin Feng into the living room. The cursed doll and little son were both in the room. Little son was resting. The cursed doll was cultivating. Fortunately, the cursed doll did not appear. If this guy appeared, who knows what kind of nonsense he would say. Lin Feng poured a cup of spirit tea for Long Yutong, and then Lin Feng sat beside Long Yutong. Long Yutong said, "I think young master should be leaving soon. Since young master needs something like the stink grass, you should be going to the Mermaid Sea area, right?" "Yes." Lin Feng nodded. Long Yutong said, "Right now, the Mermaid Sea area is rather chaotic. The Mermaid Empire, the Sea Devil Empire, and the Nether Devil Empire often fight, so that place is not peaceful." Lin Feng had heard He Xiao talk about this before. Therefore, he had some understanding of the situation of the three empires. It was said that these three empires were also mortal enemies. After all, they lived in a sea area. In order to compete for resources, there would definitely be conflicts. Under this kind of long-term conflict, the hatred would grow. Therefore, in the end, it became a feud. This was also an extremely normal thing. Lin Feng said, "I heard He Xiao talk about the three empires." Long Yutong nodded, and then said, "Our Long family has some business dealings with the three empires. Therefore, for our Long family's sake, the three empires will still give us some face. I have a Long family token here for young master. If you encounter any trouble in the Mermaid Sea area, take this token and find any of the three empires' royal families. They will definitely help you." As Long Yutong spoke, he took out a spirit tablet. This token was the size of a palm and was milky white in color. On the front was a huge dragon bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. On the back, the word dragon was written. This meant that this token was the Long family's token. Lin Feng did not refuse. This token might really be useful to him. He accepted the token and said, "Thank you, fairy, for giving me this token. In the future, if you have any problems that you can't solve, you can also ask me for help." Long Yutong smiled and said, "All right, if I have any problems in the future, I'll definitely ask sir for help." Lin Feng smiled and nodded. They chatted for a while longer. Long Yutong got up and left. Lin Feng felt that Long Yutong was kind enough to give him a token in the middle of the night. If he were to let the girl go back alone, wasn't that too rude? Hence, Lin Feng personally sent Long Yutong back, which made Long Yutong extremely happy. Long Yutong was naturally an extremely famous woman on Coiling Dragon Island. She was the goddess in the hearts of countless people. Therefore, when he saw Long Yutong with a man, and they were talking and laughing together, the people on the street all had an expression of disbelief. Could it be that Long Yutong, this foreign horse, had also been tamed by a man? After thinking of this, many people looked at Lin Feng with envy and jealousy. That look. It was as if he wanted to eat Lin Feng alive. However, Lin Feng did not pay attention to those people at all. He sent Long Yutong to the Coiling Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Long Yutong basically lived in the Coiling Dragon Chamber of Commerce and did not live in the family, mainly because the distance was a bit far. It would take a lot of time to go back and forth every day. So, he might as well stay at the Coiling Dragon Chamber of Commerce. This trip to the Mermaid Sea will definitely be very dangerous. "Young master, you must be careful," Long Yutong said. Lin Feng nodded and said, "Thank you for your concern, fairy. I will definitely be more careful. Then I'll be going back." Long Yutong said, "All right, let's go back." Lin Feng waved his hand. Long Yutong turned around and walked towards the Coiling Dragon Chamber of Commerce. After Long Yutong entered the Coiling Dragon Chamber of Commerce, Lin Feng headed towards his residence. Killing intent. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. Although the other party's killing intent was hidden very well, Lin Feng could still sense it. However, that killing intent was not targeted at him. Lin Feng looked ahead and saw a dozen or so cultivators. Killing intent. It was emitted from the bodies of those dozen or so cultivators. Those cultivators. He was dressed in black and wore a bamboo hat. They hurriedly walked towards the depths of the island. Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. Who were those people? From the looks of it, his cultivation wasn't weak. It should be a group of experts. However, Lin Feng didn't think too much about it. It had nothing to do with him anyway. When Lin Feng returned to his residence, the sound of a dragon's roar came from afar. Another dozen or so huge dragons flew over, with cultivators standing on their backs. It should be the dragon knights of the myriad dragon island. Not long after, Lin Feng saw his blood qi churning. Experts from the Blood Robe Pavilion had also arrived. In the sea god's domain, the 5 great powers were the absolute rulers. Powers like the Long family were actually much weaker than the 5 great powers. The main reason was that their foundation couldn't compare to the 5 great powers. Of course, Coiling Dragon Island was the Long family's territory, so the 5 great powers wouldn't be too presumptuous here. Although the Long family couldn't compare to the 5 great powers, they couldn't be underestimated either. After all, they had a gold immortal realm expert overseeing them. Back at his residence, Lin Feng went to rest. Late at night, Lin Feng woke up. He opened his eyes and frowned slightly. Lin Feng walked out of his room. The cursed doll seemed to have sensed something as well. It also walked out of its room. The two of them came to the courtyard outside and immediately found a black-robed cultivator covered in blood lying in the courtyard. It's him. When he saw the black-robed cultivator, Lin Feng couldn't help but think of the group of black-robed men he saw before. This person was the leader of the group. At that time, although Lin Feng didn't see what this person looked like, he remembered his aura. Therefore, he couldn't have mistaken him for someone else. Lin Feng didn't expect that this person would actually appear here. Did he escape here by chance? Or did he deliberately escape here? After the cursed doll checked, it looked at Lin Feng and said, "This person is dead." Dead? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. At that moment, the blood aura filled the air. A large amount of blood aura enveloped the small courtyard Lin Feng lived in. Then, a cultivator wearing a blood-red robe stepped out of the blood aura. It was the blood robe guard of the Blood Robe Pavilion. After seeing this blood robe guard, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. He had seen the blood robe guard several times. Lin Feng couldn't help but think of the time when the blood robe guard and the dragon knights had joined forces to deal with the group of black-robed men. They had deliberately let that person lead his companions to rescue the people they had captured. Unexpectedly. Chapter 52:17. In fact, Lin Feng felt that there was something fishy about this matter. Because, for a cultivator from such a large power, often, they could not do whatever they wanted. They needed to see the orders from above. The people above. Naturally, they would think more comprehensively. The people above definitely knew that this was a trap and were waiting for them to fall into it. Wouldn't sending people here be the same as falling into a trap? It was the same as sending people to their deaths. What was the difference? However, even though they knew it was a trap, they still fell into it. This explained the problem. Therefore, Lin Feng felt that these people had taken the risk to rescue their captured companions. Perhaps it was not as simple as saving people. There might be other important reasons. Hand over the corpses, the blood-robed guard said in an unquestionable tone. Lin Feng was speechless. No matter where he went, there seemed to be such self-righteous people everywhere. The cursed doll curled its lips and said, "Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you make a fuss here? I think you need to be taught a lesson. Bastard, how dare you be so impudent? You are simply courting death." The blood-robed guard's expression was indifferent. His expression was indifferent. He opened his hand and attacked the cursed doll through the air. Suddenly, in the void, a giant energy palm was formed. The energy handprint instantly appeared in front of the cursed doll. Just as it was about to envelop the cursed doll, suddenly, the cursed doll stretched out its hand and gently tapped the energy hand. Then, that energy palm was directly shattered. The cursed doll's methods were naturally very powerful. Although this bloodstrike guard was very powerful, he was still able to defeat the cursed doll. Although the blood-robed guard was very powerful, it was impossible for him to take down the cursed doll in a short time. Lin Feng did not attack the blood-robed guard. The cursed doll alone was enough to deal with the blood-robed guard. However, Lin Feng sealed the void, mainly because he was worried that his aura would leak and attract the other blood-robed guards. There were many blood-robed guards on Coiling Dragon Island. It was not difficult to deal with a lone blood-robed guard. However, if they faced a large group of blood-robed guards, they would definitely be in trouble. The Bloodstrike guard had also sensed that Lin Feng had sealed the void. However, he didn't stop Lin Feng. This was because the Bloodstrike guard had absolute confidence in himself. In his opinion, it would be easy to deal with Lin Feng and the cursed doll. In any case, Lin Feng and the cursed doll would definitely die. Therefore, there was no need to stop Lin Feng from sealing the void. In truth, the blood-robed guard didn't even try. If he had tried to stop Lin Feng from sealing the void, he would have discovered that, given his strength, he had no way of stopping Lin Feng. There was no way to stop Lin Feng. Then, this fellow wouldn't be as self-righteous as he is now. Boundless Blood Sea. The blood-robed guard couldn't help but shout when he saw that the cursed doll had broken his super ability. He then used an even more powerful super ability. This time, the Bloodstrike guard pressed his palms together as a boundless ocean world appeared behind him. In that vast ocean world, it was actually a world of blood. The smell of blood permeated the air. Eerie. Terrifying. Bloody. It made one's heart tremble. The blood-red ocean quickly rushed towards the cursed doll. Let's see how you'll die. The Bloodstrike guard looked at the cursed doll with an indifferent expression. His boundless blood sea. It was really powerful. Therefore, in his opinion, the cursed doll couldn't withstand the attack of the boundless blood sea. Demon rises 10 feet. Evil rises 10 feet. I am evil saint. Defeat all heavens. At that moment, the cursed doll stepped towards the Bloodstrike guard. This time, the cursed doll didn't use any curse arts. This surprised Lin Feng. Because, in the past, the cursed doll had only used curse arts to deal with others. The cursed doll knew many curse arts. All kinds of powerful curse arts were at his fingertips. Therefore, he was incomparably skilled in using curse arts. If he said that he was the second best in the world in using curse arts, no one would dare to be the best. This was the cursed doll. It was simply born for the Tao of curses. It was precisely because the cursed doll used curse arts every time he attacked that Lin Feng neglected one thing. That was, the cursed doll's cultivation was powerful. In addition to curse arts, he must have mastered some other top-level supernatural powers. However, when fighting with others, the cursed doll was used to using some of the more familiar curse arts. Many people had this habit. When fighting with others, they would often use their best skills first. At this moment, the cursed doll's body emitted a powerful evil light. When it was enveloped by the evil light, it instantly rushed into the boundless blood-red ocean. The blood-red ocean couldn't do anything to the cursed doll. The cursed doll successfully crossed the blood-red ocean. It arrived in front of the Bloodstrike guard. Then, it punched towards the Bloodstrike guard. The Bloodstrike guard obviously didn't expect the cursed doll to be able to break his supernatural power. It also attacked his original body. However, the Bloodstrike guard's cultivation was strong and his reaction was fast enough to face the cursed doll's tyrannical attack. The Bloodstrike guard hurriedly punched out. However, when the Bloodstrike guard's fist collided with the cursed doll's body, it instantly dissipated. An after-image. The Bloodstrike guard's expression changed drastically. Immediately, he moved to the left. However, it was too late. The cursed doll, it arrived behind the Bloodstrike guard and punched him. The Bloodstrike guard didn't have time to dodge and was sent flying by the cursed doll's punch. Crack, crack. He somersaulted a few times in the air, and the sound of bones cracking could be heard. Wah! With great difficulty, he finally stopped. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood. His face, it became as white as a sheet of paper. You're actually so strong. The Bloodstrike guard looked at the cursed doll in disbelief. Only now did he realize that he had underestimated his opponent. Your grandfather, I, only used 30% of my battle strength just now. The cursed doll curled its lips. It quickly charged towards the Bloodstrike guard. It wanted to kill the Bloodstrike guard in one go. At this moment, due to the restriction around them, it would take some time to break the restriction. The Bloodstrike guard didn't have the time to break the restriction. Therefore, he directly charged towards Lin Feng. In the Bloodstrike guard's eyes, Lin Feng was a young cultivator. Although his cultivation was very strong, however, there was still a big gap between him and Lin Feng. Therefore, he wanted to capture Lin Feng and use him to threaten the cursed doll. Chapter 52:18. The cursed doll couldn't help but shake its head. Some people always thought themselves infallible and thought themselves clever. But little did they know, this kind of person. They were simply stupid to the extreme. In the cursed doll's opinion, this blood-robed guard was this kind of person. Why would he find trouble with Lin Feng for no reason? If he didn't find trouble with Lin Feng, he might be able to live a little longer. Finding trouble with Lin Feng, he was really sending himself to death. But obviously, the blood-robed guard didn't think so. He felt that Lin Feng was a soft persimmon. "Kid, I've suppressed you." The blood-robed guard rushed in front of Lin Feng and flipped his hand. Suddenly, a black demonic mountain flew out. This black demonic mountain was formed by a magical ability and directly suppressed Lin Feng. The power of the black demonic mountain was extremely tyrannical. Such power, it was absolutely shocking. But in Lin Feng's opinion, it was just an ordinary attack. Lin Feng lightly swept the air. Then, sword chi shook the air. A ray of sword chi flew out. It slashed towards the blood-robed guard. The speed of the sword chi was too fast. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived beside the demonic mountain. The sword chi Lin Feng slashed out was extremely tyrannical and directly destroyed the demonic mountain. Then, it quickly arrived in front of the blood-robed guard. The blood-robed guard's expression suddenly changed. Because, he felt the aura of death from the sword chi. Only now did the blood-robed guard realize, it turned out that the young human cultivator was actually even stronger than the guy from before. This time, he had really kicked an iron plate. The blood-robed guard wanted to dodge, but he had already been locked down by Lin Feng's sword chi. There was no way for him to dodge Lin Feng's sword chi attack. The blood-robed guard cried out in horror, "Spare me, don't kill me, don't kill me." But Lin Feng didn't care about this guy at all. Pu. In the next moment, a tearing sound was heard. The sword chi. It instantly tore apart the blood-robed guard's body. Blood-robed guards. He died on the spot. The headless corpse fell to the ground. Not only did he fail to act tough, he even got F****ked. This guy deserved to die. The cursed doll curled its lips. Lin Feng walked up to the dead man in black and took the storage ring from his hand. Then, his divine sense probed inside. He carefully searched the area. There were quite a lot of things inside. However, there wasn't a single thing that was worth paying attention to. That shouldn't be the case. There should be something special about it. But what exactly was it? Lin Feng didn't know what to say. Because everything was just his guess. Because he couldn't find those things in the storage ring. Lin Feng guessed. Perhaps it was hidden in this person's body. Thinking of this, Lin Feng tried to use his inner sight to search this person's body. They searched the area. Still nothing. Could I have guessed wrongly? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. The cursed doll asked, "What are you looking for?" Lin Feng said, "I don't know exactly what it is, but I've seen this person before." At that time, he came to Coiling Dragon Island with a group of experts. They seemed to have come to rescue the men in black who were captured by the blood-robed guards and the dragon knights. Therefore, I suspect that these people's true purpose wasn't to rescue them, but that there might be something they needed among those who were captured, so these people wanted to take those things away. After hearing Lin Feng's explanation, the cursed doll couldn't help but show a hint of interest. He said, "Let me search and see if there are any clues." Lin Feng nodded. Then, the cursed doll used its divine sense to search. After searching for a while, the cursed doll found nothing, just like Lin Feng. The cursed doll said, "There's nothing. Maybe you're overthinking it." Lin Feng was a little unwilling to give up. He said, "Let me try again." Then, Lin Feng's divine sense once again invaded the person's body. Lin Feng first searched his mind. He couldn't find anything in his mind, so he searched along the person's 8 extraordinary meridians. Lin Feng searched many of the acupoints in the person's body. However, he still didn't find anything. It seemed that he really couldn't find anything. Then, Lin Feng's divine sense searched the person's dantian again, but he still didn't find anything. "I really can't find anything. Maybe I'm overthinking it." Lin Feng frowned slightly and said, "Oh right, don't you have a rabbit? Let that rabbit come out and search," the cursed doll said. Lin Feng said, "Are you talking about the dragon rabbit? This guy can only find treasures hidden in the forest. It can't find treasures hidden in a person's body." "Hee. It's fine. Let's try it first," the cursed doll said. Lin Feng nodded and summoned the dragon rabbit. "Little guy, take a look and see if there's any treasure in this guy's body," Lin Feng said. The dragon rabbit nodded. It then jumped to the side of the corpse. Then, the dragon rabbit shot out a ray of immortal light and entered the corpse. This method. It seemed that this was the dragon rabbit's new skill. All these years, the dragon rabbit was also constantly growing and transforming. So the current dragon rabbit. It had also grasped many powerful methods that it had never grasped before. After searching for a while, the dragon rabbit didn't gain anything. Lin Feng was speechless. It seemed that there really wasn't anything to be gained. Lin Feng let the dragon rabbit return to the time and space. Then, he released 2 balls of flames. The 2 corpses were burned to ashes. But what surprised Long Feng was that, after the black-clothed man's corpse was burned, he actually left behind something. That thing was a key. And it was a golden key. Damn, this golden key can't be that special thing, right? Lin Feng picked up the golden key. He had been searching for a long time, but he didn't find this golden key. He didn't know where the golden key was hidden in the dead black-clothed cultivator's body. This guy really knew how to hide things. Lin Feng carefully observed the golden key. He found that there were actually many mysterious imprints on the golden key. He tried to refine the golden key. But unfortunately, the golden key couldn't be refined. Because that golden key, it didn't seem to be a magic treasure. "Let me see what this is," the cursed doll said. Hearing that, Lin Feng handed the golden key to the cursed doll. After the cursed doll observed for a while, it couldn't see anything. It then handed the golden key to Lin Feng. "Although I don't understand what this is now, I might know the origin and use of the golden key in the future," the cursed doll said. Lin Feng nodded. Chapter 52:19. The next day, Lin Feng and the other 2 set off for the Mermaid Sea. They still didn't know what the situation was like in the Mermaid Sea. Therefore, Lin Feng decided to wait until they arrived at the Mermaid Sea before making a detailed observation. Lin Feng summoned the Shenyuan Ancient Starry Sky Ship. The speed of the Shenyuan Ancient Starry Sky Ship was extremely fast. Lin Feng and the other 2 rested on the ship. Lin Feng took out the other 2 stalks of stink grass and gave them to Cursed Ou Wawa and Little Sunday. The smell of the stink grass was extremely pungent. It made people feel nauseous. But it was such a thing. It could scare away the golden-shelled insect. Everything in this world had its vanquisher. Half a month later, Lin Feng and the others arrived at the Mermaid Sea. In other sea areas, there were more cultivators. But after arriving at the Mermaid Sea, they didn't see any cultivators for a long time. The Mermaid Sea was indeed a deserted sea area. Of course, it wasn't that they didn't see any cultivators at all. In fact, they could occasionally see some cultivators coming and going. However, it was unknown if those cultivators had the stink grass or not. Lin Feng guessed that they probably didn't. It wasn't easy to get something like the stink grass. Lin Feng hoped that the corpse of the sea lady could form a connection with the sea god ancient city. If it could really form a connection, they might be able to find the sea god ancient city. Therefore, Lin Feng had been observing the corpse of the sea lady. But the corpse of the sea lady had always been very calm, without any movement. Of course. Lin Feng wasn't sure if the corpse of the sea lady would form a connection with the sea god ancient country. That was just Lin Feng's beautiful expectation. What Lin Feng and the others didn't expect was that Lin Feng and the others were attacked by cultivators. More than a dozen huge pirate ships surrounded Lin Feng and the others. A young master was sitting on the main ship. There were also a few cultivators standing beside the young master. Those few people. They were actually the people who followed Long Zifei back then. They were all Long Zifei's friends. Hehe, kid, you didn't expect to be surrounded by us, right? One of them looked coldly at Lin Feng. After seeing this person, Lin Feng couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. He immediately recognized this person. However, Lin Feng didn't know who this person was. People from the Long family? Or are you a pirate? Lin Feng asked doubtfully. Of course they're from the Desolation Pirates, the cultivator said coldly. The Desolation Pirates were the top pirate group in the Undying Realm. The Pirate King of Destruction. It was rumored that he was an extremely terrifying existence. The rise of the Desolation Pirate King was legendary. Back then, the Pirate King of Nirvana was just an ordinary pirate. Later on, the Desolation Pirate King found an ancient cultivator's cave abode. Because of this, he obtained a fortuitous encounter. From then on, the carp leaped over the Dragon Gate. However, even after he became powerful, he still continued to be a pirate. Because pirates killed people to steal treasures. It was faster to make a fortune. The Desolation Pirates grew stronger and stronger. As the captain of the Void Pirates, the Void Pirate King had an endless supply of cultivation resources. As such, he was getting stronger and stronger. In fact, this was the result of complementing each other. The more powerful the Desolation Pirate King was, the higher the prestige of the Desolation Pirates among the pirates, the more pirates or cultivators they could attract to join them. The strength of the Desolation Pirates continued to increase. As the strength of the Desolation Pirates increased, they began to set their sights on stronger cultivators, islands, or even some naval forces. The things they plundered were also getting better and better. In this way, they could also feed the Desolation Pirate King and the cultivators of the Desolation Pirates. Therefore, the current Desolation Pirates were already a terrifying force that even the 5 great powers did not dare to easily offend. Moreover, many of the major forces had close relationships with these pirate groups. The reason for this was because there were many transactions between the two sides. As a result, when the great powers on the sea said that they would attack the pirates and maintain order on the sea, it was simply bullsh*t. It was completely a lie to outsiders. He couldn't believe this nonsense. If he believed it, if he was sold, he would probably have to count the money for them. Last time, I only made you kneel on the ground. I felt that I should have directly beaten you to death. It seems that I have miscalculated, but it doesn't matter. Since you stray dogs have jumped out again, I will teach you a lesson again. This time, I will throw you into the sea to feed the sea beasts. Lin Feng could not help but curl his lips and say, "Brat, you are too arrogant. Brat, don't be arrogant. You will cry later." A few cultivators glared at Lin Feng. They couldn't wait to cut Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces. "With just you trash," Lin Feng said sarcastically with an extremely disdainful expression. "Brat, you are indeed arrogant." At this time, the young master in the lead revealed a sinister smile. Lin Feng did not know this person. Previously, he had never shown his face. Lin Feng said, "The reason why I am arrogant is because I have the qualifications to be arrogant. This young master has seen many people like you. Just because you have some ability, you think you are infallible. What do you think? Can you resist the siege of so many of us?" The young master in the lead sneered. "Hee. If you don't try, how will you know?" Lin Feng sneered. The other party did not come with good intentions. Lin Feng was not afraid of them. At worst, he would just fight. What was there to be afraid of? So what if you have more people? Attack. The young master in the lead gave the order to attack. Next, the cannons on more than a dozen pirate ships all aimed at Lin Feng's Shenyuan ancient ship. Boom. boom. Next, huge cannonballs shot out. They flew out from the cannons. They whistled fiercely. They quickly bombarded the Shenyuan ancient ship. The pirate ships of the top pirate groups in the Undying Realm were quite terrifying. Even if they could not compare to the Shenyuan ancient ship, the difference was not particularly big. The key was, the other party had more pirate ships. This was the tricky part. However, Lin Feng still had some confidence in the Shenyuan ancient ship. The Shenyuan ancient ship's defensive restrictions activated. Next, under Lin Feng's command, the humanoid puppet began to ignite the huge cannons. Boom, boom, boom. The cannons on the Shenyuan ancient ship also shot out huge cannonballs. Some of the cannonballs from both sides collided in midair. Then, the cannonballs that collided exploded. Some of the cannonballs did not touch the other party's cannonballs and directly landed on the defensive light shield outside the other party's ship. When they collided with the defensive light shield, the cannonballs, they exploded. The defensive light shields of many ships shook from the explosions. Chapter 52:20. Fire! 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 The captains of the Desolation pirates roared one by one. More than a dozen pirate ships constantly fired cannonballs at the Shenyuan ancient space city. And Lin Feng naturally wouldn't be passive. The Shenyuan ancient spaceship was also fighting back. After being modified, the Shenyuan ancient spaceship had hundreds of giant cannons. These giant cannons could increase the power of the cannonballs. The cannonballs they fired were much more powerful than the opponent's cannonballs. So, even if Lin Feng only had one boat, he would still be able to do so. In this kind of battle, there were no signs of defeat. The two sides were in a stalemate. At this moment, in the distance, golden light flashed. They looked like golden clouds. They flew over quickly. Not long after, those golden clouds flew over. Looking carefully, how were they golden clouds? They were simply golden-shelled insects that blotted out the sky and earth gathered together. That was why they looked like golden clouds. Those golden-shelled insects, they were about the size of a thumb and looked like 7-spotted ladybugs. But the color of their shells, claws, and even the color of their eyes were all golden. Every part of the golden-shelled insect's body was golden. This was the origin of the name golden-shelled insect. Those golden-shelled insects, they quickly pounced on the Shenyuan ancient space city and more than a dozen pirate ships. A swarm of golden-shelled insects. Damn it, we actually encountered a swarm of golden-shelled insect. After seeing these golden-shelled insects, the pirates couldn't help but curse. Actually, after entering the Mermaid Sea, they didn't encounter golden-shelled insects every time. If they were lucky, they wouldn't encounter golden-shelled insects. If they were unlucky, they would encounter golden-shelled insects. Now, their luck didn't seem to be very good. Crack, crack. The golden-shelled insects began to gnaw at the defensive light shield. Lin Feng wanted to control the Shenyuan ancient space city to jump through the void and leave. However, when these golden-shelled insects appeared, these golden-shelled insects actually sealed the void. The ability of these golden-shelled insects was too terrifying. Because the void was sealed. Therefore, the Shenyuan Starry Sky ancient city was also unable to leave through the void. Take out the smelly grass. Lin Feng said in a deep voice. Yes. The cursed doll and little son nodded. He quickly took out the stink grass. Lin Feng placed the stink grass into a sachet and hung the sachet on his waist. The scented sachet turned into a smelly sachet after it was filled with the stink grass. Crack, crack. The swarm was still gnawing at the defensive light shield. Under the gnawing of the swarm, defensive light barrier. It was getting weaker and weaker. The situation was not good. Lin Feng no longer had any hope that the barrier would be able to stop the golden beetles. Lin Feng could only hope that the stinky grass would be able to disperse the golden beetles. If the golden-shelled insects didn't work, Lin Feng planned to summon the swarm that he had cultivated. He escaped with the help of the swarm. An hour later, the defensive light shield of the Shenyuan ancient city was destroyed by the golden-shelled insects. Then, the golden-shelled insects that blotted out the sky and covered the earth pounced towards Lin Feng, the cursed doll, and little Sunday. When the golden-shelled insects flew halfway, as if they were frightened, they quickly retreated. It really works, the cursed doll said in surprise. No need to be eaten by the insects, no need to be eaten by the insects. Little Sun clapped his hands happily. This little guy was extremely nervous before. He was afraid that he would be eaten by the golden-shelled insects. Lin Feng finally let out a long breath. At this moment, the defensive restrictions of more than a dozen pirate ships were also destroyed by the swarm. Then, the swarm began to fly towards the cultivators on the pirate ships. The swarm treated the pirates on the pirate ships as their lunch. But at this moment, every pirate ship had an ancient lamp lit on it. The ancient lamp was hung at the bow of the ship. Green smoke floated out of the ancient lamp. When the golden-shelled insects smelled the smoke, they began to retreat quickly. It should be a kind of fuel refined from the stink grass. That's why the swarm was scared away, Lin Feng said. The cursed doll said, these guys came prepared. Lin Feng said, the reason I had a conflict with these people before was because of the stink grass. The cursed doll said, what do we do now? Should we leave or continue fighting? Lin Feng said, why should we leave? Destroy their ancient lamps. When the time comes, they'll suffer. Ha 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 ha, that's a good idea. The cursed doll immediately laughed. Lin Feng took out the Huyi bow and then took out a dozen arrows. Although the power of these arrows was far from being as powerful as the Sunshot God arrow. However, to be honest, they were still extremely tyrannical. Especially, the Huyi bow could increase the power of those arrows. The power of the arrows was definitely terrifying. Lin Feng narked his bow and shot. Su su su, one arrow after another was shot out by Lin Feng. Those magical arrows each locked onto an ancient lamp. As the swarm was retreating, therefore, Lin Feng's arrows were concealed by the swarm of insects, so he was able to deceive everyone. When the arrows passed through the swarm of insects, the cultivators on the pirate ship finally came back to their senses. Because the speed of the arrows was too fast. Therefore, it was already too late for him to destroy the arrows that were flying towards him. Bang! 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 In the next moment, the arrows directly shot at the ancient lamps hanging on the bow of the ship. One by one, the ancient lamps shattered. This sound is really beautiful, the cursed doll said with a smile. Damn it! The pirates on the pirate ship couldn't help but curse. Because those ancient lamps had been destroyed, even the fuel in the ancient lamps had been destroyed. So, the swarm of insects no longer had anything to fear. The swarm of insects that blotted out the sky and covered the earth quickly flew towards the dozen or so pirate ships. Ha 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 ha, this young master gave you a gift. Do you like it? Lin Feng laughed and said, Brat, I'm going to tear you into pieces. The young master in the lead roared in exasperation. Idiot, let's get through this first. Lin Feng said sarcastically. In the next moment, screams of agony rang out one after another. Many pirates wanted to break out of the encirclement. However, the golden-shelled insects had already completely surrounded this place. It was very unrealistic to break out of the encirclement. Because under the attack of the golden-shelled insects, a large number of pirates died tragically. And Lin Feng and the others didn't stay here. The Xianyuan ancient city quickly flew into the distance. In the blink of an eye, it had already left that area. 6 hours later. Suddenly, huge waves surged in the sea. The entire sea seemed to be shaking. Whoosh! The sound of water breaking could be heard. Then, tentacles as thick as mountains quickly stretched out from the underwater world. Chapter 52:21. Those huge tentacles had suction cups on them. It should be a huge life form like an underwater octopus. However, an ordinary octopus couldn't grow to such a size. He didn't know what kind of octopus this was. Lin Feng brought out the 5 stone swords. The 5 stone swords quickly slashed towards the octopus tentacles. However, what surprised Lin Feng was that when the 5 stone swords slashed the octopus tentacles, they actually didn't cause any damage to the octopus tentacles. This was because many mysterious runes appeared on the surface of the octopus tentacles. Those runes blocked the attack of the 5 stone swords. This meant that, The octopus monster that attacked the Shenyuan ancient starry skyship was definitely not an ordinary octopus monster. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so terrifying. Those thick tentacles directly wrapped around the Shenyuan ancient starry skyship. At the same time, a huge tentacle fiercely whipped towards Yi Xian. The cursed doll and little son were also attacked by the octopus tentacles. Lin Feng summoned the 5 stone swords. The octopus tentacles were really terrifying. Therefore, Lin Feng gave up on attacking the octopus tentacles. After putting away the 5 stone swords, Lin Feng quickly dodged the octopus tentacles' attacks. The octopus tentacles' attacks were smoothly dodged by Lin Feng. But there were too many tentacles. Therefore, more and more tentacles kept whipping towards Lin Feng. The cursed doll and little son were also in a sorry state. The young little son was so scared that his little face turned pale. Lin Feng quickly rushed to little son's side and grabbed his little hand. He brought little son and flew towards the sky. After dodging the octopus tentacles' attacks, the cursed doll also flew towards the sky. But at this moment, the Shenyuan ancient starry skyship was dragged into the sea by the octopus. Damn it! After seeing this scene, Lin Feng's face turned gloomy. The cursed doll said, "We definitely met our match today. That octopus is probably an existence that has lived for a long time. Let's hurry up and leave. Otherwise, we will be eaten by that octopus sooner or later." "My Shenyuan ancient starry sky ship," Lin Feng said with heartache. "It's just an ancient ship, it can't compare to our lives." The cursed doll said. Lin Feng nodded with a gloomy face. He was planning to escape with little son and the cursed doll. Right at this moment, the sound of water splashing could be heard. The Shenyuan ancient city was thrown out by the octopus. Then, the ancient starship Shenyuan rammed towards Lin Feng's trio. After seeing the ancient starship Shenyuan, Lin Feng's face lit up with joy. He hurriedly put the ancient starry skyship, Shenyuan, into his spacetime space. "Human cultivators, hand it over." At this time, a voice came from the sea. Next, a group of cultivators flew out from the sea. There were both men and women among them. The woman was extremely beautiful. The man was extremely ugly. In terms of appearance, they were very similar to humans. When the living beings in the universe changed their forms, or when their races evolved, they would all take on the appearance of humans. This was because during the era of innate humans, humans had already taken on their current appearance. It was said that innate humans were born with the ability to communicate with the Great Tao. Therefore, the other races evolved towards humans because the more similar they were to humans, the easier it was for them to communicate with the Great Tao of heaven and earth. In the beginning, the races on land were the first to evolve towards innate humans. Later, even the races in the sea began to evolve towards innate humans. "It's the mermaid race," the cursed doll said. "Yes." Lin Feng nodded. The other party was indeed a mermaid race cultivator. Lin Feng wasn't particularly familiar with the mermaid race, but he had some interactions with them before. The mermaid race was also a branch of the mermaid race. However, when outsiders talked about the mermaid race, they didn't refer to the mermaid race, but other races. For example, these mermaids in front of him. The octopus monster was probably brought here by these mermaids. Just now, the octopus monster attacked Lin Feng's trio. Lin Feng muttered in his heart. What was the meaning of this? A show of strength. The cultivator who spoke just now should be the leader of the group. She was a beautiful woman who looked to be about 30 years old. Her figure was voluptuous and sexy. The women of the mermaid race were like this. Each one was sexier and more beautiful than the other. However, one mustn't be deceived by the appearance of mermaid women. Although mermaids were beautiful, they were a warlike race. Therefore, no matter how beautiful mermaid women were, they weren't gentle like water. When these women were ruthless, they would be quite terrifying. Mermaids were quite terrifying. Lin Feng looked at the beautiful woman and asked, "What do you want?" "A golden key," the beautiful woman said. "A golden key?" Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. This beautiful woman actually knew that he had a golden key on him. That was really strange. Could it be this beautiful woman had a way to sense the golden key on him? The black-clothed cultivator who died back then. Could it be that he was also a mermaid race cultivator? Perhaps there was such a possibility. However, Lin Feng didn't know what the golden key was for. The mermaid race had been scheming to obtain the golden key. The Bloodcloak Pavilion, Myriad Dragon Island, were also eyeing the golden key covetously. This was enough to show how extraordinary the golden key was. Are you talking about this golden key? Lin Feng took out the golden key. Then, he played with it in his hand. When they saw the golden key in Lin Feng's hand, the eyes of the mermaid race cultivators lit up. Give it to me, the beautiful woman said. Give it to me. Why should I? Lin Feng sneered. Lin Feng had been attacked by the octopus for no reason, so he was still suppressing his anger. Naturally, he couldn't give the golden key to them. At that moment, an ugly mermaid race cultivator said coldly, "Kid, if you know what's good for you, hand over the golden key quickly. Otherwise, we'll make sure you die without a burial place." Lin Feng sneered. Are you threatening me? It's not a threat. It's a warning, the mermaid race cultivator said coldly. Lin Feng sneered. I'm afraid you don't have the ability to do that. What if we include the deep-sea monster? The woman asked. She was also threatening Lin Feng. Obviously, the deep-sea monster she was referring to was the octopus that had attacked Lin Feng's group earlier. That octopus was indeed powerful. However, if he couldn't beat it, he could leave. If Lin Feng wanted to leave, the octopus would have a hard time stopping him. Lin Feng looked at the woman and sneered. If I want to leave, the octopus won't be able to stop me. Moreover, before I leave, I have enough time to destroy this golden key. Do you believe me? When she heard that Lin Feng wanted to destroy the golden key, the woman's expression changed. She quickly said, Don't be rash. Don't destroy the golden key. Chapter 52:22. Are you afraid? I thought you guys weren't afraid of anything. Lin Feng couldn't help but grin. State your conditions. What do you want? As long as we can satisfy you, you will definitely be satisfied. The woman said. You don't have the right to negotiate with me right now, Lin Feng said. Brat, you're too arrogant. The mermaid clan male cultivator said coldly. Lin Feng said. Arrogant? I don't think I'm arrogant. If you want to negotiate, let this disrespectful fellow slap himself 10 times first. What did you say? Shouted the mermaid furiously. His social status wasn't simple and he was extremely strong. Lin Feng dared humiliate him like that. How could he accept that? Hence, he looked at Lin Feng as if he wanted to cut Lin Feng into pieces. Don't you understand human language? Lin Feng said indifferently. The merman gritted his teeth and looked at Lin Feng. He really wanted to kill Lin Feng right there and then. However, the woman didn't say anything and he didn't dare to do anything. Your request is too much. The woman said. I can change my request. If you can satisfy my other request, I can negotiate with you, Lin Feng said with a smile. What request? The woman asked. Get on my ancient starship, Shenyuan, and accompany me for 3 days. Lin Feng said with a smile. His eyes fiercely glanced at the beautiful woman's voluptuous and alluring body. Brat, are you courting death? Brat, who do you think you are? How dare you have ideas about our Lord? After hearing Lin Feng's words, the woman didn't say anything. Her subordinates were already glaring at Yi Xian. The woman was so charming that her subordinates probably thought of her as a goddess. Therefore, how could they allow Lin Feng to blaspheme their goddess? Therefore, the group of people became angry. I'm talking to this great beauty. It's none of your business. Go away. Lin Feng sneered. The mermaid tribe male cultivators wanted to say something, but they were stopped by the beautiful woman. The beautiful woman said, You've gone too far. No one has ever dared to be so impudent in front of me. Lin Feng replied, Just because others don't dare doesn't mean that I don't dare. I'll give you some time to think about what to do. The beautiful woman looked at the mermaid clan cultivator who had targeted Lin Feng and said, Axa, a slap. Until this young master forgives you. The corner of the mouth of the merfolk cultivator named Axa twitched violently. He wanted to refuse, but in the end, he didn't say anything. The mermaid clan had a strict hierarchy, and he did not dare to disobey the orders of the beautiful woman. Yes. Axa nodded. He glared at Lin Feng with venomous eyes, then began to slap himself. Pa 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 pa. Axa slapped himself again and again. This guy was quite heavy-handed. It could be seen. He was a ruthless person. Lin Feng said, "It seems that I've helped you face what your inner world is like." "What do you mean?" The beautiful woman looked at Lin Feng coldly. Lin Feng said, "I've helped you make your choice." The beautiful woman naturally knew what Lin Feng meant. However, she did not say anything, nor did she refute him. "All right, you can stop now," Lin Feng said. Axa stopped. He lowered his head and clenched his fists. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Lin Feng said indifferently, "Axa, you should feel lucky that I didn't take your life, so you'd better not come looking for trouble with me again. Otherwise, you will die a miserable death." But Axa did not answer Lin Feng, and only snorted coldly. Lin Feng could not be bothered with what Axa was thinking. If this guy wasn't honest, he didn't mind sending him to hell. "Can we negotiate now?" the beautiful woman asked. Lin Feng said, "I have a few questions, you have to answer me truthfully." The beautiful woman frowned slightly, but she did not refuse Lin Feng. The beautiful woman said, "All right. If you can answer the question, I'll tell you." Lin Feng asked, "What is the origin of this golden key?" The beautiful woman said, "It is said to be an inheritance from the era of the titled gods." Lin Feng was surprised. This golden key actually had such an ancient history? It was really surprising. Lin Feng continued to ask, "What secret is hidden behind the golden key?" The beautiful woman said, "I'm not too sure about that." "You're lying," Lin Feng said. "I'm not, I'm telling the truth," the beautiful woman replied. Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. Indeed. He could sense that the beautiful woman's answer was not a lie, because when one lied, one's emotions would fluctuate. No matter how well it was hidden. It would also cause fluctuations. It might be possible to deceive ordinary people. However, Lin Feng's spiritual will was too powerful. Therefore, it was impossible to deceive Lin Feng. However, the beautiful woman's emotions did not fluctuate at all. She was very calm, which meant that the beautiful woman was not lying. Since she was not lying, everything the beautiful woman said was the truth. Therefore, the beautiful woman really did not know what the golden key was for. "How did you know that I have a golden key?" Lin Feng asked. "Her Highness the Princess told me," the beautiful woman said. "Your Highness? The princess of the merfolk clan?" Lin Feng asked. "Yes." The beautiful woman nodded. "How did she know that the golden key was with me? Could it be that she has the ability to predict the future? If she had the ability to predict the future, your people wouldn't have all died on Coiling Dragon Island." Lin Feng seemed to be talking to himself. The beautiful woman said, "Because the princess also has a golden key." "Oh. Does she have a golden key too?" Lin Feng asked. It seemed that the golden keys had a special connection with each other. Or a special connection. That was why the merfolk princess could sense that the golden key was with him. "I want to see your princess," Lin Feng said. The beautiful woman couldn't help but frown slightly. In the end, she nodded and said, "Okay." Lin Feng smiled and asked, "What is your relationship with the princess?" "I am the princess's guard commander," the beautiful woman said. "It's just a princess, but she has a guard commander?" Lin Feng was surprised. The beautiful woman said, "Our princess is the crown princess and will soon become the ruler of the Merfolk Empire. Isn't it normal to have a guard commander?" "I see." Chapter 52-23. You. After hearing Lin Feng's words, the beautiful woman was both angry and afraid. She pointed at Lin Feng and stammered for a long time. She didn't say anything. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Are you looking forward to it? You're shameless." The beautiful woman bit her red lips and said. Usually, she was also a decisive person. But now, with Lin Feng, she had been defeated repeatedly. When facing Lin Feng, the beautiful woman had a feeling of gnashing her teeth. However, she couldn't do anything to Lin Feng. The beautiful woman said coldly, "Now, I can decide not to bring you to see the princess." Lin Feng laughed and said, "I was just joking with you just now. There's no need to be so serious, right?" "Joking? Are you serious?" The beautiful woman looked at Lin Feng suspiciously. "Of course." Lin Feng nodded. The beautiful woman snorted and then said, "You'd better remember your words. If you dare to speak nonsense when you see the princess, don't blame me for being impolite." Lin Feng originally wanted to tease the beautiful woman. But seeing how serious the beautiful woman was, he didn't continue teasing her. Lin Feng said, "Don't worry, I'm a man of my words. Moreover, there's a generation gap between us, so we're not suitable." "What? There's a generation gap?" The beautiful woman recalled Lin Feng's words. Then, she became angry. There was a generation gap. Didn't he mean that she was old? This infuriated the beautiful woman to no end. Because the beautiful woman was not old. Not only was she not old, she was still very young. Because the beautiful woman was actually not old, only having a lifespan of more than 20,000 years. In the world of cultivators, she was very young. She belonged to the younger generation of cultivators. It was just that her dressing made her look more mature. In addition, she was more well-developed, so it made people feel that she was a beautiful woman and not a mature sister. In fact, she was a charming young sister. In the Mermaid Empire, there were many people who pursued beautiful women. But after running to Lin Feng's place, she had actually become an old woman. At this moment, the beautiful woman wanted to cut off Lin Feng's tongue. "I'll endure it. I'll endure it." The beautiful woman kept trying to persuade herself. Finally, her breathing calmed down. Then she said, "Come with me." The beautiful woman and the mermaid cultivators were the first to enter the sea. Lin Feng, the cursed doll, and Lil Sun followed closely behind. Isn't following these people to the Mermaid Empire the same as walking into a tiger's den? Lin Feng said, "What are you afraid of? It's fine. Moreover, I feel that this golden key is extraordinary. Perhaps there's some great opportunity hidden within. Wouldn't it be better for us to follow along and get a share of it? Of course, the most important thing is that I have a token here. That token was given to me by Long Yutong." Long Yutong said that the upper echelons of the three empires in the Mermaid Sea will not make things difficult for me after seeing that token. If the other party really wants to deal with us, I can take out that token when the time comes. The cursed doll said, "Hehe, so you've already made all the preparations. That's great. When the time comes, we won't have to worry about the mermaid clan harming us. Oh right, when the time comes, we can also ask the mermaid clan about the sea god's ancient city. They might know some information about it." Lin Feng nodded and said, "I plan to do the same. Let's go to the Mermaid Empire first. We'll take it one step at a time." After a simple exchange, Lin Feng, the cursed doll, and Lil Sun quickly chased after them. In the underwater world, Lin Feng saw the huge octopus. The huge octopus was indeed too huge. Its body was like a huge mountain range. Its densely packed tentacles danced in the air. Previously, Lin Feng had heard the mermaid clan cultivators call this octopus a deep-sea monster. This name sounded quite cool. The octopus looked at Lin Feng and the other two with an extremely cold gaze, but it did not attack again. What is the relationship between this octopus and the mermaid clan? It actually helped you. Lin Feng looked at the beautiful woman and asked. The beautiful woman said, "This is the guardian beast of our mermaid clan." Guardian beast? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. No wonder this octopus was so powerful. It was actually mixed up with these people of the mermaid clan. So it was the guardian beast of the mermaid clan. If it wasn't the guardian beast of the mermaid clan, how could such a powerful existence be involved in the matters of the mermaid clan? A week later, Lin Feng and the others arrived outside a deep abyss at the bottom of the sea. The abyss emitted an extremely terrifying devouring power. Anything that was devoured by the abyss would be instantly torn apart. That abyss at the bottom of the sea seemed to be an untouchable place. Actually, In the underwater world, there were many dangerous places. Once a cultivator was drawn into those dangerous places, it was very likely that he would die a miserable death. Countless cultivators who searched for opportunities in the ocean world and searched for treasures at the bottom of the sea had all fallen like this. This kind of thing was too common. If a cultivator saw such a place in the underwater world, they would immediately leave such a place to avoid a calamity. However, although the abyss that Lin Feng and the others saw was dangerous, it was the entrance to the Mermaid Empire. "Follow behind us," the beautiful woman said. "All right," Lin Feng replied. Then, the beautiful woman led the way. The beautiful woman flew according to a specific route. It was strange. There was clearly a powerful devouring and tearing force around them. However, when they followed the beautiful woman's specific route, along the way, Lin Feng was not affected by the devouring and tearing forces. The big octopus, on the other hand, had shrunk its body a lot and followed at the back. The group entered the abyss. Then, they quickly dived into the abyss. It seems that the Mermaid Empire should be in the second layer of the underwater world. The cursed doll said. "Oh, there's a second layer of the underwater world?" Lin Feng asked in surprise. This was the first time he had heard of a second layer of the underwater world. The cursed doll said, "Yes, there are indeed other layers in some parts of the underwater world. It's just that there are fewer of them." About 2 hours later, Lin Feng and the others arrived at the second layer of the underwater world. The second layer of the underwater world was not much different from the first layer of the underwater world. However, the energy contained here was more abundant. It was also more beneficial for cultivation. After arriving at the second layer of the underwater world, the group quickly flew towards the depths of the underwater world. 3 days later, Lin Feng saw that in front of him, a huge ancient city had appeared. That huge ancient city had existed for who knows how many years. Ancient and heavy. Chapter 52-24. Here we are, the Mermaid Empire is in front. The beautiful woman said. In fact, the empires in the underwater world were different from the empires on the land. The empires in the underwater world were often a country. Of course, this city ruled a large area. The empires on the land were different. The empires on the land often had many cities and towns. This was the essential difference. Back then, the sea god was so powerful. In fact, the sea god empire. It was the sea god ancient city. The sea god ancient city was the sea god empire. This was a typical example of a city being a country. The Mermaid Empire is really majestic, sacred, and solemn, worthy of being one of the 3 empires of the Mermaid Sea. Lin Feng couldn't help but say, "Young master is too polite. The empires in the sea can't be compared to the empires on the land." The beautiful woman said. Lin Feng smiled and didn't say anything else. The big octopus swam into the distance. Obviously, the big octopus wasn't going to enter the ancient city. Lin Feng and the others followed the beautiful woman and the others into the Mermaid Ancient City. The Mermaid Ancient City was very lively. All kinds of underwater races lived in the huge ancient city. For example, the clam girl, the snake girl and so on. The clam girl was pure and charming. The snake girl was enchanting and charming. These women were all very beautiful and charming. Among the male cultivators, the tiger shark clan, the python clan, and other races were relatively powerful. The mermaid clan belonged to the royal family. There weren't many of them. Although some traces of the mermaid clan could be seen on the street. But only occasionally could one see the mermaid clan. Although the Mermaid Empire had some dealings with the outside world. But very few cultivators from the outside world came to the Mermaid Empire. Because the royal family of the Mermaid Empire was more wary of foreign cultivators. So they wouldn't easily let the outside world know the location of the Mermaid Empire. If it wasn't because the golden key was too important. The beautiful woman wouldn't have brought Lin Feng and the other 2 to the Mermaid Empire. Many people on the street were pointing at them and discussing animatedly. Seeing the foreign cultivators, the residents of the Mermaid Empire were also very curious. They didn't know who Lin Feng and the other two were and why they were brought to the Mermaid Empire. In the depths of the ancient city, there was a huge palace. That palace. It was the place where the monarch of the Mermaid Empire dealt with government affairs and lived. However, the previous ruler of the Mermaid Empire had fallen 10,000 years ago. It was said that he had fallen while exploring a dangerous place at the bottom of the sea. Since the king of the Mermaid Empire had no sons, only a daughter, the throne of the Mermaid Empire naturally fell to this daughter. However, back then, the princess was still young. He was unable to shoulder the responsibility of an empire. Hence, the Mermaid Empire established a cabinet. There were 5 cabinet elders in the cabinet. They were all highly respected elders in the Mermaid Empire, and the 5 pavilion elders were very powerful. They would assist the princess of the Mermaid Empire. After the princess grew up, the 5 elders would gradually transfer their authority to the princess. The beautiful woman brought Lin Feng and the others to the imperial palace. She arranged for Lin Feng's group to stay in a large hall, and then sent people to accompany Lin Feng's group. She then quickly left on her own. He probably went to see the princess. Lin Feng was quite curious about this princess. He did not know what kind of person the princess of the Mermaid Empire was. Not long after, the beautiful woman turned back. There was another woman who came with the beautiful woman. This woman looked to be in her 20s. She was tall and had fair skin. She was wearing a snow-white dress. Her waist was slim and slender, and it could be grasped with one hand. She was born with a delicate face that gave people a feeling of softness and weakness. However, perhaps the face could be deceiving. Lin Feng had a strong intuition. This woman was not simple. Your Highness, this is the scoundrel who got the golden key. The beautiful woman introduced Lin Feng to the princess, but did not say anything good about Lin Feng. Lin Feng could not help but be speechless. She actually called him a scoundrel. This was simply slandering him. Please forgive me, young master. Mi Yu has always spoken without thinking. The mermaid princess said. Her voice. It sounded soft and weak as well. But it was very pleasant to hear. So the beautiful woman was called Mi Yu. This name was quite pleasant to hear. In the past, Lin Feng had once asked her what her name was. But Mi Yu did not give Lin Feng a good look. Lin Feng teased. It's fine. I know Mi Yu has no ill intentions, so I won't blame Mi Yu. Mi Yu could not help but mutter in her heart. Was this still the person she knew? Had his personality changed? He did not target her. Mi Yu was not used to this. At this time, the mermaid princess said, Mi Yu, you must be tired after such a long journey. Go and rest now. Mi Yu had wanted to wait here. She wanted to see how the negotiations between Lin Feng and the princess would turn out. But since the princess told her to rest, Mi Yu did not dare to disobey the princess. So she hurriedly agreed. Then she turned and left. After Mi Yu left, both sides took their seats. The mermaid princess looked at Lin Feng and asked with a smile, How should I address you, young master? Lin Feng replied, My name is Ji. What's your name, princess? The mermaid princess replied, My name is Huan Shui. Huan Shui. Huan Shui. What a nice name. The name is beautiful, but the person is even more beautiful. Lin Feng smiled. Huan Shui smiled. She had heard this kind of compliment many times, so she did not take it to heart. I heard from Mi Yu that the golden key is in young master's hands. Is that true? Huan Shui looked at Lin Feng and asked. Lin Feng nodded. It is indeed with me. Lin Feng took out the golden key. Are those people all ready? Yi Zichen asked. Huan Shui asked. Although she did not finish her sentence, Lin Feng knew what she wanted to say next. Lin Feng said, That commander died in my courtyard. I believe that since he was the one who obtained the golden key and was pursued, he should be the last person to die. So, I believe that those people have already been wiped out. Of course, you can also send someone to investigate and see if there are any survivors. I will. Huan Shui sighed. Lin Feng continued, Since the golden key is in my hands, it can be considered fate. I am very curious about the golden key, So I wonder if your highness can tell me the secret of the golden key? Huan Shue's expression kept changing. Obviously, Princess Huan Shue was hesitant to tell Lin Feng the secret of the golden key. It seemed that the secret of the golden key was extremely shocking. Otherwise, Huan Shue would not have been so hesitant to make a decision. Therefore, Lin Feng's curiosity was piqued. Chapter 52-25. Lin Feng waited patiently. He had a feeling that Princess Huan Shue would tell him the secret of the golden keys. After all, Princess Huan Shue was a smart person. Since he was a smart person, he would know how to make the right choice. Princess Huan Shue said, "I can tell you this, but I hope that you can keep it a secret." "Of course." Lin Feng nodded. Princess Huan Shue continued, "There are a total of 5 golden keys. Once you collect all 5, you will be able to open a sealed door in the depths of the sea god's domain." Lin Feng was somewhat astonished. He had not expected there to be 5 golden keys. As for the sealed door that Princess Huan Shue had mentioned, Lin Feng's curiosity was piqued. Lin Feng asked, "What exactly is the sealed door that Princess Huan Shue mentioned?" Princess Huan Shue said, "It's the entrance to a world. Behind the sealed door, there's an ancient world. There's an extremely heaven-defying expert sealed in there. Countless years have passed, and the expert sealed inside should have already fallen. Thus, if we can open the sealed door, we might be able to obtain some extraordinary items." Asked Lin Feng, "Princess, do you know who the strong cultivator who was sealed is?" Princess Huan Shue shook her head and replied, "I don't know, but according to the ancient records, the sealed expert can be traced back to the beginning of the New Age. This person is actually such an ancient expert." Lin Feng could not help but take a deep breath. Such an ancient expert. How powerful must he have been in the past? It was simply unimaginable. "Princess, you seem to have a golden key here as well," Lin Feng said. "Yes." Princess Huan Shue nodded. "I do indeed have a golden key. By now, all 5 golden keys should have appeared. You have the second golden key, but I don't know where the other 3 are. Aren't the golden keys able to sense each other? If that's the case, you should be able to sense the other 3 golden keys, right?" Lin Feng asked. Princess Huan Shue said, "If you deliberately conceal the aura of the golden key won't be able to sense the presence of another golden key." Lin Feng could not help but nod when he heard that. He then asked, "Do I need to gather all 5 in order to open the sealing gate?" "Yes. This is the only way," Princess Huan Shue said. "Maybe the other people who have the golden key will also be tempted," said Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, "Definitely." Princess Huan Shue nodded. She then looked at Lin Feng and said, "As long as young master gives me the golden key, I don't care what young master offers. As long as I can do it, I will." Lin Feng did not immediately agree to Huan Shue's request. Instead, he asked in confusion, "Since you already have 1 golden key, why do you still need a second one?" Princess Huan Shue said, "To tell you the truth, these golden keys are very special. Once you have a golden key, you'll be enveloped by fate. As such, those who have a golden key will definitely be able to obtain extraordinary items. The more golden keys you have, the more items you'll be able to obtain. Is there such a thing?" Lin Feng couldn't help but feel that this was inconceivable. The cursed doll said, "There is indeed such a thing. I've seen similar tokens in the past, and those who have a golden key will definitely be able to obtain something." Lin Feng said, "If that's the case, then I'd like to keep the golden key for myself." Princess Huan Shue smiled bitterly and said, "Young master, you can keep it for yourself. Moreover, I have a feeling that there will be news about the other 3 golden keys soon." Seeing that Princess Huan Shue was so easy to talk to, Lin Feng started to have second thoughts. Asked Lin Feng, "Princess, you should have guessed that if I knew how extraordinary the golden key was, I would have kept it. Therefore, you don't need to tell me anything. For example, if I had obtained the golden key, I would have definitely obtained something extraordinary. If I didn't know that, I wouldn't have kept the golden key." Princess Huan Shue said, "I don't want to deceive others." Lin Feng said, "I rarely admire others, but Princess, you're someone worthy of my admiration." Princess Huan Shue said, "Young master, you flatter me. Lin Feng said, "Actually, I didn't think that Princess would agree to let me keep the golden key so easily." Princess Huan Shui said, "Compared to the golden key, I think that being able to become friends with young master is more important." The cursed doll said, "Princess, you have good taste. Thank you for the compliment." Princess Huan Shui smiled. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. He had already felt that Princess Huan Shui wasn't a simple person, and now, he felt that this was the case. Some people. They could only see the benefits in front of them. However, they couldn't see the long-term benefits. More than 95% of people belonged to this category. As for women, they were still quite different from men when it came to the big picture. Therefore, women were more likely to do things that were short-sighted. However, Princess Huan Shui was obviously not such a woman. She was very knowledgeable and far-sighted, and she had her own thoughts. Lin Feng said, "Thank you, Princess, for helping me fulfill my wish. I'll be friends with Princess. If the Mermaid Empire encounters any trouble in the future, I'll definitely come to help." Princess Huan Shui smiled and said, "I hope that young master will never have to do anything." Lin Feng was slightly taken aback. He then smiled as well. Lin Feng looked solemn and said, "There is something I would like to ask you, Princess," said Lin Feng. "What is it?" "Young master, feel free to ask. If I know, I'll tell you everything," Princess Huan Shui said. "It's about the ancient city of the sea god." Lin Feng said. "The ancient city of the sea god." Hearing Lin Feng mention the ancient city of the sea god, Princess Huan Shui couldn't help but frown. Lin Feng said, "Does Princess know anything about the ancient city of the sea god?" Princess Huan Shui said, "Over the past few years, many great powers have been investigating the ancient city of the sea god. For example, the 5 great powers of the sea god's domain seem to have made some progress. Actually, I want to tell young master that it's best if you don't investigate the ancient city of the sea god." Lin Feng asked curiously, "Why?" Princess Huan Shui said, "Because the ancient city of the sea god is very ominous." "Ominous? Why do you say that?" Lin Feng asked curiously. Princess Huan Shui said, "I heard from some elders that the ancient city of the sea god has been cursed." After hearing Princess Huan Shui's words, Lin Feng and the cursed doll couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. If the ancient city of the sea god had been cursed, it would indeed be very ominous. Lin Feng still had a few types of curses on his body. Although the cursed doll controlled the Tao of curses, it was still very powerful. However, it was also very afraid of some of the curses in the world. It didn't dare to come into contact with those curses. "What kind of curse is it?" Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. "I'm not sure." Princess Huan Shui shook her head. Some of the ancestors entered the ancient city of the sea god, but they all died in the end. "There's such a thing?" Lin Feng asked in shock. Chapter 52-26. Lin Feng hadn't expected so many things to have happened between Princess Huan Shui's family and the ancient city of the sea god. Princess Huan Shui was a member of the mermaid clan's royal family. However, he didn't know if her bloodline was related to the sea god's bloodline. Lin Feng said, "I have an extremely important matter to attend to in the ancient city of the sea god. Therefore, even if the ancient city of the sea god is extremely dangerous, I still have to go there and take a look. Can you tell me what it is that would make the young master want to go there despite knowing how dangerous it is?" Princess Huan Shui asked. Lin Feng said, "Princess, have you heard of the rumors regarding the daughter of the sea god?" Princess Huan Shui nodded and said, "I have indeed heard of it. It is said that the daughter of the sea god entered the continent and found the person she loved deeply. From then on, she lived a happy life on the continent." After hearing Princess Huan Shui's words, Lin Feng's mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly. There really were all kinds of rumors. The daughter of the sea god met such a tragic end, but these people of the Oceanids still believed that she lived a happy life. "What? Am I wrong?" Princess Huan Shui asked doubtfully. Lin Feng said, "The daughter of the sea god didn't meet a good end." "What happened?" Princess Huan Shui asked curiously. She had grown up listening to the stories of the daughter of the sea god. In the past, she had also fantasized about that kind of beautiful love. However, As she slowly grew up, there were too many things weighing down on her shoulders. It was so heavy that she could barely breathe. Therefore, naturally, she didn't have such thoughts. However, in her heart, Princess Huan Shui still hoped that the daughter of the sea god would find a good home. After all, that was her dream when she was young. Therefore, Princess Huan Shui wanted this matter to have a perfect ending. Dreams were beautiful. However, reality was cruel. Fairy tales. In the end, it was all a lie. Lin Feng said, that year, after those people found out about the identity of the Neptune's daughter, they suppressed her and forced her to take them to the sea to search for treasures. Later on, the Neptune's daughter brought those people to the Devil's Stream. She wanted to use the Devil's Stream to escape from those people's evil clutches. Unfortunately, her plan didn't work perfectly. Although those people did die in the Devil's Stream, the Neptune's daughter also died inside. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Li Yunhong nodded. Princess Huan Shui fell silent. She was not the kind of woman who had not seen the world. Therefore, even though she was unwilling to accept this fact, she was still able to remain calm after learning about the fate of the sea god's daughter. However, in the depths of her heart, she was still a little sad. After all, the fairy tale that she had loved and believed in when she was young had been shattered just like that. Reality. What a cruel world. Lin Feng continued, I went into the Devil's Stream and brought out the sea god's daughter's corpse. What? Princess Huan Shui looked at Lin Feng in shock. Lin Feng waved his hand. A light flashed. Suddenly, the sea god's daughter's corpse flew out and lay peacefully on the ground. Even though she had been dead for countless years, the sea god's daughter was still beautiful. Just like Princess Huan Shui, she was breathtakingly beautiful. Two princesses of the sea clan. After countless years. They met just like that. Is she the sea god's daughter? Princess Huan Shui couldn't help but mutter to herself. Since she was young, she had heard too many stories about the sea god's daughter. And she really liked the stories of the sea god's daughter. Now, seeing the sea god's daughter's corpse appear in front of her, Princess Huan Shui couldn't believe it. She felt like she was dreaming. Lin Feng said, yes, she's the sea god's daughter. Previously, the sea god's daughter appeared in an illusion and attracted cultivators to chase after her. My companions and I chased after her for a very long time. In the end, only the three of us were left chasing after the sea god's daughter. Then, the illusion told us to bring her corpse to the ancient city of the sea god and bury her under the cherry trees. She can still manifest an illusion after dying? Could it be that she's not dead? Princess Huan Shui asked doubtfully. Lin Feng said, she's indeed dead. She's probably an obsession that hasn't dissipated yet. Perhaps that's the case. Princess Huan Shui nodded. Lin Feng put away the sea god's daughter's corpse, then looked at Princess Huan Shui and said, since I promised the sea god's daughter, I hope to fulfill my promise and let her rest in peace in her homeland. Therefore, no matter how dangerous the ancient city of the sea god is, I have to go there. Princess Huan Shui said, young master's character is admirable. If I knew the exact location of the ancient city of the sea god, I would definitely tell you. However, ever since my father died, the exact location of the ancient city of the sea god, no one knows where it is anymore. Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. After talking for so long, this little girl actually didn't know where the ancient city of the sea god was. You even managed to get a lot of information from this young master. Do you believe that this young master won't turn you into a young married woman? Lin Feng couldn't help but think evilly. Of course. He didn't say these words aloud. Lin Feng asked, are there no records of it in the ancient books? Princess Huan Shui said, our clan has some relations with the sea god. The ancient city of the sea god has always been our clan's top secret. Back then, when my father went to the ancient city of the sea god, he didn't expect that he would die there. Therefore, before these secrets could be passed on to the next emperor, my father died along with them. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh inwardly. If this was the case, then the clues to the ancient city of the sea god had been cut off. At this time, Princess Huan Shui continued, however, young master, you don't have to be too disappointed. I have an ancestor who definitely knows something about the ancient city of the sea god. Even if he doesn't know the exact location, there's a high chance that he'll be able to find out where it is. That ancestor of mine is currently in closed-door cultivation. Lin Feng's eyes lit up slightly. He said, then I'll have to trouble you, princess. Princess Huan Shui smiled and said, you're welcome, young master. After pausing for a moment, Princess Huan Shui continued, that ancestor of mine should be coming out of closed-door cultivation soon. If young master doesn't have any other matters, you can stay here for a while. Lin Feng said, all right. Then I'll have to trouble you, princess. Princess Huan Shui smiled and said, it's no trouble at all. Lin Feng said, if there's any news about the golden key, I'll have to trouble you to inform me. Of course, I'll inform young master as soon as possible. Princess Huan Shui said. Within the imperial palace, there was a courtyard specifically for guests to rest in. The environment of the courtyard was very good, and there were many beautiful Oceanid maids shuttling about. It was truly a bewitching scene. Chapter 52-27. Two things happened at the same time. Whether it was going to the sea god ancient city first. It was better to go to the sealed door first. As long as he could solve these two matters. Lin Feng was satisfied. After arriving at the courtyard, Little Sun was playing in the courtyard. The cursed doll was lying on a rocking chair to rest. It had an extremely satisfied expression. The detoxification spirit liquid is ready. At this time, the demon lord's voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng's face immediately revealed a look of joy. A porcelain bottle flew out from the demon orb. The demon lord said, the detoxification spirit liquid is inside. You can give it to Lung Zishi now. Okay. Lin Feng quickly nodded. He returned to his room. Then, he summoned Lung Zishi. Lung Zishi was lying on the bed. Like a sleeping beauty. This girl had a lively personality. When she was awake, she would shout all day long. Now, she was in a coma. It was a rare silence. Drink the detoxification spirit liquid and your body will recover. Lin Feng said. He first opened the porcelain bottle, then pinched Lung Zishi's cheek with his other hand. Lung Zishi opened her small mouth. Lin Feng poured the detoxification spirit liquid into Lung Zishi's cherry mouth. After drinking the detoxification spirit liquid, Lin Feng found that Lung Zishi's aura had stabilized a lot. However, Lung Zishi still showed no signs of waking up. Lin Feng said, Demon Lord, why is Lung Zishi showing no signs of waking up? The Demon Lord said, maybe it's because she's been poisoned for too long, so she needs some time to recover, so you don't have to worry. Wait patiently for a while, and she should be able to wake up. Lin Feng nodded. He hoped that Lung Zishi could wake up soon. After solving the matter of Lung Zishi being poisoned, Lin Feng could finally let out a sigh of relief. In the next few days, Lin Feng had been in seclusion. Other than the time to relax, Lin Feng was basically cultivating. This was because he had cultivated too many powerful divine abilities. It wasn't an easy task to cultivate those divine abilities to the perfection stage or even the perfection stage. It required time to accumulate. Of course, everything needed a balance between work and rest. Lin Feng didn't just focus on cultivation. When it was time to rest, he would take a break. Lin Feng would rest for a while. After a few days of seclusion, Mi Yu came looking for Lin Feng, and Lin Feng came out of seclusion. After seeing Mi Yu, Lin Feng wanted to tease Mi Yu. Said Lin Feng smiling. You miss me, don't you? That's why you came looking for me. Even if I miss a pig, I won't miss you, Mi Yu said fiercely. He still didn't look at Lin Feng kindly. Said Lin Feng. Your taste is really strong, said Lin Feng. You bastard. Mi Yu was angered by Lin Feng's words and couldn't help but curse at Lin Feng. Then, he directly rushed towards Lin Feng and sent a palm towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng dodged Mi Yu's palm. Then, he said, what are you doing? Are you trying to murder your own husband? If I castrate you, you won't think about such nonsense. Mi Yu said coldly and took out a short blade. Lin Feng was speechless. This woman. She was really a crazy woman. Lin Feng said, I was just joking with you, there's no need to use a knife. I'm not joking with you, I'm going to castrate you. Miyu rushed over. Then, the short blade in his hand swept towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng reacted quickly and grabbed Miyu's wrist. Miyu's wrist hurt slightly and the short blade fell to the ground. Lin Feng reached out and pulled. In an instant, Miyu was pulled into Lin Feng's arms. You've been provoking my bottom line, do you really want to be my concubine? Why don't we do it now? Lin Feng smiled at Miyu. Miyu didn't expect Lin Feng to be so powerful and easily subdued her. This made Miyu very surprised. It seemed that she had underestimated Lin Feng's strength before. This despicable guy. Why was he so strong? Miyu couldn't understand. But now wasn't the time to think about this. Miyu was really worried that Lin Feng would do something out of line to her. Women were always the ones at a disadvantage in this aspect. Miyu quickly put on a pitiful look and said, I was wrong, I was too impulsive just now, I apologize to you, please forgive me. Miyu, this charming big sister, showed such a pitiful look, it was easy to arouse sympathy. Of course. Lin Feng was just teasing Miyu, so when he saw Miyu begging for mercy, he let her go. Lin Feng asked, why are you looking for me? Miyu replied, Her Highness sent me to inform you that she has something to discuss. Lin Feng asked, do you know what it is? I don't. Miyu shook her head. Lin Feng and Miyu went to meet Princess Huan Shui. When they arrived at Huan Shui's place, Lin Feng discovered that besides Huan Shui, there were a few other people present. There were also a dozen or so cultivators. They were most likely experts from the Mermaid Empire. Princess, young Master Ji is here. Miyu said. Huan Shui nodded and said, Young Master Ji, please have a seat. Lin Feng didn't stand on ceremony. He found a place to sit. Next, a maid served Lin Feng some spirit tea. Miyu didn't go to Huan Shui's place. Instead, she stood beside Lin Feng. It seemed that Huan Shui had told Miyu something. Lin Feng guessed. Huan Shui had asked Miyu to stay by her side so that she could ask Miyu for advice if there was anything. Young Master Ji, I've invited you here to discuss the matter of unlocking the sealed door. Huan Shui said. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. He then asked, do you know where the other 3 golden keys are? Yes. Huan Shui nodded. I wonder who obtained the other 3 golden keys. Lin Feng asked curiously. Not long ago, a Xiezi appeared. He's extremely terrifying, and his luck is monstrous. He obtained one of the golden keys. Huan Shui said. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. Xiezi could be considered Lin Feng's sworn enemy. This guy actually obtained a golden key as well. He really didn't expect this. Huan Shui continued, one of the 5 great powers of the sea god's domain, Purple Cloud Paradise, obtained a golden key as well. Lin Feng wasn't familiar with this Purple Cloud Paradise, nor had he interacted with them before. However, Lin Feng had interacted with the blood-robed pavilion, which was also one of the 5 great powers. He had even killed an expert from the blood-robed pavilion. The 3rd golden key was obtained by the Evil God Patrol, Huan Shui continued. However, when she mentioned the Evil God Patrol, her expression turned serious. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Judging from Huan Shui's expression, this Evil God Patrol, he should be an extremely powerful person. Chapter 52-28. Lin Feng asked, who is this patrolling evil god? Princess Huan Shui replied, the patrolling evil god is a foreign creature, and a king among foreign creatures. It's said that during the ancient war, he was suppressed by a titled god. However, he didn't die from being trapped, and he was reborn in the Middle Ages. The Middle Ages was hundreds of thousands of years ago. In other words, the patrolling evil god had been sealed for hundreds of thousands of years. Such an existence was not a simple character. Besides, Lin Feng also knew a bit about the kings of the other world. At their peak, the kings of the otherworldly creatures were roughly equivalent to saint emperors of the human race. In other words, they were equivalent to this world's saint realm experts. Therefore, foreign creatures' kings were extremely terrifying existences. In addition, foreign creatures had extremely vigorous life forces. Their recovery abilities were also extremely powerful. In a battle between cultivators of the same level, foreign creatures. They were practically invincible. That was terrifying. How strong is the patrolling evil god? Did he fall greatly? Lin Feng asked. Everyone had the right to kill foreign creatures. If the patrolling evil god's battle prowess had fallen greatly, then they would go and kill him. Once they killed the patrolling evil god, they would definitely obtain many benefits. However, if the patrolling evil god's battle prowess hadn't fallen greatly, then they would have to be extremely careful. His battle prowess has fallen greatly. In fact, the patrolling evil god was almost killed. It's said that when he was reborn, he only had half his life left. Moreover, his origin was severely injured, and his cultivation was only at the nihility god realm. At that time, many people heard the news and wanted to kill the patrolling evil god. Everyone knew that killing a foreign creature whose cultivation had fallen greatly would bring great benefits. However, even though the patrolling evil god's cultivation had fallen, his strength was still extremely terrifying. Despite being surrounded by so many cultivators, he still hadn't been killed. During the battle, the patrolling evil god continuously devoured the cultivator's bloodlines, allowing his cultivation to rapidly recover. Princess Huan Shui explained. Lin Feng said, "These foreign creatures can indeed devour the bloodlines of others to continuously increase their strength. This is the most terrifying aspect of them." Yes. Princess Huan Shui nodded in agreement. What happened next? Lin Feng asked. Princess Huan Shui continued, after his strength recovered to the true immortal realm, for some unknown reason, the evil god of patrol disappeared. It was said that a peerless expert appeared and killed him. But now, it seems that the rumors were false. Not only is the evil god of patrol fine, he has even reappeared. Moreover, he has obtained a golden key. Besides, this time, the patrolling evil god sent us a letter. He said that in 10 days, we should bring the golden key to the sealed door and open it together. Lin Feng frowned slightly and said, "Does evil god patrol know that I have a golden key with me?" "I know." Princess Huan Shui nodded and said, "The letter also mentioned you. I just don't know how this guy found out about this." Lin Feng's expression couldn't help but become slightly solemn. Not many people knew that the golden key was in his hands. It was impossible for Little Sun to leak the news of the cursed doll. In other words, the person who leaked the news should be someone from the Mermaid Empire. Who could it be? Princess Huan Shui? Lin Feng felt that it shouldn't be her. Mi Yu. Lin Feng also felt that it shouldn't be Mi Yu. Although Mi Yu sometimes hated him to the point of gnashing his teeth, he was very loyal to Princess Huan Shui. And now, Lin Feng and Princess Huan Shui could be considered allies in some sense. Therefore, Mi Yu shouldn't be spouting nonsense. Since it wasn't Princess Huan Shui or Mi Yu, it should be those people who followed Mi Yu back then. In other words, someone among those people was related to the evil god of patrol? Of course. Those people were just small fries. Perhaps they were the people behind them. Perhaps they were related to the evil god of patrol. It seems that the Mermaid Empire is only calm on the surface, but in private, it's turbulent, Lin Feng couldn't help but think. He glanced at Princess Huan Shui. Lin Feng discovered that Princess Huan Shui was also looking at him. Her gaze seemed to have a profound meaning. Perhaps, Princess Huan Shui had already noticed many things. However, Princess Huan Shui didn't say anything. "Then when do we set off?" Lin Feng asked. "Tomorrow." Princess Huan Shui said. "Princess, who's going with you?" Lin Feng asked. "Mi Yu will follow," Princess Huan Shui said. "She's the only one." Lin Feng was surprised. Mi Yu pinched Lin Feng fiercely behind Lin Feng. Lin Feng immediately revealed a bitter smile. This little girl was definitely waiting for an opportunity to take revenge on him. "Mi Yu alone is enough," Princess Huan Shui said. "Yes." Lin Feng nodded. "It's better to bring more people. It's safer with more people." At this time, an old man said with a very concerned look on his face. This old man had a sage-like demeanor. His identity should be extraordinary, but Lin Feng wasn't sure what his identity was. "Thank you for your concern, Minister. Mi Yu alone is enough. There's no need to send so many people," Lin Feng said. Then your highness must be careful. The old man said with concern. I will. Thank you for your concern, minister. Miyu said. Lin Feng couldn't help but think of the fifth minister of the Mermaid Empire. It seemed that the sage-like old man was one of the fifth ministers. The other ministers might be here too, right? However, Lin Feng didn't recognize them. Princess Huan Shui also didn't have any intention of introducing them to Lin Feng. Everyone, I'll be heading to the sealed door tomorrow. I'll leave the matters of the Mermaid Empire to you, Princess Huan Shui said. Of course, that's our duty. The old man with the air of a transcendent being said. The others also gave their word. All right, everyone, you can go back first. Princess Huan Shui said. The group bade farewell and left. In the hall, only Lin Feng, Princess Huan Shui, and Miyu were left. Was that old man one of the fifth ministers? Lin Feng asked. Yes. Princess Huan Shui nodded and said, there are some things that can't be said now. We'll talk about it after we depart. Princess Huan Shui said this because she was afraid. Maybe she was worried that the walls had ears. Although the restriction could seal the space, it couldn't guarantee that it could completely block everyone's search. After all, there were many strange people in the world. All right. Lin Feng replied. Chapter 52-29. At night. Princess Huan Shui and Miyu arrived at Lin Feng's residence. At this moment, Lin Feng was barbecuing in the courtyard. Little Sun was eating happily. The cursed doll was holding a large wine jar. As it ate, it criticized Lin Feng's barbecue for being mediocre and incomparable to the barbecue it had eaten in the past. Lin Feng asked it whose barbecue was so unforgettable. The cursed doll did not say anything. It just kept gulping down wine. The cursed doll. It had some unknown past. In the beginning, it was a living person. Later, its body was destroyed. Only then did it possess the cursed doll. Lin Feng did not know about this before, but once, the cursed doll pulled Lin Feng aside after getting drunk and told him a lot of things. Only then did Lin Feng find out about the cursed doll's past. Later on, Lin Feng asked the cursed doll about it, but it was very tight-lipped and did not say much. Some things. They had always been buried in the cursed doll's heart. After seeing Princess Huan Shui and Miyu, the cursed doll returned to its sloppy self. The cursed doll grinned and said, "What brings your highness and fairy Miyu here? Could it be that both of you are here to look for Lin Feng? The night is long, a man and two women." Bang! Before the cursed doll could finish, Lin Feng swept the bottom of the wok over and sent the cursed doll flying. Once this guy drank too much wine, he could say anything. If he did not stop this guy just now, who knew what kind of inhumane things he would say? Oh, damn. The cursed doll crashed into an old willow tree. Then, it hugged the trunk of the old willow tree and fell asleep like a koala. Seeing the cursed doll like this, Lin Feng could not help but be speechless. This guy, what a weirdo. Lin Feng apologetically looked at Princess Huan Shui and Miyu before saying, "This fellow speaks without thinking, I hope you two can forgive him." Princess Huan Shui smiled and said, "Didn't he say nothing?" Hearing Princess Huan Shui's words, Lin Feng couldn't help but admire Princess Huan Shui's EQ. This woman was really pure and innocent. Miyu muttered from the side, "Birds of a feather flock together. They're all jackals of the same tribe. None of them are good people." Cough, cough. Lin Feng coughed dryly and pretended not to hear anything. In front of Princess Huan Shui, he had to give Miyu some face. As for when they were in private, see how yours truly will deal with you. Princess Huan Shui could not help but smile bitterly. She also did not know why Miyu always dissed Lin Feng. Princess Huan Shui had asked for the reason, but Miyu did not tell her. Miyu was Princess Huan Shui's subordinate. However, the two of them were as close as sisters. Thus, Princess Huan Shui could not force Miyu to say something she did not want to say. Now that Miyu was muttering about Lin Feng, Princess Huan Shui felt helpless. Perhaps she needed to find a chance to have a good chat with Miyu. Lin Feng said, "Do you want to try my barbecue? I haven't eaten this kind of thing before, but I don't dare to eat too much of it. I'll get fat if I eat too much." Princess Huan Shui said. Lin Feng could not help but glance at Princess Huan Xue's charming body. There were some parts that were indeed fat. However, it was very charming. Lin Feng said, "It's fine to eat less." He cut a piece of barbecue and stuck a fork into it before passing it to Princess Huan Xue. Princess Huan Xue took the barbecue and opened her red lips slightly. She elegantly took a small bite of the barbecue. Her eyes immediately lit up. Lin Feng's barbecue was the best. "Is it good?" Mi Yu asked curiously. "Yes, it's very delicious." Princess Huan Xue quickly nodded. "I want some too," Mi Yu said. She was not going to be polite with Lin Feng. She directly cut a piece of barbecue and picked up a fork from the box beside her. Then, she tasted it. "Wow, the taste is really good. I didn't expect a shameless guy like you to have such skills," Mi Yu said in surprise. Then, she began to enjoy the food. Lin Feng said, "I have many skills." Mi Yu did not have the time to bother with Lin Feng. Compared to Princess Huan Xue, who ate very elegantly, Mi Yu had a different style. If there was a word to describe it, it was wolfing down the food. Lin Feng wanted to say, "Have you never eaten in your previous life?" Princess Huan Xue's self-control was very strong. Although she liked Lin Feng's barbecue very much, she only ate one piece. Mi Yu, on the other hand, swept everything away. She even snatched the last piece of barbecue and looked at the aggrieved little son proudly. After finishing the barbecue, Mi Yu patted her stomach. Then, she looked at Lin Feng in annoyance and said, "It's all because of you. I'm afraid I'll gain a few pounds today." Lin Feng said, "How can you blame me for that?" Mi Yu said, "If you didn't make barbecue, I wouldn't have eaten so much barbecue. Who else can I blame if not you?" Lin Feng rolled his eyes. As expected, women were all unreasonable. At that moment, Princess Huan Xue said, "Let's wait until dawn to set off." Dawn? Lin Feng could not help but raise his eyebrows slightly. He could roughly guess what Princess Huan Xue was thinking. There were spies in the Mermaid Empire. Therefore, it was daytime today. Princess Huan Xue's words about setting off tomorrow were for the spies to hear. Leaving early would disrupt some of the spies' plans. Could it be that Princess Huan Xue thought that they would make a move on her while she was out? A struggle for power. It had always been bloody. It was full of killing and ruthlessness. Therefore, this was understandable. Since Princess Huan Xue had sensed the spies' intentions, she had not made a move yet. This meant, Prince Huan Xue. Towards the other party's power. She was extremely wary. What kind of power could make Princess Huan Xue wary? Was it the power behind the 5 pavilion elders? Perhaps it was possible. After all, Princess Huan Xue was now able to hold her own. The authority in the 5 pavilion elders' hands was gradually being taken away. Would the 5 pavilion elders be willing to accept this? Yes or no? The next day, he could discuss this with Princess Huan Xue. Lin Feng still needed Princess Huan Xue's help to introduce that old ancestor. Princess Huan Xue had been of great help to Lin Feng. Returning the favor. Lin Feng naturally would not stand by and watch Princess Huan Xue get into trouble. Princess Huan Xue said, "This is a void teleportation talisman. Using this kind of talisman will allow us to leave silently. Moreover, it will not trigger the ancient city's restrictions. It will allow us to escape undetected and smoothly leave the ancient city. Once we leave the ancient city, we will meet outside." Princess Huan Xue handed a jade talisman to Lin Feng as she spoke. "No problem." Lin Feng accepted the jade talisman and nodded. After Princess Huan Xue and Mi Yu left Lin Feng's place, they returned to Mi Yu's palace to rest. Chapter 52:30. Dawn. Lin Feng, the cursed doll, and little son stood in the living room. Then, Lin Feng activated the jade talisman. The jade talisman emitted waves of tyrannical energy. This energy was special. Not only did it contain the power of space-time, it also contained some other power. That special energy enveloped Lin Feng, the cursed doll, and little Sunday Shua. In the next moment, a light flashed. The 3 of them disappeared without a trace. When they reappeared, the 3 of them had already appeared outside the city. More than 10 miles away was the ancient mermaid city. Outside the ancient city, there were many marine race cultivators patrolling. Shua. At this moment, a light flickered slightly, and then two women appeared. They were not others. They were Princess Huan Shui and Mi Yu. After seeing Princess Huan Shui and Mi Yu, Lin Feng said with a smile, "Let's go." Princess Huan Shui and Mi Yu nodded. The sky was clear and the sun was shining brightly. Even the seawater was azure blue. Under the sunlight, it was magnificent. The ancient starship Shenyuan was flying above the sea. Lin Feng and the others rested for a while. When the sun shone down, they all got up. Lin Feng brewed spirit tea. A cup of spirit tea in the morning. It could clear the mind. It could also help the body detoxify. The outside world is filled with an aura of freedom. Princess Huan Shui said with a smile. After coming outside, she seemed to have become much more relaxed and happy. Because when she was outside, she could temporarily put down many things that were troubling her. When she was in the Mermaid Empire, there were too many things to consider. However, there were some things that Princess Huan Shui could not decide. The only thing she could do was to consolidate her strength. Because, if she could not consolidate her strength, she might die a terrible death when the time came. Said Lin Feng. Indeed, the outside world is free and unrestrained, but we all have responsibilities, said Lin Feng. So, we can't fly freely like the birds in the sky. Princess Huan Shui could not help but sigh. Perhaps this is life. The two of them did not continue on this topic. Lin Feng had always wanted to ask about the Mermaid Empire and see if he could help Princess Huan Shui. Just nice. Now, he could ask Princess Huan Shui. Lin Feng asked, "The Mermaid Empire seems to be in a bit of a precarious situation." When it came to serious matters, Princess Huan Shui's expression turned solemn. She said, "Yeah. The current Mermaid Empire, it was indeed a bit precarious. The calm on the surface is only temporary. Is it because of those elders?" Lin Feng asked. "That's part of the reason, but there are other reasons as well," Princess Huan Shui said. At that moment, the cursed doll said, "If it were up to me, I'd rather give up on my current position. Whoever wants it can have it. Living a good life is the best for me." Princess Huan Shui smiled bitterly. "Sometimes, I've thought about it, but after calming down, I know that I can't do it. Because I have relatives, clansmen, and many people who support me. They need my protection. If I only live for myself, wouldn't I be too selfish?" The cursed doll said, "This world has always been a selfish and cruel world." Although the cursed doll's words sounded a little uncomfortable, what it said made sense. This world. It was indeed a selfish and cruel world. The truth was always hard to accept. Of course. Everyone was different. Everyone's choice would be different. Princess Huan Shui said, "I want to protect them." The cursed doll said, "If that's the case, then you need to work hard and become stronger. Because those bad people are very strong, good people need to be stronger than bad people. Only then can you protect the people you want to protect." Lin Feng smiled. "Finally, you're a good person," said Lin Feng, smiling. The cursed doll rolled its eyes at Lin Feng and said, "Kid, what are you saying?" Lin Feng smiled and did not respond to the cursed doll's words. He looked at Princess Huan Shui and asked, "Princess, you said that there are other reasons besides the pavilion elders. May I know what those other reasons are?" Princess Huan Shui said, "Sir, you should know that there are currently 3 empires in the Mermaid Sea. Apart from the Mermaid Empire, there are also the Sea Devil Empire and the Nether Devil Empire. These 2 empires aren't any weaker than the Mermaid Empire. Originally, the 3 empires kept each other in check, but in recent years, for some reason, the conflict between the Sea Devil Empire and the Nether Devil Empire has gradually decreased. These 2 empires have also started to work together to deal with the Mermaid Empire. Driven by benefits, I guess." Lin Feng said. "The 2 empires are feuds." Princess Huan Shui said, "Logically speaking, they shouldn't work together." The cursed doll said, "If it's a feud, it's not easy for them to put aside their prejudices and work together. However, if there's an expert behind the scenes who directly subdues these 2 powers, Then they'll naturally put aside their grudges and work together to deal with the Mermaid Empire. Princess Huan Shui sighed and said, "That's not impossible. However, before dealing with external threats, we must first settle our internal problems," Lin Feng said. "That's indeed the case. If we can't solve our internal problems, then we won't be able to solve our external problems," Princess Huan Shui said. "Perhaps we can ask the great ancestor of the Mermaid Empire to help us," Lin Feng said. Princess Huan Shui smiled bitterly and shook her head. "The great ancestor won't help us. I'm guessing that the great ancestor wants to see if I have the ability to become the ruler of the Mermaid Empire. Princess, how do you plan to solve the internal problems?" Lin Feng asked. Princess Huan Shui said, "I need a fortuitous encounter to increase my cultivation, because I've already reached an extremely crucial step. If I can take that step, in front of absolute power, they won't be able to cause any trouble. I hope that they'll behave themselves, because after all, they've assisted me for many years, and they've helped me a lot. Unless it's absolutely necessary, I don't want to completely fall out with them." Lin Feng nodded. It was normal for Princess Huan Shui to have such thoughts. After all, those people were her clansmen. If it was possible, Princess Huan Shui naturally didn't want to fight with them. However, Lin Feng felt that this matter wasn't as simple as it seemed. After all, the other party had already contacted the patrolling evil god. But now, they could only take one step at a time. Chapter 52-31. After flying for about 10 days, the ancient starship Shenyuan finally arrived at the area where the sealed door was located. In this area, located in the deepest part of the sea god's ocean, there was a sea area that emitted a cold aura. This sea area was very dangerous and was densely covered with restrictions. Therefore, very few people came to this sea area. Lin Feng saw the sealed door. The sealed door was suspended in the void, as if it had existed since ancient times. After seeing the ancient sealed door, Lin Feng could not help but reveal a shocked expression. The other party's methods were really terrifying. To be able to keep the sealed door suspended in the void for so long. This method was really miraculous. After the sealed door was opened, would it be possible to open the world behind the sealed door? Was the world behind the sealed door really as described in the legends? What if there was an extremely terrifying existence sealed inside? If that was the case, that existence should have already fallen, right? However, even if it did not fall, Lin Feng felt that that existence should be like a lamp that was about to run out of oil. If a large number of experts entered and joined forces, there was a high chance that they could kill that existence. Lin Feng and the others were the first group of cultivators to arrive. After arriving, Lin Feng and the others waited. Not long after, the second group of cultivators arrived. The second group of cultivators were from the Purple Cloud Sky Grotto and other forces. In addition to the Purple Cloud Sky Grotto, there were also experts from the Bloodrobe Pavilion, Myriad Dragon Island, Moon Sun Island, and Skyless Pavilion. It seemed that these 5 forces had temporarily put aside their prejudices and joined forces to come here. They wanted to get as many benefits as possible after entering that world. The 5 forces had many experts. When they joined forces, they were indeed a terrifying force that could not be underestimated. The third group of cultivators was Xiezi and the others. In addition to Xiezi, there were more than 10 cultivators who came with Xiezi. These cultivators were very powerful, including the 5 experts who had besieged Little Sunday big bad guys. Little Sun immediately said after seeing the 5 experts. The little guy was angry and afraid. "Don't be afraid. Let's find a chance to defeat those big bad guys," Lin Feng said as he rubbed Lil Sun's head. Lil Sun nodded and said, "Lil Sun, let's beat those bad guys together." Lin Feng smiled. He couldn't help but look at Xiezi and the others again. Aside from the 5 experts, the other cultivators were also very tyrannical. They seemed to be experts with strong backing. This made Lin Feng very surprised. How could Xiezi have so many experts with strong backing? Could it be an expert recruited by Xiezi? Those powerhouses with strong foundations were often high and mighty figures. How could they be so easy to recruit? This was what Lin Feng was most puzzled about. However, Xiezi really recruited a group of powerhouses with a strong foundation. It was really puzzling. Not long after, 9 evil dragons arrived pulling an ancient divine chariot. The evil god patrol has arrived. Miyu said. That's quite a show, Lin Feng said. The evil god patroller did not come alone. He had brought over 100 experts with him. They should be experts who had pledged allegiance to the evil god patroller. The 9 evil dragons stopped in the void. Then, the evil god patroller stepped out. The evil god patroller was wearing a purple gold armor. He was about 3 meters tall. He was tall and mighty, and his aura was fierce. He was holding an extremely strange magic treasure in his hand. The magic treasure looked like a metal rod. However, at the top of the metal rod, there was something that could move. It looked like a rake. Lin Feng and the others also flew out of the ancient starship Shenyuan. Lin Feng immediately put away the ancient starship Shenyuan. Young master, it's them. The cultivator with wings on his back pointed at Lin Feng and the others. Xiezi looked over. After seeing Lin Feng, Xiezi's eyes immediately revealed a dense killing intent. Then, Xiezi looked at Lil Sun, who was beside Lin Feng. Lil Sun saw Xiezi's gaze and leaned against Lin Feng in fear. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. It seemed that Xiezi had designs on Lil Sun. There was one thing that Lin Feng was sure of, and that was that the 5 experts who had attacked Lil Sun weren't from the same group. Although they knew each other, they didn't have any friendship. When they had attacked Lil Sun, they had planned to suppress it first before fighting for its ownership. But now, they had all sided with Xiezi. The voluptuous woman asked, "Young master, do you want to deal with that brat now?" Xiezi said. "No need to be in such a hurry. None of these guys can escape." "Yes," the woman hurriedly replied. "Everyone. Since we're all here, let's take out the golden keys." The evil god patroller said. "All right." The people holding the golden keys had no objections. They all took out their golden keys. Buzz, 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 buzz. The golden key vibrated violently, sending out waves of violent energy waves. Then, all 5 golden keys flew into the sky. Each of the 5 golden keys shone with a golden light. And then, the 5 lights fused together, forming a golden screen of light. That golden screen of light enveloped the 5 golden keys. At that moment, the runes on the golden keys began to awaken. How mysterious. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. The runes on the 5 golden keys had completely awakened. Lin Feng had a feeling. It was as if the 5 golden keys had a life of their own. Whoosh 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 whoosh. The 5 golden keys turned into 5 golden beams of light that flew toward the sealed gate floating in the sky. After sensing the aura of the golden keys, the sealed gate changed. A pentagram appeared in the middle of the sealed gate. A keyhole appeared at each of the 5 corners of the pentagram. There were a total of 5 keyholes, corresponding to the 5 golden keys. 5 golden keys. They were inserted into the keyholes. Rumble, rumble, rumble. At that moment, the huge sealed gate began to shake violently. Every time it shook, the void trembled. Catcher, catcher. After shaking for dozens of times, something shocking happened. The huge sealed door actually began to crack. Cracks began to appear on the huge seal gate. Is the sealed gate about to collapse? Lin Feng was stupefied. He had thought that the sealed door would only move. Then, the entrance to the world that the sealed gate was connected to appeared before everyone's eyes. However, Lin Feng didn't expect the sealed gate to crack. Bang, bang, bang. But at that moment, Lin Feng heard another sound. A series of muffled banging sounds bombarded the sealed gate. It seemed that something was hitting the sealed gate. Chapter 52:32. It's the voice coming from the world connected to the sealed door. Something is attacking the sealed door from there. Some cultivators cried out in alarm. Many people felt that the being sealed inside was already dead. But now, that existence didn't seem to be dead. Because the sealed door was starting to crack. That world was about to appear in front of everyone. The sealed existence had probably sensed all of this, which was why it attacked at this time, wanting to destroy the sealed door as soon as possible. Just like that, it would be able to come out. Many cultivators couldn't help but become restless. Was that a titled god? A super expert of this era? If it came out, at that time, how many of them would fall? That was why many cultivators were extremely worried. At that moment, the evil god patrolling sneered. What's there to be afraid of? That existence has been sealed for so many years. How much strength does it have now? Not to mention, there are so many of us here. With so many of us working together, can't we deal with an existence that has just escaped? After hearing the evil god patrolling's words, many people felt that it made sense. That sealed existence was indeed powerful. But that was before it was sealed. The evil god patrolling was extremely powerful in the past. After being sealed for so long, he almost died in the place where he was sealed. Although he was lucky enough to escape in the end, his cultivation dropped from the saint realm to the void god realm. How big of a drop was that? Of course, there were many reasons why the evil god patrolling's cultivation dropped so quickly. But, after being sealed or suppressed for so long, it was difficult for him to absorb large amounts of natural energy to replenish his body. His cultivation dropped very quickly. So, theoretically speaking, any existence that was suppressed or sealed would have their cultivation base constantly drop. Even if it didn't drop as much as the evil god patrolling, however, there would definitely be a large drop. Of course, perhaps the drop in cultivation would be even worse than the evil god patrolling's. All of these were highly possible. Bang! 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 The sounds of violent collisions continued to ring out. That unknown existence was still banging on the sealed door, trying to destroy it as soon as possible. Crack! Crack! The cracks on the sealed door were getting worse and worse. Although the patrolling evil god's words had comforted them, it was impossible for them not to be nervous. Even someone as powerful as the patrolling evil god was a bit nervous. Who knew what kind of existence was sealed inside? The sound of the collision lasted for 6 hours. The stone door finally couldn't hold on any longer. Bang! After the final sound of impact, the stone door directly exploded. Everyone saw an entrance. The entrance was connected to a parallel space. As the sealing gate was destroyed, the entrance was closing. The reason why it was closed was because the entrance was originally formed by a crack in the void. Without the sealing gate, the entrance would naturally repair itself. The laws of heaven and earth could repair a shattered world. This was similar to how a cultivator's body could slowly recover from its injuries. Cultivators were the same as heaven and earth. All of them had self-healing abilities. If the void was shattered during a great battle, the shattered void would repair itself in an extremely short period of time. However, the self-healing speed of the void at the entrance was a little slower. Lin Feng felt that there might be some special reasons for this situation. Lin Feng didn't know what the specific reasons were, and Lin Feng didn't care either. The only thing Lin Feng cared about was, what exactly was that existence inside? Everyone looked towards the inside of the parallel world, wanting to see what the situation inside was like. However, they couldn't see anything because it was pitch black inside. Because the recovery speed of the shattered void was extremely slow, everyone felt that it would take some time for the shattered void to completely repair itself. During this time, everyone could enter the parallel world to take a look. However, because an unknown existence had attacked the sealing gate earlier, this caused many people to feel apprehensive. They didn't dare to casually enter. Bang! 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 Just then, a loud sound rang out again. That unknown existence continued to attack. This time, the unknown existence was actually bombarding the entrance. The void at the entrance began to shatter and collapse. Moreover, the shattering and collapse were getting worse and worse. I want to go out. At this moment, a low voice sounded. It hasn't died after being sealed for so long. How powerful was that existence back then? A cultivator couldn't help but say. Everyone was retreating, not daring to get too close. After that existence appeared, everyone would decide whether to attack or escape. Because they still didn't know how powerful that existence was. If it was too powerful, then they would choose to escape. If it wasn't for the fact that it was so powerful that it defied the heavens, Then, everyone would attack that existence. This was a tacit understanding. The shattered void. It was getting bigger and bigger. Not long after, it turned into a huge black hole with a diameter of about 3 to 4,000 meters. Then, a claw stretched out from inside. It was a dark gray claw that was as thick as a mountain. However, just from a claw, it was impossible to guess what kind of creature that existence was. Therefore, they had to wait until that existence completely crawled out to know what kind of existence it was. However, it didn't matter what kind of existence this existence was. Its strength was definitely terrifying because its body was simply too big. Such an existence, even if its cultivation had dropped drastically, its huge body was a huge advantage. For example, the Dragon Clan. After losing their divine abilities, the Dragon Clan was still very powerful. Some Dragon Clan members with powerful bloodlines could still hunt immortals and gods even if they lost their divine abilities. This was the terrifying part of the Dragon Clan. The existence that was sealed was obviously the same. 15 minutes later, that huge existence crawled out from that world. However, that existence was shrouded in dark grey fog, so no one knew what kind of creature that existence was. That existence fell into the ocean, causing a series of huge waves to roll up. That existence's body was pierced by 4 huge chains. At this moment, the 4 chains were still wrapped around its body, and the other end was in that parallel world. The dark grey fog was constantly dissipating, and it didn't take long for it to completely disperse. It's actually, when Lin Feng saw the appearance of that existence, he couldn't help but reveal an extremely shocked expression. 7 p.m., writing until dawn. Old Man Chu also wants to finish writing quickly, but I need to take care of the child. I'm so tired. It's December 1st. Please recommend me. Please recommend me. Chapter 52-33. Black Tortoise. It was actually a black tortoise. Lin Feng's face was full of disbelief. Lin Feng had previously guessed what kind of creature that existence was. The only thing he didn't guess was that it was actually a black tortoise. Black tortoise was one of the 5 sacred beasts. And it was a sacred beast that was worshipped by the human race. It was said that the 5 sacred beasts were the guardian sacred beasts of the human race. As for why the 5 sacred beasts became the guardian sacred beasts of the human race, it was unknown. This was something that happened countless years ago. Now it was already a mystery. A long time had passed. The 5 sacred beasts still had an unparalleled position in the hearts of the human race. Therefore, when he saw Black Tortoise, Lin Feng was so surprised. It turned out that the creature that was sealed inside back then was the sacred beast Black Tortoise. In fact, Lin Feng's Master Tortoise was also a black tortoise. But Master Tortoise was transformed from a stone black tortoise. But no matter what kind of black tortoise it was also transformed from the sacred beast Black Tortoise. After seeing this black tortoise in front of him, Lin Feng immediately thought of his Master Tortoise. Master Tortoise was taken away. Now Lin Feng hadn't inquired about Master Tortoise. This made him a little helpless. But Lin Feng wouldn't give up inquiring about Master Tortoise. The black tortoise in front of him was obviously injured. Although its aura was still very strong. But it seemed a little messy. This showed that the physical condition of the black tortoise in front of him wasn't particularly ideal. Everyone, let's besiege this guy. Kill this sacred beast Black Tortoise. After getting his black tortoise origin, our cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds. Patrolling Evil God suddenly became excited. Patrolling Evil God needed to devour powerful creatures to quickly recover. Devouring ordinary creatures was no longer of any use to him now. His body had long been immune to it. However, a creature like the sacred beast Black Tortoise was no problem at all. If he devoured the origin or bloodline of the sacred beast Black Tortoise, patrolling Evil God's strength would greatly increase. If he cultivated step by step, his cultivation speed would naturally not be particularly fast. The other cultivators grew excited as well. They also knew this principle. If they killed the Black Tortoise, they would also be able to get a share of the loot. When the time comes, Their cultivation would also be greatly improved. A group of people hurriedly took action, and that kind of powerful attack blasted towards the black tortoise sacred beast. Bang bang bang. Then, the overwhelming attacks bombarded the black tortoise sacred beast. Because the Xuanwu sacred beast had just escaped, its physical condition was not particularly ideal. Thus, in the face of the earth-shattering attacks, the Xuanwu sacred beast could only passively take a beating. The cultivators became more and more excited because they saw the hope of killing the sacred beast black tortoise. Princess Huan Shui and me, you did not make a move. If it weren't for the fact that Lin Feng was by their side, they might have chosen to attack. But Lin Feng was by his side. Lin Feng was a human. The black tortoise was the guardian beast of the human race. Therefore, the two of them naturally couldn't make a move. Lin Feng's face was gloomy. Naturally, he couldn't watch the guardian beast of the human race be killed just like that. The cursed doll said, "Those are the sky-sealing demon-sealing chains. They're extremely powerful, and ordinary methods can't break them at all. So, if you want to break the 4 chains that bind the black tortoise sacred beast and free it, it's basically impossible." Lin Feng said, "I know." He continued, "But I can't just watch the guardian beast of the human race be killed just like that, right?" The cursed doll said, "There's only 5 of us, and that little guy. There are so many experts on the other side. How can we fight them? If we make a move now, we'll just be courting death." Lin Feng said, "No. I have a way." "What way can you possibly have?" "I advise you not to court death. We won't be able to help. Don't send yourself to your death," the cursed doll advised. Princess Huan Shui opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end, she didn't say anything. Lin Feng roughly knew what Princess Huan Shui wanted to say. She probably wanted to persuade him as well. Perhaps she considered that their relationship wasn't as close as his relationship with the cursed doll, so she swallowed her words back into her stomach. Lin Feng said, "I've raised 4 insect swarms. They can come in handy at a time like this." After hearing Lin Feng's words, the cursed doll said, "Perhaps we can give it a try, but there are too many experts on the other side. It's hard to say if the insect swarms will be of any use." Lin Feng nodded. Then, he waved his hand. Instantly, the great desolate demon refining insect, celestial devouring insect, flying crimson demon insect, and desert god killing insect were summoned. The great desolate demon refining insect, celestial devouring insect, and flying crimson demon insect swarms had been raised for a long time. Hence, there were many insect swarms. The desert god killing insect had been raised for a shorter period of time, so its numbers couldn't compare to the other 3 swarms. However, the desert god killing insect was the most powerful insect. It was also the most powerful insect. Although its numbers couldn't compare to the other 3 swarms, its battle prowess surpassed them. The 4 insect swarms received Lin Feng's order. Then, they flew towards the experts who were besieging the black tortoise sacred beast. Insect swarms. Everyone, be careful. It's a swarm formed by high-level insects. Many cultivators immediately cried out in alarm when they saw the swarm. Some of them raised their defensive light shields, while others took out powerful defensive magic treasures. They used all their means. They used this to block the attack of the insect swarms. "It's that brat from the human race." Then, a cultivator shouted in exasperation. This was because they had already discovered that it was Lin Feng who was playing tricks. Many cultivators were filled with murderous intent towards Lin Feng. "Reckless fool, I'll take your life right now." The evil god patrol's eyes were cold, and a terrifying evil light formed around his body. When the evil light surged out, the insect swarms that besieged him were instantly killed. The insect swarms couldn't deal with the evil god patrol. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng's expression couldn't help but change slightly. The evil god patrol was really terrifying. As expected of the king of the foreign creatures. Although his realm had fallen, he still had some of the terrifying techniques he had mastered in the past. Daimon patrolling evil god was rushing towards Lin Feng. Xiezi also quickly attacked Lin Feng. Xiezi released his domineering aura. Moreover, it was the 9th level of purple domineering aura. After seeing the domineering aura released by Xiezi, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. Lin Feng also thought that this guy would have domineering aura. But what he didn't expect was, this guy's domineering aura was actually the 9th level of purple domineering aura. This was too awesome. In theory, the 9th level of purple domineering aura was the highest level of domineering aura. Chapter 52-34. Of course. This was only the highest level of Haki in theory. Lin Feng's epoch Haki could evolve into Haki. It could evolve into a Haki that surpassed purple Haki. However, Lin Feng wasn't sure if it could really become a Haki that surpassed purple Haki. After all, his epoch Haki had only evolved to the 3rd level. There was still a long way to go before reaching the 9th level of purple Haki. Not to mention, it would become a Haki that surpassed the 9th level of purple Haki. With the power of his Haki, Xiezi forced the swarm back. Next, Xiezi quickly flew towards Lin Feng. Patrolling evil god, Xiezi wanted to attack Lin Feng. No one from the 5 factions attacked Lin Feng. It was unknown whether it was because they weren't strong enough or because they wanted to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. It's not good for us if we get caught in the battle, Princess Huan Shui said with a serious expression. Lin Feng nodded. Indeed. If they got caught in the battle, it would be extremely disadvantageous for them. Firstly, patrolling evil god and Xiezi were extremely terrifying. Secondly, if they were held back by patrolling evil god and Xiezi, others would come to their aid. It would be a disaster for Lin Feng and the others. Lin Feng said, "Come, let's go over. We'll meet up with Sacred Beast Xuanwu." Okay. Everyone nodded. If they met up with Sacred Beast Xuanwu, it wouldn't be so easy for them to get close to it. A starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Wasn't that the logic? Lin Feng and the others quickly flew towards Sacred Beast Xuanwu. Sacred Beast Xuanwu knew that Lin Feng and the others were helping it, so when it saw Lin Feng and the others flying over, Sacred Beast Xuanwu didn't attack Lin Feng and the others. Damn it. Patrolling evil god and Xiezi's expressions were extremely gloomy. They were a step too late, allowing Lin Feng and the others to meet up with Sacred Beast Xuanwu. Otherwise, they would have been able to stop Lin Feng and the others. Princess Huan Shui and that human brat. Do you really want to be enemies with us? Why are you doing this? If we work together, we can kill this Xuanwu sacred beast. Then we'll all get a lot of benefits. This is good for all of us. The evil god patrolling said with a gloomy expression. His original plan was so perfect. However, the sudden appearance of Lin Feng had disrupted his plans, which infuriated the patrolling evil god. Right now, evil god patrolling was suppressing the anger in his heart. He wanted to settle the score with Lin Feng and the others after dealing with sacred beast Black Tortoise. Lin Feng said, "Don't you know that the Black Tortoise sacred beast is the guardian sacred beast of my human race? You want me to join forces with you to kill the guardian beast of my human race? Is there something wrong with your brain?" The evil god of patrolling said coldly, "Are you trying to make us your enemy? Very good, I'll make sure you die a horrible death." Really? Let's see who will win in the end. Lin Feng replied with a sneer. He continued to control the 4 insect swarms to attack the cultivators. The group of cultivators also launched a fierce counterattack. These cultivators were very strong. Therefore, when they launched a counterattack, their offensive power was extremely terrifying. The insect swarms began to die in large numbers. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel his heart ache when he saw this. However, Lin Feng didn't have any other way to deal with these fellows. He could only let the insect swarms block them. Of course. Cultivators on the other side were constantly being eaten by the insect swarms. "Senior, how do you feel?" Lin Feng asked. "Energy. Replenish my energy," Sacred Beast Black Tortoise said. Lin Feng waved his hand. Instantly, rivers of immortal stones flew out. They were all high-grade immortal stones. They contained an abundant amount of energy. Sacred Beast Black Tortoise devoured all the immortal stones. Damn it. Hurry up and stop him. Don't let Sacred Beast Black Tortoise recover, the patrolling evil god shouted. He immediately charged towards Sacred Beast Black Tortoise. Sacred Beast Black Tortoise was devouring immortal stones to recover its strength. Therefore, Sacred Beast Black Tortoise couldn't attack now. It was a great opportunity to kill Lin Feng and the others as well as Sacred Beast Black Tortoise. The patrolling evil god was very good at seizing opportunities. Xie also quickly charged towards Sacred Beast Black Tortoise. At the same time, two powerhouses also flew out from the side of the five major forces. They were actually golden immortals. They were indeed hiding their strength. They didn't attack Lin Feng and the others. They were indeed planning to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Now, the matter had reached a critical juncture. Therefore, these two golden immortals no longer held back their strength. The four experts were charging towards them. The situation wasn't good. Lin Feng's face couldn't help but turn gloomy. If the four of them were to unleash their full power, they would definitely be able to shock the heavens and earth and make ghosts and gods weep. What could they use to fight against them? It was simply impossible. However, Lin Feng wouldn't leave now. Even if he had to risk his life, he would try his best to stall for time. As long as Sacred Beast Black Tortoise could recover some of its strength, then they would be able to turn the tables. At this time, Princess Huan Shui said, "I have a treasure here. Let's use it to block the attacks of these four experts." As soon as she finished speaking, Princess Huan Shui took out a supreme treasure. The treasure that Princess Huan Shui took out was a crystal ball. This crystal ball was completely different from ordinary crystal balls. The crystal ball that Princess Huan Shui took out was called the defensive crystal. It was a supreme treasure that was nurtured in the world of the ocean. It was said that it could only be nurtured for billions of years. Such a treasure was extremely rare. Its value was unimaginable. If one could find something like the defensive crystal, they could forge it into a defensive treasure. The defensive crystal contained an unimaginably strong defensive power. This defensive power could form a defensive light shield. This kind of defensive light shield was very difficult to break. Lin Feng had heard of the defensive crystal before, but he had never seen it before. Now that he saw this supreme treasure, he couldn't help but reveal a look of joy. At this time, Princess Huan Shui took out this supreme treasure at the right time. If this was the case, Lin Feng and the others would be able to block the attacks with the least price. Everyone didn't dare to hesitate. They hurriedly activated the defensive crystal. As powerful magic power continuously poured into the defensive crystal, the defensive crystal was gradually activated. Waves of violent fluctuations shook the void. The defensive crystal then transformed into a light blue defensive light shield. The defensive light shield enveloped Lin Feng and the others, as well as the sacred black tortoise. Bang! 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 Along with the dull sound of the collision, there was a loud bang. The attacks of the opponents landed on the defensive light shield formed by the defensive crystal. All the attacks. They were all blocked by the defensive light shield formed by the defensive crystal. Chapter 52-35. Seeing how powerful the defensive barrier created by the defense crystal was, Lin Feng's face lit up. The defense crystal truly lived up to its name. The defensive barrier created by it was truly powerful. Amazing, truly amazing. Your Highness, do you still have more of these defense crystals? How about giving one to each of us? The cursed doll grinned. Me, you said unhappily, do you think these are cabbages? Giving one to each of us? Why don't you say we'll give each of us a basket? I won't lower myself to the level of a woman. The cursed doll curled its lips. Princess Huan Shui's temper was much gentler. She said, defense crystals are extremely rare. Even the one I obtained was obtained by chance. In all these years, I've only seen this defense crystal once. Lin Feng said, such a supreme treasure is naturally hard to come by. At this moment, the expressions of the four experts in the outside world were ugly. They had come here full of confidence, thinking that they could quickly finish off Lin Feng and the others. Who would have thought that Princess Huan Shui would have such a powerful defensive treasure? Such a powerful defensive treasure made them feel extremely troubled. Everyone, attack with all your might, or else. We won't be able to break through their defenses, Evil God Patrolling said in a low voice. The others nodded. Indeed, the current situation did not allow them to hold back. Therefore, 4 experts. Attack with all their might. Evil God Patrolling was currently the strongest. He had already recovered to the peak of the Golden Immortal realm. The 2 Golden Immortals were also not to be underestimated. They were both mid-stage Golden Immortals. Xie was not a Golden Immortal. In fact, he had just entered the true Immortal realm not long ago. However, Xie himself was a heaven-defying existence. In addition, his body had completely fused with the stone pagoda. Therefore, Xie's battle strength was simply unimaginable. Even against mid-stage Golden Immortals, Xie would not necessarily be at a disadvantage. One could imagine how powerful Xie's battle strength would be as his cultivation continued to increase. The 4 experts attacking with all their might could destroy the heavens and the earth. It was simply too terrifying. At the very beginning, the defensive light shield created by the defense crystal was able to block the attacks of the 4 powerhouses with relative ease. However, as time went on, the defensive light shield created by the defense crystal was starting to falter. After all, under this kind of continuous attack, the consumption of the defensive light barrier would become greater and greater. The internal structure would also gradually be damaged. As the internal structure continued to be destroyed, the defensive power of the defensive light shield continued to weaken. The defensive light shield lasted for about 2 hours. In fact, this was already very impressive. Crack, crack. The cracks on the defensive barrier were getting more and more severe. In the end, the defensive barrier was destroyed by the 4 experts. The 4 experts quickly rushed over. During this period of time, there was a ball of fire in their hearts. If it wasn't for Lin Feng and the others, the Xuanwu sacred beast might have already been killed by them. Now, 4 great experts. He wished he could cut Lin Feng and the others into 1,000 pieces. Let's fight. Lin Feng took out the Epoch War spear, his eyes filled with coldness. No matter what, he had to try his best to delay these people. Lin Feng couldn't bear to see the guardian sacred beast of the human clan die a tragic death. The cursed doll took out a cursed sword. A sun flew out from Little Sun's body. Miyu took out a short sword. Princess Huan Shui took out a more special magic treasure. That magic treasure was called Golden Dew Smoke Concealment. In fact, it was a treasure-type magic treasure. The 5 of them were about to start a big battle with the 4 experts. Suddenly, the Xuanwu sacred beast raised its claws and slapped towards the 4 experts. The expressions of the 4 experts changed slightly. They hurriedly dodged. However, they discovered that when the Xuanwu sacred beast's claws slapped over, the speed of the 4 experts suddenly plummeted. The law of deceleration. The cursed doll couldn't help but exclaim. With a raise of its hand, it could activate the law of deceleration against the enemy. This was an extremely terrifying ability. Even a true Immortal Realm expert would find it difficult to do. Unless it was a Saint Realm expert. The law of deceleration was even more special. Even among Saint Realm cultivators who could master the law of deceleration were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. The expressions of the 4 experts couldn't help but become incomparably gloomy. The situation in front of them. It was indeed extremely disadvantageous for them. The 4 experts wanted to travel through the void and leave. However, they couldn't do it. The surrounding void. All of them were actually imprisoned. Bang, 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 bang. The next moment, accompanied by the sound of a violent collision, the 4 experts were sent flying by the Xuanwu sacred beast's claws. War. The 4 experts vomited blood. Their faces became incomparably pale. The Xuanwu sacred beast. It was really too terrifying. Go! The 4 experts shouted in a deep voice. They didn't dare to stay and quickly fled into the distance. After their subordinates received the order, how would they dare to stay? All of them fled in a sorry state. At this moment, Lin Feng's 4 insect swarms took advantage of the time when those cultivators fled in a sorry state to quickly attack those cultivators. Many cultivators were killed by the insect swarms. In the end, only about half of them managed to escape. The remaining people, all of them were killed. Lin Feng summoned the 4 insect swarms back. The 4 insect swarms had suffered great losses this time. They needed to recuperate for a while. Next, everyone put away their magic treasures. Senior, how are you feeling now? Lin Feng asked. I'm fine. Thank you for saving me, the Xuanwu sacred beast said. Lin Feng said. Senior, you're welcome. This is what this junior should do. The Xuanwu sacred beast said, it's really gratifying for the human race to have a rising star like you. What era are we in now? Lin Feng said, it's already the age of chaos. The era is about to collapse. The Xuanwu sacred beast couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect so many years to have passed. Senior, who trapped you in that parallel world? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask curiously. The cursed doll, Huan Shui, Mi Yu, and little son all revealed curious expressions. In the past, the Xuanwu sacred beast was unimaginably powerful. Moreover, it was rumored that the Xuanwu sacred beast was in existence from the beginning of the era. It was one of the most ancient living beings. Such a powerful existence had actually been suppressed. It was truly inconceivable. The experts of the 8 clans joined forces to suppress me, the Xuanwu sacred beast said. The Xuanwu sacred beast said. The 8 clans of the era? What are they? Lin Feng asked curiously. Chapter 5236. Just from the name, he knew it. The 8 clans of the epoch should be extremely terrifying. Therefore, Lin Feng was very curious. The cursed doll, Princess Huan Shui, and Mi Yu were also very curious. The 8 clans of the epoch. This was a new term. As for little son, this little guy was still ignorant about everything. Therefore, little son was not particularly interested in this topic. However, Lin Feng was interested in this topic. The black tortoise sacred beast said, the 8 clans of the epoch are extremely terrifying. These 8 clans are clans that transcend epochs, and they transcend multiple epochs. Hearing the black tortoise sacred beast say this, Lin Feng and the rest were extremely shocked. Clans that transcended multiple epochs? Were the 8 clans of the epoch that impressive? The black tortoise sacred beast continued, the 8 clans of the epoch are the Black Robe Clan, Black Fog Clan, Black Demon Clan, Heavenly Dao Clan, Heavenly Soul Clan, Heavenly Gowl Clan, Life Spirit Clan. At this point, the black tortoise sacred beast paused for a moment, looked at Lin Feng, and then said meaningfully, there's also the Undying Clan. Lin Feng could not help but raise his eyebrows slightly. The Undying Clan. Was it referring to the Undying Clan? In fact, Lin Feng had already mentally prepared himself for the fact that the Undying Clan was a clan that transcended epochs. The only thing that surprised Lin Feng was that the Undying Clan was one of the 8 clans of the epoch. It seemed that the Undying Clan was a terrifying force. As for the Black Robe Clan and Black Fog Clan, Lin Feng knew about them as well. Among them, the Black Robe Clan and Black Fog Clan had a blood feud with Lin Feng. Lin Feng's mother had even been captured and suppressed by these 2 clans. As for the Heavenly Dao Clan and Heavenly Soul Clan, Lin Feng did not know much about them, nor had he come into contact with them. However, since these clans were also one of the 8 clans of the epoch, one could imagine how powerful they were. They definitely had unfathomable divine abilities. Is there anything special about the 8 clans of the epoch? Mi Yu asked curiously. The black tortoise sacred beast said, the 8 clans of the epoch have ancient legacies. One could imagine how powerful the 8 clans of this era were. Moreover, the reason why this kind of power was terrifying was not because of how many experts they had on the surface, but because of how strong their foundation was. Even the 8 clans were a power that the mastermind was afraid of. The mastermind didn't dare to casually touch the 8 clans of this era. Why didn't he dare to touch the 8 clans of this era? It's because the foundation of the 8 great clans is too strong. Of course, besides their formidable resources, the 8 clans seem to possess some secrets that no one else is aware of. They even possess the secrets of some of the masterminds behind the scenes. That's why the masterminds fear them. However, even I don't know exactly how much strength the 8 clans possess. Perhaps only the highest echelons of the 8 great clans would know. Miyu said. The 8 clans are so powerful, but back then, the experts of the 8 clans had to work together to suppress you, senior. Doesn't that mean you're even more terrifying? The Black Tortoise said, back then, the cultivators from the 8 clans weren't the strongest among them. It can't be. Are the 8 great clans really that powerful? Miyu found it hard to believe. This was because the Black Tortoise sacred beast was probably at the peak of the Saint Realm when it was at its peak. Moreover, it was a sacred beast, so its combat strength was terrifying. Yet, the 8 clans hadn't even sent their strongest cultivators to suppress the Black Tortoise. Just how strong were the strongest cultivators of the 8 clans? The Black Tortoise said. Of course. Of the 8 clans of the epoch, they all have existences that surpass the Saint Realm. That's a true antique. Hiss. Lin Feng and the others couldn't help but gasp. Although they already had some guesses, they couldn't help but feel shocked when they heard the Black Tortoise's answer. Existences surpassing the Saint Realm? What kind of realm was that? Transcendence into immortality, transcendence into sainthood. What's the realm after transcendence into sainthood? Lin Feng asked. The Black Tortoise said. I won't tell you now, but you'll know in the future. Even if I tell you now, it might not be a good thing. Lin Feng and the others nodded. The Black Tortoise had his reasons for not telling them. Perhaps it was just as the Black Tortoise had said. Once the Black Tortoise said those words, it might not be beneficial to Lin Feng and the others. Miyu asked. Those fellows who transcended epochs are a bunch of despicable existences. The 8 clans should be a bunch of bad guys too. Lin Feng and the others smiled bitterly. In fact, the word bad wasn't suitable to describe those major factions. After all, the factions in the world of cultivators prioritized their own interests above all else. The Xuanwu Holy Beast said, not all of them are as bad as you described them to be. Some of them are truly evil, such as the Black Fog race and the Black Robe race. They're in cahoots with the mastermind, so they're truly evil. However, there are also some factions that are both good and evil. Lin Feng asked, what about the undead tribe? It seemed to have known that Lin Feng would ask about the undead tribe. The Black Tortoise said, I don't know much about the undead tribe, but I've heard some rumors. The undead tribe is a faction that's both good and evil. They're good. However, they can be very bad at times. They're bad. However, they seem to be quite good at times. However, there's one thing that the undead tribe does not do wrong. What is it? Lin Feng asked. The undead tribe did not participate in the numerous wars that destroyed the experts of this epoch. Some factions like the Black Mist tribe and the Black Robe tribe felt that the development of this epoch and the rise of cultivators would pose a threat to them. Hence, they started wars time and time again. However, there are also some clans that allowed the war to develop and did not participate in it. The Undead tribe is one of these clans. The Black Tortoise said. After hearing the Black Tortoise's words, Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. Although their lineage had already drawn a clear line with the Undead tribe's main lineage, however, after all, they had an ancestor. Therefore, Lin Feng hoped that his ancestor would not become the executioner that caused the destruction of this epoch. As for the Undead tribe's conflicts with other factions due to some conflicts of interest, Lin Feng did not care. Princess Huan Shui said, I've seen people from the Black Robe tribe before. The end of the epoch has arrived. It seems like these people's activities have become more frequent. Of course. The Black Tortoise nodded and said, their legacy has endured many great epochs and is immortal. They have many terrifying methods that others can't imagine. For example, the destruction of an epoch. To other clans, it might be a disaster, but to them, it might be an unprecedented opportunity. Chapter 52-37. This was indeed as the Black Tortoise had said. The races that had transcended epochs couldn't wait for their epochs to end. This was especially true for the cultivators who hadn't been able to resolve the misfortune of their epochs. The end of their epochs meant that they would be reborn. Lin Feng said, Senior, this is the 3000th epoch of the 3000th epoch. It's said that this epoch is the beginning of a great cycle of reincarnation. Although an epoch might end, a new hope will be born. If that's the case, does this mean that this epoch is the best opportunity to eliminate the mastermind? The true threat was still the mastermind. The races that had transcended epochs were secondary. No matter how powerful the races that transcended epochs were, as long as they were strong enough, they would be able to eliminate them. However, the mastermind was different. The most terrifying aspect of the mastermind was the fact that he was practically immortal. The Black Tortoise said, there is indeed hope, but the mastermind is too powerful. Moreover, he has so many lackeys. How to eliminate him is something worth discussing. Epochs after epochs have passed, and everyone has been searching for a way to eliminate him. However, it seems that no one has found a way. Lin Feng couldn't help but think of his ancestor, Ji Zishu. What a powerful existence. He had almost killed the mastermind behind the mastermind. But, because of his immortality, he had failed at the final step. Because of that, he had lost his life. Doesn't that mean the future is still bleak? Doesn't that mean the mastermind is still able to cover the sky with one hand? Miyu said with a pale face. In a situation where the mastermind was able to cover the sky with one hand, the best outcome was to be lucky enough to survive the end of the epoch. Then, wait for the new epoch to begin. However, this wasn't the situation Lin Feng wanted to see. When the epoch ended, the number of cultivators who could survive would be far too few. In a huge world, perhaps only a small number of people could survive. Sometimes, in a huge world, not a single person could survive. How cruel. When the time came, family, friends, lovers, fellow disciples, subordinates, including enemies, would all die a tragic death. Lin Feng didn't even dare to imagine such a scene. Perhaps the Black Tortoise also felt that some of his words were too heavy for Lin Feng and the others. So, he said, actually, there's no need to be too worried. If there's any epoch that can turn the tables against the mastermind, I believe it's our epoch. Because we are from the great reincarnation era, with such a great opportunity, someone will definitely be able to find a way to completely eliminate the mastermind. When that time comes, it will be time for us to counterattack. As long as we eliminate the mastermind, a new world will appear before everyone's eyes. This new world is filled with hope and love. This is the world that everyone yearns for. The Black Tortoise said. His words outlined a beautiful world for everyone. One day, could such a world really appear? Lin Feng was extremely confused, but no matter how confused he was, Lin Feng was filled with hope. One day, such a beautiful world could really appear. Everyone. They could live a carefree life. But now, he could only think about it. By the way, I have some things here that are beneficial for cultivation. I can give them to you. The Black Tortoise said. Hearing this, the eyes of Lin Feng and the others lit up. The Black Tortoise waved its claw. In an instant, a special kind of crystal appeared. It floated in the air. That kind of crystal stone was transparent. Lin Feng didn't know what kind of crystal it was, but after seeing it, Lin Feng felt that his cultivation level was actually getting restless. Although he didn't know what this crystal was, there was one thing that Lin Feng was sure of, and that was that this special crystal should be able to increase his strength. It's an extraterrestrial crystal, a special energy crystal from the other world. It can increase a cultivator's cultivation level. After seeing this crystal, the cursed doll couldn't help but exclaim, "Yes, I obtained this kind of crystal after killing a king of a foreign realm." The Black Tortoise said, "Hehe, Senior is awesome. We won't be polite then." The cursed doll directly grabbed more than a dozen crystals. The Black Tortoise said, "This crystal has a certain limit. A cultivator can only use one in their lifetime, so it's useless for you to take so many." "What? Only one can be refined in a lifetime? That's too much of a scam." The cursed doll was speechless. He took one and put the rest back. Princess Huan Shui and the others also took one each. Lin Feng did some calculations. He needed one. The Stone Man clone needed one. Bibi needed one. Little dragon needed one. Little black needed one. Dragon rabbit needed one. Emperor archaic needed one. Ancient ancestral insect needed one. Demon king insect needed one. Three-headed viper needed one. In addition, the mother insect of the 4 great insect swarms also needed one each. This was because this thing could help the mother insect of the 4 great insect swarms increase their cultivation. The stronger the mother insect of the 4 great insect swarms was, the more powerful the insect swarms would be. It would be of help to Lin Feng. The bigger it would be. If that was the case, Lin Feng needed 14. Lin Feng said, "Senior, can I take more? I want to give some to my friends." "Of course." The black tortoise sacred beast said. "Princess Huan Shuai and me, you actually wanted to take more, but after thinking about it, they didn't ask." They were different from Lin Feng. The black tortoise sacred beast was the guardian sacred beast of the human race, and Lin Feng was a human cultivator. The two of them were of the oceanic race. So who knew if they would cause the black tortoise sacred beast to be unhappy if they took more? As for the cursed doll, it didn't have any intention of taking more. It felt that taking more would be a burden. Little Sun didn't have such thoughts either. "Thank you, Senior." After accepting the outer sky crystals, Lin Feng and the others thanked the black tortoise sacred beast. The rest of the outer sky crystals were put away by the black tortoise sacred beast. The black tortoise sacred beast said, "You're welcome. You can refine these outer sky crystals now. It's safer to cultivate here." Lin Feng and the others naturally knew what the black tortoise sacred beast meant. The black tortoise sacred beast was worried that Lin Feng and the others would be killed by the patrolling evil god and the others if they left now. Now that they had refined the outer sky crystals, their cultivation had increased. When they met the patrolling evil god and the others again, it would be much easier. Chapter 52-38. Lin Feng was now at the first heaven of the Earth Immortal Realm. It had been a while since he broke through. However, he hadn't been able to improve his cultivation during this time. Firstly, he didn't have the opportunity to improve his cultivation. Secondly, Lin Feng was also consolidating his cultivation. Now, it was almost time to consolidate. Therefore, it seemed that it was time to continue to break through his cultivation. Especially, now that he had the outer sky crystal, it could help him. Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. Everyone found a place to cultivate. The sacred beast Xuanwu's body was huge. It was like an island floating on the sea. When Lin Feng and the others were refining the outer sky crystal and breaking through, the sacred beast Xuanwu also fell into a state of silence. It was also trying to recover its strength. After being trapped for so many years, the sacred beast Xuanwu's strength. In fact, it had already fallen a lot. In a short time, it wouldn't be easy to recover. Of course, everything was hard to say. If the sacred beast Xuanwu could get out quickly and then find some opportunities, perhaps he could quickly raise his cultivation base. At this time, Lin Feng had already started to absorb the energy of the outer sky crystal. The energy of the outer sky crystal was very shocking and very pure. After Lin Feng absorbed the energy of the outer sky crystal, Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised to find that the Dharma power in his body was undergoing a deep transformation. Once the transformation was completed, it would be time for a breakthrough. Time passed slowly. After about 3 days, Lin Feng finally completed the first transformation. He broke through from the first heaven of the Earth Immortal Realm to the second heaven of the Earth Immortal Realm. However, this was just the beginning. There was still a lot of energy in Lin Feng's body that hadn't been refined by Lin Feng. Lin Feng continued to refine the energy in his body. After about 10 days, Lin Feng broke through from the second heaven of the Earth Immortal Realm to the third heaven of the Earth Immortal Realm. At this time, Lin Feng still had a lot of energy in his body. Lin Feng could continue to break through. Therefore, Lin Feng continued to refine the energy in his body. The energy in Lin Feng's body continued to refine the spiritual power in Lin Feng's body. Time passed. This time, it took Lin Feng 20 days to break through from the third heaven to the fourth heaven of the Earth Immortal Realm. After breaking through to the fourth heavenly layer of the Earth Immortal stage, Lin Feng's energy was basically depleted. Lin Feng opened his eyes. After sensing his current realm, he couldn't help but reveal a joyful look on his face. This time, Lin Feng had broken through 3 whole realms. Anyone would be overjoyed to break through 3 realms at once, right? Lin Feng was no exception. As expected, the first layer of the Earth Immortal stage can't be compared to the fourth layer of the Earth Immortal stage. They are on completely different levels. Lin Feng grinned. He looked at the cursed doll and the others. The cursed doll, Little Sun, Mi Yu, and Princess Huan Shui were still cultivating. He was the first one to cultivate. It seemed like they would all benefit greatly, especially Princess Huan Shui. Lin Feng felt that Princess Huan Shui was about to take a very important step. She should be breaking through to the true immortal stage, right? Princess Huan Shui's talent was naturally incomparably strong. In the Sea tribe, Princess Huan Shui's talent was one of the best. Therefore, Princess Huan Shui could easily challenge those of a higher realm. She could even challenge those of a higher realm consecutively. It was truly heaven-defying. Now, if Princess Huan Shui broke through to the true immortal stage, she would become an immortal. A true immortal. She would no longer be a false immortal. When the time came, Princess Huan Shui might become an existence that could compete with Xie. You have the aura of the black tortoise on you. Do you know anyone from my tribe? At this moment, the black tortoise's voice rang out in Lin Feng's mind. The black tortoise didn't speak. Instead, it transmitted its voice to Lin Feng. Perhaps it didn't want to disturb other people's cultivation. My teacher is a black tortoise, said Lin Feng using his godly awareness. My teacher is a black tortoise. No, it's not that simple. Your master is definitely not an ordinary black tortoise. What's his name? The black tortoise asked. Hearing the black tortoise's words, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive. Actually, many things about Lord Tortoise were secrets. Although Lin Feng was Lord Tortoise's disciple. However, Lin Feng didn't know much about Lord Tortoise. Only when Lord Tortoise was captured by those terrifying existences did Lin Feng realize how extraordinary his master was. Everyone calls him Lord Tortoise. Lin Feng said. Lord Tortoise? Is he a stone black tortoise? The black tortoise asked. Its divine sense fluctuated violently, which surprised Lin Feng. Lin Feng replied, I'm not too sure either. It must be him. I didn't expect him to still be alive. The black tortoise said. It seemed a little excited. Lin Feng said, that's not right. Isn't Senior an existence from the beginning of the new era? You shouldn't know my master, right? According to the sect's teachings, my master should be from the ancient era, which is very far away from Senior's era. Lin Feng knew that Lord Tortoise was from the ancient era. This was because Lord Tortoise had a very good relationship with the Mu clan's ancestor. The Mu clan's ancestor was the ancestor of his fiancée, Mu Yashi. Therefore, the Mu clan's ancestor wouldn't hide many things from him. He wouldn't lie to him either. The Mu clan's ancestor told him that Lord Tortoise was an existence from the ancient era. This was because they knew each other from the ancient era, and Lord Tortoise was still very young back then. Until now, Lord Tortoise had become very old. If he's the one I'm talking about, he must have cultivated the Great Tortoise Breathing Technique, the Black Tortoise said. What? Great Tortoise Breathing Technique? What kind of technique is that? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask curiously. Judging from the name, it didn't seem like a proper technique. Said the Black Tortoise, it's a special technique passed down by the Black Tortoise clan. If you practice the tortoise breathing technique, you'll be able to transform 10 times in the history of this era. These transformations are quite special. Each time you transform, you'll feel the chi of death, you'll be reborn in death, and then you'll continue to transform. However, these transformations are very difficult, and each time you transform, you'll be extremely dangerous. Once something goes wrong, you'll be doomed eternally, but if you succeed, you'll be able to transcend the limits of your limits. Extreme transcendence. Could it be beyond the saint realm? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask in shock. Chapter 5239. The Black Tortoise replied, "You will know in the future." Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive. Why couldn't he say that? "Why are you being so secretive?" said Lin Feng. "Something happened to my teacher," said Lin Feng. "What? Something happened? What the hell is going on?" The Black Tortoise asked in shock. Lin Feng told the Black Tortoise about what happened that night. Lin Feng would never forget what happened that night. Endless thunder rumbled. Torrential rain poured down. Master Tortoise was captured by an unknown existence. However, the other party was simply too powerful. So powerful that it was impossible to resist. At that time, Lin Feng could only feel helpless. Even though many years had passed, the scene was still vivid in his mind, as if it had just happened yesterday. When the Black Tortoise heard what happened to Master Tortoise, he became silent. Lin Feng didn't know if the Black Tortoise had already guessed the other party's identity. Lin Feng felt that even if the Black Tortoise hadn't guessed the other party's identity, perhaps there should be some clues, right? Perhaps, did the Black Tortoise already have a suspect in his heart? Thus, Lin Feng asked, "Senior, do you know who captured my master?" The Black Tortoise replied, "I don't know either." Although the Black Tortoise said that he didn't know either, for some reason, Lin Feng felt that the Black Tortoise was deliberately hiding something. Did the Black Tortoise really not know? Lin Feng didn't know what the Black Tortoise was thinking. If the Black Tortoise didn't want to say anything, Lin Feng couldn't do anything about it. Perhaps, was the Black Tortoise afraid of something? Therefore, he didn't say anything. Lin Feng said, "I went to many places to ask about Master, but there was no news." The Black Tortoise said, "Don't waste your time. At the very least, you need to go to a higher world to find out more about your master." The Black Tortoise sacred beast didn't continue after that. Lin Feng's guess was right. The Black Tortoise sacred beast was indeed suspicious. It even had a suspect in mind. However, for some reasons unknown to Lin Feng. Therefore, the Black Tortoise sacred beast didn't explain it too clearly. However, Lin Feng still managed to obtain some useful information. He wanted to go to a higher world to find his master. Heaven realm? Chaotic bound of universe? Or the netherworld? Wasteland? In any case, there were only these 4 worlds. These were the 4 worlds of the higher planes. However, Lin Feng didn't have the qualifications to ascend to the higher planes yet. Perhaps only when he broke through to the true immortal realm would he be qualified to do so. "I will definitely find Master and save him," said Yi Futian. Lin Feng said. The Xuanwu sacred beast said, "It's good that you have such thoughts. Where there's a will, there's a way." The Black Tortoise paused for a moment before continuing, "But you need to increase your cultivation first." "I will." Lin Feng nodded solemnly. He couldn't wait to break through to the true immortal realm, shed his mortal body, and become a true immortal. However, Lin Feng also knew that breaking through to the next level wasn't something that could be done in a hurry. It had to be done step by step. There was no point in being impatient. In fact, it could even damage one's Dao heart. If one's Dao heart was damaged, it would be extremely detrimental to one's cultivation. Said Lin Feng using telepathy. "Master, how can we help you sever these 4 chains? Then, you can regain your freedom." The Black Tortoise sacred beast said, "There's only one way to break these chains." "What is it?" Lin Feng asked curiously. "Have you heard of the 36 stone swords?" The Black Tortoise sacred beast asked. Lin Feng couldn't help but be taken aback. 36 stone swords? Of course he had. He had 5 stone swords here. Apart from the 5 stone swords he had, Di Wudao had 9 stone swords. Of course. Di Wudao might have collected even more stone swords. After all, Di Wudao had already obtained 9 stone swords many years ago. Who knew if he had collected even more stone swords over the years? This was also a possibility. Lin Feng waved his hand. 5 stone swords flew out. He asked, "Senior, are you talking about these stone swords?" The Black Tortoise sacred beast couldn't help but be shocked. It hadn't expected Lin Feng to have 5 stone swords. The Black Tortoise sacred beast said, "That's right. These are the stone swords." Do you have a total of 5 stone swords here? Yes. Lin Feng nodded. Lin Feng had originally thought that the black tortoise sacred beast should be happy. After all, the stone swords could help it break free. However, what was the reality? The black tortoise sacred beast was very calm. Lin Feng was somewhat puzzled. It knew that it was about to break free, so why was it so calm? Lin Feng asked himself. If it was him, he definitely wouldn't be able to do this. Lin Feng said, I'll sever the 4 chains now and return your freedom to you. The black tortoise sacred beast said, the 5 stone swords can't sever the 4 chains. Huh? You can't sever the 4 chains? Lin Feng was shocked, but he soon became very disappointed. He had originally wanted to help the black tortoise escape, but now, it seemed that he couldn't do that. It was no wonder that the black tortoise sacred beast wasn't excited when it saw the stone swords. Lin Feng asked, how many stone swords do you need to sever the 4 chains? The black tortoise sacred beast said, the stone swords are very special and can fuse together. When they fuse together, their power is extremely terrifying. According to my estimations, at least 10 stone swords are needed to fuse together in order to break 4 chains, said Lin Feng. More than 10 swords? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. He only had 5 stone swords. Gathering 10 was easier said than done. If he had to search for them himself, he didn't know how long it would take. Lin Feng thought of Di Wudao. If he could kill Di Wudao, then, wouldn't he be able to obtain Di Wudao's stone swords? When the time came, he would definitely be able to help the black tortoise escape. Lin Feng said, Senior, even if you need more than 10 stone swords, I can still get them. I know someone who has them. Who? The black tortoise sacred beast couldn't help but look excited. After all, this was a matter of freedom. His emotions would also fluctuate violently. Lin Feng said, Di Wudao. He's the son of the Celestial Emperor and has a great enmity with me. We might have a battle in the near future. When the time comes, I'll kill Di Wudao. Once I kill him, his stone swords will be mine. Then, I'll be able to gather more than 10 stone swords. Once I kill Di Wudao, I'll immediately come back to help you sever the 4 chains, begging for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 5240. After Lin Feng, the second person to come out was Little Y, who had also gained a lot of benefits. His big eyes were dark, and although he was not very clear about cultivation, he knew that he had become much more powerful than before. He had the heart to become stronger. Free cereal. Who asked this little guy to be bullied by the 5 powerhouses? If he did not want to be bullied and wanted to chase away the bad guys, he needed to become stronger. After Little Y came out, Miyu also came out. Miyu's beautiful face was filled with joy. It seemed that Miyu had also gained a lot. Lin Feng said, Miyu, you've gained a lot, haven't you? Of course, Miyu said with a grin. She was obviously in a good mood. Lin Feng lowered his voice and said, I have another way to increase your cultivation quickly. Do you want to try it? Are you serious? Miyu's eyes lit up. Of course. Lin Feng said with a smile. What is it? Tell me quickly, Miyu said excitedly. Miyu was now focused on increasing her cultivation. Because she was weak, she had to be beaten. Miyu wanted to become a true powerhouse. Lin Feng said, if you want to increase your cultivation, I need something from you. What thing? Miyu asked suspiciously. Chastity. Lin Feng said with a smile. I'm going to kill you. Miyu was stunned at first, then she came back to her senses. She took out a machete and chased after Lin Feng. Miyu naturally knew what Lin Feng meant. Miyu was infuriated. Miyu was not the kind of woman who would do things casually. You're murdering your husband. Lin Feng shouted. Bastard, I want another eunuch to appear in this world. Miyu said through gritted teeth. The chase ended with Miyu panting from exhaustion. How could it be so easy to catch up with Lin Feng? The cursed doll also came out of seclusion. After coming out of seclusion, the cursed doll was extremely excited. Then there was an impromptu dance. As they danced, they shouted, see, 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 see. That enchanting dance was truly unbearable to look at. This guy's skin was really thick. Or else, how could she have the nerve to dance like this? However, if it was Miyu who danced the cursed doll's ocean sea dance, it would probably be quite mesmerizing. Bibi and the others were still in seclusion. Their seclusion had always been relatively long. It was related to the race. 3 days later, Princess Huan Shui finally came out of seclusion. Between Huan Shui's eyebrows, the light of calamity flickered. Miyu said in delight, "Princess, you're really going to break through to the true immortal realm?" Lin Feng nodded. Indeed. Princess Mirage Snow was about to break through to the true immortal realm. The light of calamity between her eyebrows explained everything. If he could successfully break through, in that case, in this world, there would be another top-notch female prodigy. She was a prodigy who could compete with experts with a strong foundation. Above the 9 heavens, thunder rumbled. Princess Huan Shui flew into the distance. She wanted to find a spacious place to transcend her tribulation. Lin Feng and the others watched from afar. Princess Huan Shui had narrowly escaped death and succeeded in transcending her tribulation. Her cultivation had successfully broken through to the true immortal realm. After transcending her tribulation, Princess Huan Shui looked a little weak. Therefore, Lin Feng suggested that Princess Huan Shui rest for a while. Everyone returned to sacred beast Xuanwu. Princess Huan Shui spent 10 days to adjust her qi and qi. After 10 days, Princess Huan Shui's body had completely recovered. Lin Feng and the others also planned to leave. Lin Feng looked at sacred beast Xuanwu and said, "Senior, we'll be leaving first. If we have time, we'll come back to see you again." "Okay," sacred beast Xuanwu said. Lin Feng took out 100 billion high-grade immortal stones and gave them to sacred beast Xuanwu. These immortal stones would be of great help to sacred beast Xuanwu's recovery. Sacred beast Xuanwu did not refuse and accepted Lin Feng's immortal stones. Princess Huan Shui, Cursed Doll, Miyu, and Little Y also bid farewell to sacred beast Xuanwu. Then Lin Feng and the others flew towards the Mermaid Empire. The evil god patrol, Xie, and those people from the 5 great powers will definitely try to kill us on the way. Miyu said. Lin Feng said, "That's for sure. What do we do now?" Miyu asked. "Wai Chuang, let's return to the Mermaid Empire first." Princess Huan Shui said. The 5 great elders of the Mermaid Empire were most likely in cahoots with the evil god patrol. The 5 great elders wanted to borrow the power of the evil god patrol to get rid of Princess Huan Shui. Princess Huan Shui did not need to say it herself. Lin Feng could guess it. However, as long as they returned to the Mermaid Empire, the 5 great elders would not be able to do anything. Because, colluding with the evil god patrol was not something that could be done openly. They could only do it behind the scenes. In the Mermaid Empire, they did not dare to do anything to Princess Huan Shui. After all, the Mermaid Empire still had powerful experts. Now, Princess Huan Shui had broken through to the true immortal realm. With Princess Huan Shui's talent, it should not be a problem for her to challenge a golden immortal realm expert. Therefore, the 5 great elders were no longer a threat. This also proved one thing. In the face of absolute strength, all YS schemes were paper tigers. Wai Chuang has no problem. However, we need to be careful, Lin Feng said. Everyone looked at Lin Feng. The void within 100 miles of the Mermaid Empire had been sealed off. As long as Lin Feng and the others arrived, they would immediately be discovered by the evil god patrol. At this moment, the evil god patrol, Xie, their subordinates, and many experts from the 5 great powers. Their faces were extremely gloomy. Their plan had been ruined. Refining the origin of the sacred beast Xuanwu was ruined. They could not obtain the treasure of the sacred beast Xuanwu. These people were extremely angry. They were all waiting for Lin Feng and the others to arrive. As long as Lin Feng and the others arrived, they would immediately attack and kill Lin Feng and the others. "They're here," the evil god patrol said coldly. He was holding a mirror in his hand. It was a universal mirror. It could detect the universe and was mysterious. Now, the image of Lin Feng and the others appeared in the mirror. "They're finally here." After seeing Lin Feng and the others, the group of people's eyes were suddenly filled with killing intent. They had finally waited for Lin Feng and the others. Now, they could take revenge. Princess Huan Shui, me you, I want these two women. I want to suck the power of their essence. Xie Zi said tentatively. This guy had cultivated an extremely evil technique of harvesting the essence of others. Through this absorption technique, it could greatly increase one's strength. Xie Zi saw Princess Huan Shui and Mi Yu as his targets for plucking. The others naturally did not want to offend Xie Zi because of this. Chapter 52-41. Let's go and stop those guys. The evil god of patrol said. Okay. The group of people nodded. Then, these cultivators set off to stop Lin Feng and the others. 2 hours later, they saw Lin Feng and the others quickly flying over. Ha 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 ha, we've been waiting for you for a long time. Are you ready to die? The group of people laughed. They had many people and many experts. Naturally, they were extremely confident. Although Lin Feng had 4 groups of insects. But during this period of time, they had found a way to restrain the insects. So, in these people's eyes, Lin Feng and the others, they couldn't escape. A group of trash wants to stop us? Are you guys dreaming? Lin Feng said disdainfully. After hearing Lin Feng's words, the group of people was furious. Lin Feng was actually so contemptuous of them. This was intolerable. Kid, you'll be crying later. Xie Zi sneered. He and Lin Feng had old grudges. Because Lin Feng and the others had snatched many treasures from the stone pagoda. In Xie Zi's eyes, those treasures were all his. After being snatched by Lin Feng and the others, he naturally hated Lin Feng to the bone. To put it bluntly, this guy was petty. There were many opportunities in the world. Who could obtain them? It depended on one's ability. But Xie Zi didn't. Xie Zi just had to bear a grudge against Lin Feng and the others. The world of cultivators didn't lack people like Xie Zi. Evil God Patrol sneered. Do it. While the group of people was still in midair, they had already begun to prepare their divine abilities. They wanted to attack Lin Feng and the others. If Lin Feng still had the 9 heavenly thunder source pearl, it would be much easier to deal with these people. He directly took out the 9 heavenly thunder source pearl. When the time came, these people, most of them would probably die instantly. Even if those experts didn't die, they would still be beaten to a sorry state. But the key point was, Lin Feng's 9 heavens thunder source pearl had been used up. He had to wait until Lin Feng returned to Sin City to see Bia Yingjun before he could replenish the 9 heavenly thunder source pearl. I wonder if this old fellow has refined a new 9 heavens thunder source pearl recently. Facing the attacks of the crowd, Lin Feng quickly summoned the Hell King's bell. Then, the group of people entered the Hell King bell. The moment he entered the Hell King bell, Lin Feng ignited 10 billion immortal stones. 10 billion immortal stones. In addition, Lin Feng, Cursed Doll, Princess Huan Shui, Mi Yu, and Little Y. The bell of Hell King would erupt with a tyrannical power. Sure enough, under everyone's collective effort, the bell of Pluto was like a bullet. He quickly rushed forward. A dense barrage of divine abilities blasted over. Some of the divine arts were dodged by the Hell King bell. Some divine abilities. Instead, it slammed into the Hell King's bell. However, the current Pluto bell, its power was simply too great. So, when those attacks slammed into the Hell King's bell, those attacks were all blocked by the powerful energy that surged out from the Hell King's bell. Hurry up and dodge. Seeing the Hell King's bell rushing over, many people exclaimed. The Hell King's bell was now like a speeding carriage. Think about it. A person walking on the main road. If he was hit by a speeding carriage, what would happen to him? He would probably die miserably. So, those cultivators did not dare to continue blocking the path of the Hell King's bell. But some of the cultivators were a little slow in dodging. Therefore, they were unable to dodge the Hell King's bell. Bang bang bang, accompanied by a series of violent collisions, cultivators were sent flying by the Hell King's bell. What? Those cultivators who were sent flying by the Hell King's bell were in a miserable state. Some people, vomiting blood. Their faces were pale. They were seriously injured. Some people were directly smashed to death. The Hell King's bell whistled past, quickly flying in the direction of the Mermaid Empire. Chase after it. Patrolling Evil God and the others' faces became extremely ugly. They did not expect things to turn out like this. The Hell King's bell burned 10 billion immortal stones. Coupled with Lin Feng and the others' actions, the power was too great. Otherwise, patrolling Evil God and the others would have intercepted the Hell King's bell. Patrolling Evil God and the others also knew that with the Hell King's bell's power, it would not be able to hold on for too long. As long as they caught up with the Hell King's bell, there would be a turn for the better. But dreams were beautiful, but reality was cruel. Although these people were strong and fast, there was still a big gap between them and catching up with the Hell King's bell. Therefore, they simply could not catch up with the Hell King's bell. Lin Feng and the others successfully escaped. This infuriated the group of people. Lin Feng and the others smoothly returned to the Mermaid Empire. And at this moment, the 5 great pavilions. They were anxiously waiting for news. Soon, a subordinate came to report this matter. When the 5 great pavilion elders learned that Princess Huan Shui had returned to the Mermaid Empire, their faces could not help but become extremely gloomy. Trash, trash. Patrolling Evil God and the others are also a bunch of trash. Even Princess Huan Shui and the others could not deal with them. They have wasted our trust in them. One of the pavilion elders said in a gloomy voice. Another pavilion elder said, since things have already developed to this point, it seems like we can only lay low for the time being. Pavilion Elder Yang, what do you mean? Could it be that you want us to hand over all the authority in our hands? One of the pavilion elders said in a gloomy voice. Clearly, this pavilion elder did not want to hand over the authority in his hands. After holding the authority for a long time, no one would want to hand it over. The feeling of holding the authority in one's hands made one feel like they were in control of everything, like a sovereign overlooking the world. What can we do if we don't hand it over? That little girl looks kind, but she is also a ruthless person. Pavilion Elder Yang said. The other 4 pavilion elders frowned. Clearly, they were thinking of a solution to this matter. They were really unwilling to hand over the authority now. At this moment, a servant walked in and reported, Pavilion elders, Princess Huan Shui has sent someone to summon all of you to the palace. The 5 pavilion elders looked at each other. Then, they stood up. One of the pavilion elders sneered and said, I'm curious as to what this little girl is up to. Following which, the pavilion elder strode out of the room. The rest of the 4 pavilion elders followed suit. Not long after, the 5 pavilion elders arrived at the palace. The Hall of Supreme Harmony. This was the place where Princess Huan Shui handled administrative matters. The 5 pavilion elders were brought to the Hall of Supreme Harmony. After arriving at the Hall of Supreme Harmony, the 5 pavilion elders discovered that besides Princess Huan Shui, there were 4 other people in the hall. There were also 4 other people. They were Mi Yu, the human cultivator called Ji, and his 2 friends. These people were really lucky. The 5 pavilion elders could not help but think to themselves. Chapter 52-42. You may dispense with the formalities. Ji. Princess Huan Shui said. The 5 elders stood up. At this moment, Princess Huan Shui was sitting on the throne. If she were to wear an imperial robe, she would be the queen of a generation. If he could woo a female emperor, thinking about it, it seemed to be a rather exciting matter. 5 elders, please take a seat, Princess Huan Shui said. Yes. The 5 elders replied. Then, they sat down. Elder Yang asked, did everything go smoothly during this trip? Princess Huan Shui smiled and said, thank you for your concern, Elder Yang. Everything went smoothly. Lin Feng had an impression of this Elder Yang. He was none other than the sage-like old man. Before they set off, he had advised Princess Huan Shui to bring more people with her. Obviously, this Elder Yang was also a person who hid a knife behind a smile. Elder Yang smiled and said, that's good. During the time that the princess was away, the 5 of us were quite worried about the princess. After hearing Elder Yang's words, Lin Feng couldn't help but be speechless. In terms of shamelessness, compared to these guys, it was really too far behind them. There was a saying, a shameless person is invincible in the world. These old foxes were all such people. Princess Huan Shui smiled and said, "The five of you treat me like your own granddaughter, and your care for me has touched me greatly. Considering that the five of you are getting on in years, it's time for you to retire, so why don't you put down your burdens and go home to recuperate?" Princess Huan Shui's words almost made Lin Feng laugh out loud. The first sentence praised the five elders very highly. The second sentence, she wanted the five elders to hand over the authority in their hands. Of course, although Princess Huan Shui didn't say it so directly, the five elders knew what she meant. Therefore, the faces of the five pavilion elders instantly darkened. Although they had already guessed it, they still couldn't accept it in their hearts. The faces of the five great pavilions were uncertain. Therefore, the atmosphere was somewhat oppressive. Elder Yang said, "It's our honor that the princess is so considerate of us. We're indeed old, so I'm willing to go back and enjoy my remaining years." Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at Elder Yang. This old fellow. He was no ordinary person. He could see things much more clearly than the others. The other four pavilion elders saw that Elder Yang Ji actually agreed. Their faces are set. His expression became uglier and uglier. However, they didn't say anything. They didn't agree, nor did they refuse. Princess Huan Shui looked at the four pavilion elders and said, "Elder Yang has already agreed. What do the four pavilion elders think?" At that moment, one of the elders said, "Your Highness, I feel that I'm quite energetic, so I'd like to help Your Highness for a few more years. What about you guys?" Princess Huan Shui looked at the other three pavilion elders. "That's what we thought too." The other three pavilion elders said. Princess Huan Shui said, "But what if I say no?" The expressions of the four pavilion elders changed slightly. Princess Huan Shui was too domineering today. She was different from the Princess Huan Shui they knew. However, the four pavilion elders weren't necessarily afraid of Princess Huan Shui. After all, they had the five elemental sacred treasures of the Mermaid Empire. The five elemental sacred treasures were extremely terrifying. If they were to move together, furthermore, it could form a very special connection. Once this special connection was formed, the five elemental sacred treasures would be extremely powerful, so the pavilion elders had nothing to fear. Although Elder Yang Ji had chosen to retreat in order to advance, they didn't believe that Elder Yang Ji would stand by and do nothing if they were to fall out. One of the pavilion elders said, "Your Highness, could it be that you want to forcefully take back our authority? Have you forgotten how much we've contributed to the Mermaid Empire all these years? If it weren't for us, the Mermaid Empire would have ceased to exist long ago." Princess Huan Shui said, "Naturally, I've seen all the contributions you've made over the years. It's because I'm grateful to the five of you for your contributions to the Mermaid Empire that I want the five of you to retire." The pavilion elder was choked by Princess Huan Shui's words. It seemed that Princess Huan Shui was determined to take back her authority. At that moment, Miyu said, "Everyone, don't forget that we're all Her Highness subject. Our current status was bestowed upon us by the imperial family. Her Highness is about to inherit the throne. Are you not going to listen to her orders? Now, let's take out the seals we have." One of the pavilion elders snorted and said, "It's impossible for us to take out our seals." Another pavilion elder said, "Your Highness, for the sake of power, you're treating us so cruelly. Aren't you afraid that you'll disappoint the Empire's subjects?" Princess Huan Shui said, "Pavilion elders, do you really want to make things clear? All these years, you've colluded with the patrolling demon god and even wanted to use him to get rid of me. Do you really think that I don't know anything?" The faces of the five pavilion elders changed abruptly. Naturally, they wouldn't admit to these things. If they did, they would be condemned by everyone. Moreover, they would become sinners of the Empire. However, Pavilion Elder Yang's face recovered the fastest. He had already submitted his proof of allegiance, so he could sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. In any case, Pavilion Elder Yang wasn't willing to participate in today's dispute. One of the pavilion elders said, "Your Highness, we're truly heartbroken. We are truly heartbroken because His Highness, for the sake of power, is willing to slander us old officials like this. All these years, we've worked our hearts out for the Empire. We've sacrificed too much, but in the end, we're only going to be accused of some groundless crimes. After hearing the pavilion elder's words, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel speechless. Wasn't this old thing a little too shameless? How could he say something like that? Princess Huan Shui said, "Pavilion elder, aren't you afraid of going against your conscience?" "I'm not afraid of confronting the higher-ups in front of the ancestor." "Would you dare?" After hearing Princess Huan Shui's words, the pavilion elder's face sank. He said in a low voice, "Your Highness, you've gone too far today." Princess Huan Shui stood up from the throne and walked down step by step. "You've gone too far. I gave you a chance, and Minister Yang was very sensible, so he seized the opportunity. However, you didn't cherish it. Since that's the case, I have no choice but to suppress the four of you. Rest assured, I will spare your lives for the sake of our past friendship." Princess Huan Shui waved her hand as soon as she finished speaking. Following that, a faintly discernible immortal mountain appeared. Chapter 52-43. Inside the main hall. Here's a free novel series. Only Lin Feng, The Cursed Doll, Little Y, Princess Huan Shui, The Mermaid Ancestor, and me you were left. Ancestor, you've come out. Princess Huan Shui bowed to the old man. Yes. The old man nodded, then a smile appeared on his face. No need to be so courteous. Princess Huan Shui stood up and smiled. Ancestor, these three are my friends. This is young Master Ji. This is the Cursed Doll. This is little wife Y, Senior. Lin Feng cupped his fists. The Cursed Doll cupped his fists as well. Even little wife Y cupped her fists in greeting. Lin Feng guessed that the old man was probably a holy celestial cultivator. A powerhouse of that level. Naturally, it was terrifying. He deserved to be called a senior. Of course. If Lin Feng said that he was afraid of the old man, it would be nonsense. If Lin Feng wanted to leave now, even a saint immortal would not be able to do anything to him. Lin Feng was confident. The mermaid ancestor smiled. Why is there a little kid here? Grandpa, when I grow up, I won't be a little kid anymore. Haha, you're so mischievous. The mermaid ancestor couldn't help but laugh. Princess Huan Shui said, Ancestor, my friend wishes to inquire about the ancient city in the deep sea from you. I wonder if you can tell my friend some information about the ancient city. The deep sea ancient city? The mermaid ancestor frowned and said, the deep sea ancient city is very ominous, so it's best if you give up on this idea. Lin Feng said, it's because I promised the Lady of the Sea God that I would bury her corpse under a cherry blossom tree in her homeland. The Lady of the Sea God. The ancestor of the Mermaid Empire was startled and said, but you have to know that the ancient sea god city is a very dangerous place. Once you enter, you'll be doomed. Therefore, I think you should think about it carefully. Lin Feng replied, I've already made up my mind. No matter how dangerous it is, I'll go to the ancient city of the sea god. The Mermaid Empire's ancestor said, since you've made up your mind, I can tell you some information about the ancient city. After sinking a little, the ancestor of the Mermaid Empire said, head northwest, and you'll find the ancient city of the sea god when you see an inverted city in the middle of the ocean. Is this place hard to find? Lin Feng asked. Difficult. The Mermaid Empire's ancestor nodded and said, if you're lucky, you might be able to find it quickly, but if you're unlucky, you might not be able to find it in your entire life. F***CK. There's such a situation. The Cursed Doll could not help but roll its eyes. Of course. If it was so easy to find, why couldn't so many powers find the ancient city even after searching for so many years? The ancestor of the Mermaid Empire said. Lin Feng nodded. The ancestor of the Mermaid Empire's ancestor was right. However, now that Lin Feng knew about the ancient city of the sea god, this was the best news he could get. The ancestor of the Mermaid Empire didn't stay for long and quickly left. Lin Feng looked at Princess Huan Shui and said, right now, we have to be wary of the Sea Devil Empire, the secluded Devil Empire, and the patrolling Devil God joining forces to deal with the Mermaid Empire. I think that this war will erupt sooner or later. Princess Huan Shui said, "This war is unavoidable. However, you don't have to worry. The Mermaid Empire's foundation isn't limited to the deep-sea monsters and the ancestor. We have even more terrifying secrets. Even the Fifth Elder doesn't know about them. If we use them at a critical moment, they'll be in big trouble." Hearing Princess Huan Shui's words, Lin Feng's heart trembled slightly. It seemed that the Mermaid Empire was indeed extraordinary. After all, their ancestors might have come from the same lineage as the sea god. It seemed to be very normal for them to possess some unimaginably powerful means. Lin Feng said, "That's good. If you need my help, just say the word, and I'll do my best to help." "I will." Princess Huan Shui said. Lin Feng said, "We're planning to go to the northwest region to take a look, so we won't stay here any longer. Maybe those people are still waiting outside. That's why we can't go back the way we came. Otherwise, we might be blocked by those guys. We have a sealed teleportation array here. Come with me, I'll open it and send you out." Princess Huan Shui said. "Okay." Lin Feng nodded and didn't stand on ceremony with Princess Huan Shui. Lin Feng and the other two followed Princess Huan Shui and Mi Yu to a house in the depths of the city. This house was covered by a restriction, and no one could enter without a token. It seemed that this house was very important. Things like teleportation arrays were more special. If they encountered an unsolvable crisis, they could use teleportation arrays to leave. Therefore, teleportation arrays were often located in important places. There was an ancient teleportation array in the middle of the courtyard. The teleportation array was even covered with a thick layer of dust. It seemed that Princess Huan Shui was right. This teleportation array had been sealed for many years and hadn't been used. Princess Huan Shui activated the teleportation array. Waves of divine light emanated from the teleportation array. Lin Feng, the cursed doll, and little Y entered the teleportation array. "Have a safe journey. Be careful," Princess Huan Shui instructed. "I will." Lin Feng nodded. "Please don't die," Mi Yu said. Lin Feng was stunned. He didn't expect a beauty like Mi Yu to care about him. Lin Feng said, "Let's live together until the next era." Lin Feng waved at the two of them. Then, Lin Feng, the cursed doll, and little Y were teleported out. When they reappeared, they were already in the sea outside. "Where is this place? Is it far from where we're going?" the cursed doll muttered. Lin Feng looked at the surrounding sea, then took out the heart compass to determine their location. He pointed in a direction and said, "Go in this direction. It's not wrong." Then, the three of them quickly flew in the direction Lin Feng pointed. 10 days later, more and more islands appeared in the vision of Lin Feng and the others. Sometimes, an island would appear 10 kilometers away. If it was further, an island would appear about 50 kilometers away. If one looked down from above, they could see that Area P was full of islands. Chapter 52-44. It's here. Memorized in a second. Wonderful, no pop-up window free reading, Lin Feng said. The cursed doll nodded and said, "Let's look around." And so, Lin Feng, the cursed doll, and little Y began their search. They searched for half a month, but there were no clues at all. They rested on the beach of an island. Lin Feng said gloomily, "There aren't any clues at all. This is really strange. I wonder where the ancient city of Sea God is hidden." The cursed doll smiled bitterly and said, "It's really too much of a scam. We've been searching for half a month and still haven't found any clues. We must be extremely lucky to be able to find the ancient city of Sea God." Little Y was playing with sand at the side. He was still at the age where he was carefree. Searching for the ancient city of Sea God with Lin Feng and the cursed doll was no different from playing around. "What do we do next?" the cursed doll asked Lin Feng. "Perhaps we can ask Great Sage Martin," Lin Feng said. "Let's try," the cursed doll said. "Great Sage Martin, come out," Lin Feng shouted. Great Sage Martin did not move. "Great Sage Martin, stop playing dead. Come out," Lin Feng continued. Great Sage Martin appeared and said speechlessly, "You still haven't given me something. Why are you calling me now?" Lin Feng said, Once I find what I promised you, I'll definitely give it to you. Now, let's talk about another business deal. Sacred Martin said, I know you want me to help you find the ancient city of the sea god, but I can tell you frankly that you don't need to waste your efforts. You won't be able to find the ancient city of the sea god. What do you mean by that? Lin Feng asked. Great Sage Martin said, the ancient city of sea god is no longer in this space-time. Lin Feng could not help but frown when he heard that. The ancient city of sea god is buried in the past. Theoretically speaking, it's impossible to find it. The cursed doll said. Great Sage Martin said. Buried in the past? Then why did some people from the Mermaid Empire enter the ancient city of sea god? The Sacred Martin Immortal said, theoretically, it's impossible to find the ancient city of the sea god, but that doesn't mean that it's impossible to find it. There's still some hope of finding it. The people of the Mermaid Empire were able to find the ancient city of the sea god because the people of the Mermaid Empire are from the Mermaid clan. They share the same origin as the sea god. Therefore, they might be able to sense some things that others can't. Therefore, they entered the ancient city of the sea god. Chapter 52-45. After hearing Lin Feng's words, the cursed doll's face became uncertain. Gee. Lin Feng's speculation was too bold. The line of sky mentioned in the limerick was that flash of light. Wouldn't that mean, perhaps the sea god's ancient city was really nearby? The cursed doll thought carefully. Thinking about this possibility, is X big enough? After thinking for a while, the cursed doll felt that this possibility seemed to be quite big. The cursed doll said, if that beam of light is really the line of sky mentioned in the limerick, what should we do next? Lin Feng said, it's very simple. We'll stand at the place where the beam of light appeared and wait for it to appear again. Will that work? The cursed doll asked in surprise. Lin Feng said, I don't know if it will work, but we can give it a try. I think there shouldn't be a problem. Whether it would work or not was still unknown. Lin Feng wasn't confident either. Because that was just Lin Feng's guess. But regardless of whether it would work or not, Lin Feng planned to give it a try. If he didn't give it a try, he wouldn't know if it would work or not. So they began to wait. 3 days later. Before 6 o'clock in the evening. Lin Feng and the other two flew to the void where the beam of light had swept past. They waited for the beam of light to appear again. It was about 6 o'clock. The beam of light actually appeared again. The beam of light streaked across the void. It was dazzling. As Lin Feng and the other two were standing in the path of the beam of light, when the beam of light appeared and shone on Lin Feng and the other two, Lin Feng immediately saw an ancient city appear in the ocean. It was only for a moment. When the beam of light disappeared, the ancient city disappeared without a trace. However, this was enough to make Lin Feng and the other two extremely excited. The sea god's ancient city. That ancient city, it must be the sea god's ancient city. After working so hard for so long, they had finally found the sea god's ancient city. No matter who it was, they would probably be extremely excited. Damn it. We finally found it. Chapter 52-46. The cursed doll said, yes, this period of time is indeed the strongest period of the Sea Clan. However, no matter how strong a force is, there will be a day when it will be destroyed. Looking at free serial novels to read, this was indeed something that could not be denied. In this world, there seemed to be no immortal force. For example, the mastermind behind the scenes. Who knew if the mastermind behind the scenes would be destroyed in the future? Perhaps it would. Let's go inside and take a look. Lin Feng said. The cursed doll nodded. The three of them walked towards Lin Feng. The street was very wide. It was also very clean. What surprised Lin Feng and the others was that the entire ancient city seemed to be very intact. It did not seem like it had experienced a great battle. Lin Feng still remembered some legends. The great battle back then was extremely tragic. Even the ancient city of the sea god had fallen. If the great battle back then was really so tragic. Logically speaking, the ancient city of the sea god should have been severely damaged. But what about the truth? The ancient city of the sea god was not damaged. This point. It made people feel puzzled. Could the rumors be false? Lin Feng said. The cursed doll could not help but frown. He also felt that something was not right. After all, it was something that happened a long time ago. It was hard to say whether some of the rumors were true or not. In this world, fake news had always been flying around. Moreover, it was something that happened countless years ago. There are indeed many strange things about the events back then. The cursed doll said. Too many things happened in that turbulent era. The truth of many things has long been buried by history. What is presented in front of everyone are some false rumors. Lin Feng said. This kind of situation was really too common. Of course. Lin Feng was not particularly concerned about whether or not the ancient city of the sea god was destroyed because of the great battle. Lin Feng only cared about three things. First, let the sea woman return to her roots. Second, whether or not he could obtain an opportunity here. Third, whether or not he would encounter danger here. If he could, Lin Feng naturally did not want to encounter danger here. He hoped that the sea woman would protect them. Lin Feng could only pray like this. Lin Feng and the other two increased their speed. They didn't search the surrounding mansions for anything. Instead, they headed straight for the depths of the imperial city. Big brother, I don't feel comfortable. Little woman Y tugged on the corner of Lin Feng's shirt. The little fellow's face didn't look too good. Lin Feng asked, "What's wrong?" "I don't know, but I just don't feel comfortable." Little Y can sense some special auras. Perhaps he sensed something, but is too young to express it. The cursed doll said. Lin Feng's expression became serious. This was not good news at all. It would be best if everything was calm and peaceful. He was most afraid of strange things happening. Furthermore, this was a place that was said to be cursed. Lin Feng carried a lot of curses on his body, such as the curse of the human pea, the curse of the celestial master, and so on. Although during this period of time, the curse on his body did not harm Lin Feng in the future. However, he could not guarantee when these curses would appear. Lin Feng did not know why these curses did not appear. However, Lin Feng felt that one of the reasons might have something to do with him becoming stronger and stronger. Would the curse also become stronger and stronger? Lin Feng felt that this was also very likely. It was not necessarily a good thing that these curses did not appear for a long time. Because, perhaps, these curses were brewing some ultimate killing move. If that was the case, then he would have to be on guard. Perhaps, these curses would suddenly appear and catch Lin Feng off guard. Because the curse was too powerful, Lin Feng would not be able to resist the power of the curse and might die miserably in the end. Lin Feng had already considered these things. Therefore, when entering the cursed lands, Lin Feng was often very careful. Because of these cursed lands, it was often an inducement factor. When this inducement factor appeared, something terrifying might happen next. He had to be on guard. However, even though the unknown danger was gradually approaching, Lin Feng and the cursed doll were unable to discover this danger. This was the most terrifying point. Lin Feng said, "Let's speed up." Their speed became even faster. About the next day, Lin Feng and the other two arrived at the palace. The palace was built in a magnificent manner. But now, it was empty. The three of them entered the palace. Then, they headed straight for the harem. In front was the place to deal with government affairs, and behind was the place to live. There were many courtyards in the harem. Lin Feng was a little confused as to which one was the Sea Queen's residence. Lin Feng looked at the Sea Queen and said, "Fairy, can you give me some hints? Where did you live before?" The Sea Queen was very peaceful. Just like Sleeping Beauty, there was no movement at all. Thus, Lin Feng and the others could only search the courtyards one by one. Perhaps when they found the cherry blossom tree, they found the courtyard where the Sea Queen lived back then. Why do I feel that the Yi-Chi in this damned place is very strong? The cursed doll said. Lin Feng said, "I can feel it too, but don't be afraid. We have a little wife by our side." Lin Feng's words had a double meaning. After hearing Lin Feng's words, the cursed doll revealed a smile. That's right. They had a little wife by their side. If any terrifying evil spirits appeared, there was no need to be afraid. After searching many courtyards, they could not find a courtyard where the cherry blossom tree grew. This made Lin Feng and the other two a little depressed. However, they could only continue to search. They searched through the harem. They also did not find a courtyard where the cherry blossom tree grew. No, it's really strange. Logically speaking, there should be one. Lin Feng could not help but say. He frowned. Everything in front of him was quite strange. The cursed doll also felt very strange. This place was full of strange places. The evil chi is even stronger. The cursed doll said. Lin Feng smiled bitterly and said, yes, the only thing I'm glad about is that I don't feel the power of the curse for the time being. Since we can't find that courtyard, why don't we look for the treasury here? The cursed doll said with a grin. He was thinking about the treasury here. Lin Feng nodded and said, okay, let's see where the treasury is. Lin Feng was also very interested in the treasury left behind by the sea god. Thus, he, the cursed doll, and little wife began to look for the treasury. However, they could not find the treasury's whereabouts. Gee, we can't even find the treasury. The cursed doll could not help but feel depressed. Lin Feng said, this place is really strange. Other than an ancient city, there's nothing. There's not even a corpse tank. Sob sob sob. Just as Lin Feng's voice fell, the sound of a woman crying suddenly came from the depths. Chapter 52:47. When the crying sound was heard, Lin Feng's face revealed an extremely shocked expression. What? Whose cries were those? It actually sounded at this moment. Let's go inside and take a look. Lin Feng said. Although it was extremely eerie to hear the sound of crying at this time, looking at it from another perspective, it was an extremely eerie thing. The sudden crying sound. It provided Lin Feng and the others with new clues. They had been searching for a long time. But they couldn't find anything. But now, after finding the source of the sobbing sound, they finally knew what to do next. The three of them followed the crying sound. They passed through layers of courtyards. They saw a courtyard on the left. The crying sound came from this courtyard. But, when Lin Feng saw the courtyard, he frowned. If he remembered correctly, before, they didn't see this courtyard. Lin Feng remembered that this area should be a pond. But now it had become a courtyard. It was really a strange and unpredictable place. The cursed doll obviously noticed this as well. He said, we were here just now. The location of this courtyard was a pond. That's right. Lin Feng nodded and said. But now, it has turned into a courtyard, and the sound of women crying is coming from inside. What happened in the end? I think we should be more careful, the cursed doll said. He appeared to be very cautious. It was no wonder that the cursed doll was so cautious. It was because the situation in front of them was too strange. They had to be cautious. Said Lin Feng. I have the feeling that some unknown things will be revealed soon, said Lin Feng. Since they had already come here, there was naturally no reason to go back. So, the three of them walked towards the courtyard. They entered the courtyard. Then, they saw an ancient tree in the middle of the courtyard. It was a cherry blossom tree. When they saw the cherry blossom tree, Lin Feng was shocked. The cherry blossom tree they had been looking for. It was actually in this courtyard. Under the cherry blossom tree sat a beautiful F-person. That beautiful F-person looked to be around 37 or 38 years old. She had a noble temperament. But now, she was crying under the cherry blossom tree. She was crying very sadly. Who is she? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. A beautiful F-person was crying in the courtyard of the sea woman. Why was she crying? Was she crying for the sea woman's death? At this moment, a man with extraordinary martial prowess arrived. He looked at the crying beauty and said, she has passed away. The beauty said, why? Why didn't you send someone to save her? You could have saved her. If you had saved her earlier, she definitely wouldn't have died. The valiant-looking man said, she went against the ancestral teachings. Since she went against the ancestral teachings, whatever happened to her has nothing to do with our clan. Ancestral teachings? The beauty said angrily, "Is it because she turned into a human and went to the mainland? If the men of my clan can go to the mainland, why can't the women of my clan go to the mainland? Is it because she went to the mainland that she was mercilessly abandoned by her clan?" The man said, "This is the rule that has been passed down for countless years. To put it bluntly, it's because of their hypocritical and self-righteous self-esteem. Some people always want to use these so-called ancestral teachings to show how supreme the power in the hands of men is. Women are destined to only serve as a foil. Women's freedom is restricted. If they do something wrong, it's a violation of the ancestral teachings. What a big hat, such ancestral teachings, it's better not to have it." The beauty said while crying. Slap. The valiant man slapped the beautiful F***'s face. Then, he said angrily, "What nonsense are you talking about? Do you know that what you just said is enough to make you lose 10 heads? The beauty was completely stunned. Perhaps she didn't expect that the man who used to love her so much would treat her like this. People would change, as time passed. Everything would change, including feelings. Everything would change. The beautiful woman said, "She's your daughter. She's still young, and she's very kind," so she was deceived and went ashore. Then, those people found out her true identity, and she became a prisoner. She's been tortured, and she's already been tortured a lot. Can't you give her a chance? I really don't understand. Why can't you give her a chance?" Chapter 52-48. I really didn't expect that she would end up like this. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. The fate of the sea woman's mother was too tragic. It really made those who heard it sad and those who saw it cry. And the sea woman's father. The sea god of this generation was actually such a person. What else could Lin Feng say? After that, a few more scenes appeared. The sea woman's mother was placed in the courtyard where the sea woman used to live. Then, that courtyard was set ablaze. The sea god stood not far away with his hands behind his back, looking at everything in front of him. No one knew what the sea god was thinking. How can I face my own people? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. Although Lin Feng had a lot of women. However, Lin Feng wasn't a heartless person. Lin Feng would do his best to AI the women who followed him. It wasn't easy being a woman. So, when a woman is willing to follow you, you have to AI that woman. Those men who beat women. Not men. But a man like the sea god who was heartless to his own women wasn't a man either. Men were afraid of entering the wrong line of work. Women were afraid of marrying the wrong man. This sentence. It made sense. Looking at the burning courtyard, Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. No wonder he couldn't find the courtyard where the sea woman used to live, it had been burned to ashes. All the scenes suddenly stopped. Lin Feng and the others returned to the real world. There was no courtyard in front of them. There was only a pool. The crying also disappeared. Was everything an illusion? No. That wasn't an illusion. Everything was real. What they saw, what they heard, what they saw. It was all real. What happened in the past? Now. Everything was repeating itself. I sold my soul to the Lord of Curses. I am willing to suffer the pain of reincarnation for billions of years. I hope that my daughter can be resurrected. A voice suddenly resounded between heaven and earth. When that voice spread in the air, Lin Feng was astonished. It was the voice of the sea woman's mother. This voice was filled with longing for the sea woman, filled with disappointment towards this world, and also filled with endless sorrow. It was before death. Was it an oath? Chapter 52-49. Sob sob sob. Free serialization. The sea woman knelt in front of the pool, crying in pain. She seemed to know everything that had happened in the past. This was a huge blow to her. Lin Feng stood not far away and watched all of this. He couldn't help but sigh slightly. The sea woman's heart must be extremely uncomfortable. Lin Feng couldn't persuade the sea woman about this kind of thing. He hoped that the sea woman could walk out of her sadness. Just as the sea woman was crying non-stop. Suddenly, the pool of water began to bubble. What's going on? Lin Feng revealed a surprised expression. This scene was really a bit strange. He didn't know what was going on either. The cursed doll said, There won't be any more changes, right? There's really such a possibility, Lin Feng nodded. Even the sea woman was attracted by the changes in the pool. She stopped crying. Then, she looked at the pool. Now, the situation in the pool was indeed very strange. They didn't know what was going on. Everyone continued to observe, waiting for the changes in the pool to end. A hand. The cursed doll exclaimed. Lin Feng was also surprised. A hand actually stretched out of the pool. It was indeed too strange. The hand looked very slender. It seemed to be the hand of a woman. It can't be a water corpse, right? The cursed doll muttered. Water corpses were also a type of Y corpse. However, water corpses were different from ordinary Y corpses. Water corpses were more special. Usually, they were corpse tea that was buried in water. After a series of changes, finally, they gained intelligence. The methods they grasped were also different from the Y corpses in the inland world. It was said that water corpses had a stronger recovery ability. It was very difficult for AJ to kill a water corpse. This pool was excavated after the sea woman's residence was burned to ashes. Whose corpse would be buried inside? Chapter 5250. Sob sob sob. Free serialization. The sea woman knelt in front of the pool and cried in pain. She seemed to know everything that happened in the past. This was a huge blow to her. Lin Feng stood not far away and watched all of this. He couldn't help but sigh slightly. The sea woman's heart must be feeling extremely uncomfortable, right? Lin Feng couldn't persuade the sea woman about this kind of thing. He hoped that the sea woman could walk out of her sadness. Just as the sea woman was crying non-stop, suddenly, the pool of water began to bubble. What's going on? Lin Feng revealed a surprised expression. This scene was really strange. He didn't know what was going on either. The cursed doll said, "Will there be any more changes?" "It's really possible," Lin Feng nodded. Even the sea woman was attracted by the changes in the pool. She stopped crying. Then, she looked at the pool. Now, the situation in the pool was indeed very strange. They didn't know what was going on. Everyone continued to observe, waiting for the changes in the pool to end. A hand. The cursed doll exclaimed. Lin Feng was also surprised. A hand actually stretched out of the pool. It was indeed too strange. The hand looked very slender. It seemed to be the hand of a woman. It can't be a water corpse, right? The cursed doll muttered. Water corpses were also a type of Y corpses. But water corpses were different from ordinary Y corpses. Water corpses were more special. Usually, they were corpse tea that was buried in water. After a series of changes, finally, they gained intelligence. The methods they grasped were also different from the Y corpses in the inland world. It was said that the recovery ability of water corpses was stronger. It was very difficult for AJ to kill a water corpse. This pool was excavated after the sea woman's residence was burned to ashes. Whose corpse tea would be buried in it? Perhaps they would be able to see the identity of the corpse tea soon because the corpse tea was trying to climb out. It probably wouldn't take long. It would be able to climb out. As expected. It was just as Lin Feng and the others had guessed. Not long after, the corpse tea's head also emerged from the water. It was a seductive face. When he saw this face, Lin Feng couldn't help but be slightly surprised. Wasn't this the favored concubine? It's you, J-man. After seeing the concubine, the sea woman immediately cursed. The reason why High Envy's mother died so tragically was because of his favorite concubine. High Envy's hatred towards the favored concubine. Even the water of the 5 lakes and 4 seas would not be able to wash it clean. This hatred. It had already penetrated deep into his soul. Your mother's death has nothing to do with me. It really has nothing to do with me. Your mother missed you too much and died of grief, said the concubine. This woman thought that the sea woman didn't know anything, so she wanted to deceive the sea woman. As she spoke, her body trembled violently. He seemed to be in great pain. Do you have the face to say such words? High Envy said coldly. The concubine said, everything I said is true. Do you still remember? When we were young, I doted on you so much. Can you save me? Lin Feng originally thought that Hai Envy would directly refuse and then kill the concubine, but Hai Envy did not do so. Hai Envy looked at the concubine and said, "How did you become like this? It's a curse. It's a curse." Back then, the heavens were in chaos. The ancient city of the sea god also fell into a great war. But your father was defeated, so your father took the initiative to withdraw from the battlefield. The ancient city of the sea god entered the deep sea world, hoping to avoid this calamity, but who would have thought that we would encounter something even more terrifying? When the concubine talked about what happened in the past, her face became extremely pale. She did not continue. It was as if she was still in a state of shock. Hai Envy did not ask about the concubine. Instead, she let the concubine stabilize her emotions. However, from her pale face, one could tell how terrifying the things that happened back then were. Lin Feng muttered in his heart. This was because he realized that some of the rumors about the sea god did not match the truth. 1. Chapter 52-51. Where is he? Her voice trembled slightly. Obviously, CNV was asking about him. She was probably referring to her father, Poseidon. It seemed that CNV should no longer recognize Poseidon as her father. After all, her father, whom she once loved and respected deeply, was also the one who indirectly caused her mother's death. This kind of thing could easily cause a psychological shadow. It was normal for CNV to not recognize her father. Your father's fate is the same as everyone else's, the concubine said. It seemed that even someone as powerful as Poseidon could not avoid the fate of being cursed. It's retribution, CNV said. She had experienced too many things, so she was no longer that simple young woman. She knew what kind of people were good to her. She knew what kind of people to cherish. She knew what kind of people to despise. Is this how you curse your father? You're getting more and more presumptuous. At that moment, a cold voice came from the pool. Then, Poseidon also emerged from the pool. However, Poseidon was also trapped in the pool and could not really leave the pool. After seeing Poseidon, Lin Feng could not help but roll his eyes. Although this guy was once a titled god. But so what? There was a problem with his character, and there was a huge problem with it. At that moment, he was neither human nor ghost. He still had that self-righteous look on his face. That was really ridiculous. Hey, who are you calling you? I'm my mother's you, not your you. CNV looked at Poseidon coldly. Seeing her father in such a miserable state, CNV did not feel any pity. Instead, she felt relieved. Who asked Poseidon to go so far? You disappoint me. Poseidon said with a sullen face. Chapter 52-52. The cursed doll still wanted to say something, but Lin Feng stopped it. Said Lin Feng. What's the point of arguing with him? There's no need. The cursed doll nodded and said, you can continue being a water corpse. We'll go out and have fun. Although they hadn't gained anything from this trip, being able to save the sea lady was already a great gain. Lin Feng looked at the sea lady and said, we can't stay here for long. Let's leave quickly. The sea lady nodded. Her mother had saved her with great difficulty. So, the sea lady didn't want to disappoint her mother. She wanted to live well. For herself. And for her mother. Don't leave me behind, you Don't leave me behind. I'm your father. Can you really bear to give up on your own father? The sea lady shouted. She wanted to gain the sea lady's sympathy. However, the sea lady had no intention of saving the sea lady. What were you thinking when you gave up on my mother? The sea lady said coldly. She then turned her head. She ignored the sea lady. Lin Feng and the others were about to leave quickly. Suddenly, the cursed doll shouted, not good, the aura of the curse. I can feel the aura of the curse. A powerful curse is approaching us. Let's leave quickly. Hearing this, the expressions of Lin Feng and the others changed. A group of people rushed outside. At that moment, a voice rang out. Don't even think about escaping. You won't be able to escape. When you came in, I already sealed the ancient city. Your every move is under my watch. I didn't show myself because I was secretly watching the show. However, the show is almost over. Now, I want to play some games with you. When the voice rang out, Lin Feng and the others stopped. Because an unknown and terrifying existence was blocking their path. This existence, it was surrounded by the endless curse power. They couldn't see its face clearly. However, they could feel its power. This existence was terrifying. It was unimaginable. Lin Feng knew. This existence was likely a creature born from the Lord of Curse's origin Qi. What kind of creature was he? Cursing living beings? Ahem, we don't want to play games. We just want to go home. The cursed doll coughed dryly and said. The cursed being looked at the cursed doll mockingly and said, "No matter what, you are still a cursed being. Why are you so cowardly? He's a disgrace to us cursed beings." The cursed doll could not help but mutter, "Is face more important than life?" But in the end, he didn't dare to say it out loud. Come to think of it, you're all fated with curses. Let's talk about you first. You're a special kind of cursed creature. You're a kind of cursed doll. The souls that possess you are cursed souls, and they've cultivated various curses. Next, let's talk about you. The cursed being pointed at Lin Feng and said, "You have several powerful curses on you. Generally speaking, one curse is enough to take your life. You have several curses on you, and you're living a carefree life. It's unbelievable." Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. Lin Feng did not find it strange that the cursed being could see through everything. After all, this cursed being was indeed extraordinary. The cursed being looked at the little son and said, "Little guy, you seem to have inherited a cursed bloodline. This means that your ancestor, or even your father or grandfather, was cursed. As for the sea lady, you and I are connected by fate. Your mother gave her soul to the curse's lord, otherwise, the curse's lord wouldn't have been able to descend to this world, and I wouldn't have been able to be born. Therefore, I have to thank you properly," said the sea lady. "No need to thank me," the sea maiden said coldly. The sea maiden said coldly, "Of course I have to thank you. If I didn't thank you, I wouldn't be at ease. In order to thank you, I've decided to release your father." Hearing this, Lin Feng and the others' expressions changed slightly. The cursed doll's face turned green. It had just had a verbal conflict with the sea goddess. The cursed being released the sea goddess. It definitely did not have good intentions. "Ha ha ha, I'm going to be free. I'm going to be free." The sea god couldn't help but cry out in excitement. The current sea goddess was no longer as handsome and heroic as she had been in the past. She looked like a complete madman. The cursed being sent out runes after runes. Those runes. They all flew towards the sea goddess. Runes appeared one after another. They all flowed into the sea goddess body. When those runes entered the sea goddess body, the pool's restriction on the sea goddess was gradually disappearing. Whoosh! The sea goddess flew out of the pool. "I'm free. I'm finally free. I'm free. I'm finally free." The sea goddess could not help but shout excitedly. Seeing the sea goddess like this, Lin Feng was speechless. If the people in the outside world knew that the sea goddess they worshipped was actually this kind of trash, they would definitely be extremely disappointed. The sea goddess' glorious image. Lin Feng's heart had already completely collapsed. "Do you want to become a real person?" The cursed being asked the sea goddess. "Yes, I do. I want to even in my dreams," the sea goddess hurriedly said. The cursed being revealed an extremely evil smile. "It's not easy to become a real person. You have to pay a price. As long as I can become a normal person, I'm willing to pay any price." "Is that so? Is there really any price?" the cursed being asked the sea goddess. "Of course." The sea goddess nodded. "I want to see you father and daughter kill each other. Can you do that?" the cursed being asked evilly. "That's just a small matter," the sea goddess said. F***ck, Lin Feng was speechless. The cursed being was too evil. The sea goddess was too much of a bastard. "Why are you so perverted?" Lin Feng looked at the cursed being, speechless. The cursed being laughed and said, "Am I a pervert? I think this is a very interesting thing. Controlling someone else's fate feels so good. Don't you think it's very interesting for father and daughter to kill each other in order to survive? Perverted, the cursed doll said. This is such a fun game, yet you think it's perverted? What boring fellows. The cursed being said loftily. Chapter 52-53. The sea god looked at her. He said, I gave you your life. Now, give it back to me. Lin Feng was speechless when he heard the sea god's words. What was shameless? What was shameless? What was a bastard? The sea god had it all. It seemed that gods and mortals were the same. Everything was for their own benefit. I gave my life back to you a long time ago. Her body began to tremble violently. Other people's fathers were willing to sacrifice themselves for their children. Her father, on the other hand, was willing to sacrifice his children again and again for her. She was very sad, very angry, and very pained. She had thought that after her mother's death, she would no longer feel this way. As it turned out, she had overestimated herself. She looked at the sea god and said, "My life now is because my mother sacrificed herself for me. What right do you have to ask me to give my life back to you? You used to be such an obedient and cute girl. You always listened to your father's words, but look at you now. You've completely changed. Your father's good impression of you has completely disappeared. How sad would your mother be if she knew that you've become like this?" The sea god said to her, "You still have the face to mention my mother? What right do you have to mention my mother? You don't have the right." She roared furiously. She had completely lost control of her emotions. It was difficult to suppress them. Her mother was destined to be a wound in her heart forever, a pain that would last forever. She missed her mother very much. Unfortunately, she would never be able to see her again. You're too unfilial. Since that's the case, I'll clean up the house today." The sea god said coldly. A large amount of corpse energy surged out of his body. The sea god was preparing a powerful attack. F***K, we're all here. Do you think we'll let you bully her? Lin Feng couldn't help but sneer. He leaped forward and arrived beside her. "Don't bully big sister." Little Sun's tender voice sounded. This little guy was very brave and knew how to protect women. It seems that even a 5-year-old child knows more about life than you do. It's really hard to understand how you were given the title of sea god back then. This title will be shamed because of you. The sea god originally wanted to attack immediately, but seeing that Lin Feng and the others had joined in, he decided not to. After hearing the cursed doll's words, the murderous intent in his heart intensified. He looked at the cursed being and asked, "So many people are ganging up on me. Is this fair?" The cursed being replied, "This world has never been fair. I've given you a chance, but whether or not you can grasp it will depend on your own abilities. You can choose to step back, and we'll deal with him." Lin Feng looked at the sea maiden and said. The sea girl bit her lip. She was hesitating. Should he make a move or not? That was her father. Could she lay a hand on her own father? Although she hated her father. Although she didn't admit that he was her father. However, that was her father. The sea woman chose to retreat. She hated the sea god. But in the end, he couldn't attack the sea god. That was her inner world. In the end, she was still kind. "Those who stand in my way will die." The sea god's voice was ice cold. He hugged the moon with both hands, and in an instant, an enormous ball of energy appeared in his embrace. The sea god took out the ball of energy. Bang! That ball of energy immediately exploded and an earth-shattering strength moved towards Lin Feng and the two others. "Retreat!" Lin Feng shouted. The sea god had already turned into a yin corpse. However, this fellow was still unimaginably terrifying. He was truly too powerful. Lin Feng was shocked. He, Little Sun, and the cursed doll quickly retreated. They dodged the ball of energy's attack. The cursed doll chanted an incantation, wanting to attack the sea god with the Tao of curses. As for Little Sun, he tried to use the rising sun in his body to deal with the sea god. The rising sun. The purest sun. It was extremely lethal against yin corpses like the sea god. It was the most powerful of all. Lin Feng was also preparing a powerful divine ability. Lin Feng planned to use a curse technique. Because the cursed doll was proficient in the Tao of Curses, Lin Feng also used the Tao of Curses, combining it with the cursed doll. They could erupt with even more power. However, the sea god didn't give Lin Feng, the cursed doll, and Little Sun a chance to use their divine abilities. He quickly attacked, his sharp claws sweeping towards Lin Feng and the others. This fellow. He wanted to win with speed. Unparalleled speed, a powerful physical body, and venomous corpse claws. This was what the sea god relied on. Therefore, Lin Feng and the others didn't even have a chance to use their divine abilities. Lin Feng hurriedly punched out to block the sea god's attack. Little Sun and the cursed doll also hurriedly attacked. They were sent flying by the sea god's terrifying corpse claws. Fortunately, their palms were wrapped in magic power, so they weren't scratched by the corpse claws. When the three of them were sent flying, the sea god attacked again. This time, the sea god locked onto Little Sunday. I'll take your dog life first. The sea god sneered at Little Sunday. Not good. Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. He wanted to help, but it was too late. Little Sun's face was pale with fright. Bang! However, at this moment, a pearl flew out of the void. This pearl was called the Deep Sea Arcane Pearl, and it was one of the most precious treasures of the merfolk. It had always been carried by the Sea Lady. The sea god was sent flying. The Sea Lady had attacked. Ha ha ha, the Sea Lady has attacked. The battle between father and daughter has begun. How interesting. The cursed creature couldn't help but laugh. When he heard this fellow's laughter, Lin Feng had the urge to tear him to pieces. This demon. He deserved to die. However, he had to deal with the sea god first. Hehe, I really raised an ingrate. She actually dares to work with others against her own father. The sea god's voice was cold. The Sea Lady said, "Give up. If you do, we won't make things difficult for you. Give up." The sea god sneered. "I want to be reborn, and all of you will die." The sea god's killing intent soared. Lin Feng took out the Epoch War Spear. He charged at the sea god with the spear in hand. The sea god was too fast. That was why he had to delay him. Otherwise, the cursed doll and Little Sun wouldn't be able to use their ultimate techniques. In a battle of this level, whether it was the cursed doll's Tao of Curses or the rising sun within Little Sun's body, both would play a crucial role in the battle. "I'll let you have a taste of my power." Lin Feng's expression was cold. He became one with his spear and instantly appeared in front of the sea god. Then, the Epoch War Spear in his hand. He thrust it at the sea god's chest. "Brat, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth." The sea god sneered. He waved his right hand, and his half-meter-long fingernail collided with Lin Feng's Epoch War Spear. He actually managed to block Lin Feng's attack. Next, the sea god's left hand grabbed at Lin Feng. The fingernail on the sea god's left hand transformed into 5 evil dragons. The tails of the dragons connected with the sea god's hand. The 5 evil dragons pounced toward the sea god. Then. Chapter 52-54. Whoosh. Lin Feng's chi was like a sword as he cut off the heads of the evil dragons one by one. The evil dragons were beheaded. 5 evil dragons. They turned into zombie claws again. The zombie claws clawed at Lin Feng again. The zombie claws' aura was terrifying. The zombie claws' power was also terrifying. Lin Feng retreated quickly. He dodged Poseidon's attack. However, Poseidon still held the Epoch War Spear in his hand. "This war spear is not bad. I want it." Poseidon sneered. "You wish." Lin Feng sneered. He activated the Epoch War Spear with his mind. Suddenly, something shocking happened. The Epoch War Spear spun rapidly. As the Epoch War Spear spun, a powerful force appeared. It vibrated out from the Epoch War Spear. The powerful force shook off Poseidon's claw. Then, it stabbed towards Poseidon. However, at that moment, dense runes appeared in front of Poseidon. Those runes blocked the attack of the Epoch War Spear. Poseidon's means were terrifying. Poseidon began to condense runes. Dense runes formed. He wanted to seal Lin Feng's Epoch War Spear. The Epoch War Spear was indeed a heaven-defying treasure. It was no wonder that Poseidon was interested in Lin Feng's treasure. However, at that moment, Poseidon controlled the orb to attack Poseidon. The orb turned into a stream of light and charged towards Poseidon. Then, it hit Poseidon hard. Poseidon's expression turned ugly. He had to stop condensing runes to suppress the Epoch War Spear. He turned to deal with Poseidon's orb. Bang! Poseidon and Poseidon's orb collided. The orb was indeed powerful. The impact forced Poseidon to retreat. Lin Feng rushed over and grabbed the Epoch War Spear. He did not continue to stab Poseidon. Instead, he held the Epoch War Spear with both hands. Then, he whipped it towards Poseidon. Bang! Poseidon could not dodge in time and was sent flying by Lin Feng's Epoch War Spear. How terrifying was Lin Feng's strength! Therefore, the sea god was sent flying by Lin Feng's Epochal War Spear. The sound of bones cracking could be heard. It was unknown how many of the sea god's bones had been broken by Lin Feng. The sea god's face turned extremely pale. Although he was a yin corpse, but he would also be injured. "I want your lives." The sea god roared furiously. Sea god's apocalypse. The sea god shouted coldly. Next. Behind sea god. Then, a gigantic deity appeared. That god. He wore a crown on his head and stepped on a dragon, holding a trident. Heavenly Law's embodiment technique. It was actually a Heavenly Law's embodiment of heaven and earth formed by the sea god. The Heavenly Law's embodiment of earth wielded Lin Feng's trident and swept towards Lin Feng and the sea lady. Break. Lin Feng wielded the Epoch War Spear and charged towards the trident. Meanwhile, the sea maiden controlled the pearl to attack the trident. Clang, clang. 2 consecutive violent collisions could be heard. Lin Feng's Epoch War Spear and the sea maiden's pearl collided with the trident. Lin Feng immediately felt an earth-shattering power surging towards him. In the next moment, Lin Feng was sent flying. The sea maiden's pearl was also sent flying. It wasn't that Lin Feng wasn't strong enough. It was that the sea god was too strong. The sea god was a saint realm cultivator at his peak. Although his cultivation level had dropped because he had become a yin corpse. However, he still possessed an extremely heaven-defying battle strength. The sea god was an existence. He was indeed too difficult to deal with. The sea god didn't deal with Lin Feng. Now, for the sea god. The most important thing was to kill his daughter as soon as possible. He didn't want to kill Lin Feng. Killing Lin Feng was of no use to him. Killing the sea maiden. He could be reborn. Once he was reborn, he could play Lin Feng and the others to death in any way he wanted to play Lin Feng and the others to death. The sea god's wishful thinking was quite good. But just as the sea god was about to kill the sea maiden, the sea god suddenly let out a low roar. It was a painful roar. Because the sea god's head, it was pierced. Blood flowed out from the bloody hole on his forehead. Ha 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 ha, do you know how powerful I am? The cursed doll laughed loudly. Just now, Lin Feng had bought time for the cursed doll and little son to attack. Therefore, he fought the sea god to the death. The cursed doll finally succeeded in hurting the sea god. For a yin corpse, the head. It was definitely one of the most vulnerable places. Therefore, the sea god was in great pain. His injuries were also very serious. It's you, it's you. You deserve to die 10,000 times. The sea god roared angrily. He glared at the cursed doll with resentment. However, he still pounced towards the sea maiden. His obsession was to kill the sea maiden first. Other things, they could all be delayed. This guy was really a heartless person. However, after the sea god's main body was injured, the crown-wearing existence that appeared behind him, the existence that taught him the Azure Dragon, his battle strength was also greatly affected. The existence's trident swept towards the sea maiden. The sea maiden tried to dodge, but she was unable to. However, Lin Feng appeared in front of the sea maiden in time, before the trident swept towards the sea maiden. Lin Feng held the Era War Spear in his hand. He blocked the trident's attack. God says, "The sun shines on the earth and will eventually dispel evil." At this moment, Lil Sun's young and tender face was filled with a sacred feeling. When Little Sun's voice faded away, the rising sun slowly rose into the sky. The rising sun was suspended in the void, shining with dazzling sunlight. The sunlight directly enveloped the sea god. Kai 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 kai. Suddenly, the sea god's body began to burn. The rising sun was indeed powerful. It was extremely effective against yin corpses. Therefore, the sea god's body could not withstand the attack released by the rising sun. Even the powerful existence that the sea god condensed was heavily injured. The powerful existence's body began to shake violently. Moreover, his body began to crack. In the blink of an eye, the powerful existence's body directly disintegrated. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng revealed a look of joy. He quickly charged towards the sea god. Lin Feng became one with the spear. He stabbed towards the sea god's head. "Want to kill me? No way." The sea god roared. He grabbed the epochal war spear with both hands and actually managed to grab the epochal war spear. However, at this moment, Lin Feng's Stone Man avatar silently appeared behind the sea god. The Stone Man avatar held a stone sword. The sword slashed towards the sea god. The sea god sensed the Stone Man avatar, but it was too late to dodge. The next moment. Chapter 52-55. Lin Feng recalled the golem clone. Then, he took out his heavenly fire. The flames burned fiercely. The sea god's head and body were enveloped in flames. As the heavenly fire burned, the sea god's head and body quickly dried up. However, the sea god did not die immediately. Can you really bear to watch them kill me? I'm your father. Save me. I don't want to die. The sea god's head spoke. It asked the sea lady for help. TSK. Sea lady, no matter what, his blood flows in your veins. Do you really want to see him die so miserably? The cursed being looked at the sea lady. This guy, what kind of trick was he trying to play? Of all the cursed beings, he was the worst. He was the cursed being. He was so bad that he oozed pus. The sea lady ignored the cursed being and looked at the sea god instead. You're already dead. You've become a yin corpse. I know that you'll suffer endless pain after becoming a yin spirit. Therefore, it's better for your soul to scatter. It'll be a form of relief for you. The sea god roared furiously. How can you treat me like this? I'm your father. Lin Feng sneered. What does today's matter have to do with the sea lady? I'm the one who wants to kill you. Lin Feng continued controlling his heavenly fire to burn the sea god's corpse. There were some special creatures. For example, yin corpses like the sea god. Ordinary methods. It was very difficult to kill them. Some special methods were needed. Only then could one kill this guy. Obviously, Lin Feng's heavenly fire was enough to kill a yin corpse like the sea god. Lord cursed being, save me, hurry up and save me. The sea god realized that begging the sea lady for help and Lin Feng for mercy was useless, so it began begging the cursed being for help. The cursed being replied, "This has nothing to do with me. I already said that you'll have to rely on your own abilities, and whoever is stronger will be able to survive. But then again, even though you're the first sea god, your strength is so trashy. Living is a waste of air, so you might as well just die." After hearing the cursed being's words, the sea god was in complete despair. He could naturally tell that cursing living beings was just an excuse. An excuse not to save him. Was his cultivation level weak? Although he had become a yin corpse. However, his cultivation was still very strong. The reason why they lost to Lin Feng and the others was because they were countered by Lin Feng and the others. This was also something that made the sea god very helpless and depressed. The sea god was unwilling to disappear just like that. Even if he was a yin corpse for the rest of his life, he had to endure endless pain. The sea god didn't want to die either. I beg you, spare me, spare me. The sea god looked at the sea maiden with a pleading gaze. Where did that extraordinary father of hers go? What if he passed away together with his mother? You're really pitiful, the sea lady said. Then, he turned his head away. He no longer paid attention to the sea god. Sea god, your life ends here. Lin Feng sneered. He continued to use heavenly fire to burn the sea god's head and corpse. The sea god. He was burned to ashes. After the sea god was completely burned to ashes, Lin Feng didn't let out a sigh of relief. The sea god was very strong. But he was a yin corpse. There were ways to counter him. But what about the cursed being? How should he deal with this guy? The cursed being was not something the sea god could compare to. What a good show. The cursed being laughed. What do you want to do to us next? Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and asked the cursed being. What do you think? The cursed being asked. Lin Feng said. I think that we can have a good talk. Perhaps we can have a good talk. If you let us go, we can compensate you in other ways. Hee hee. I love playing games. How about this? Let's play a game, shall we? What game? Lin Feng asked. There are 4 of you. Divide into 2 groups and fight to the death. The victorious group will advance to the next round. The final 2 will continue to fight. The victorious one will leave this place alive. The cursed being said. Lin Feng said. I have to say, you're just as bad as always. I'm giving you a chance to live. You should be grateful to me. If I attack, you'll all die here, said Lin Feng. The cursed being sneered. This guy, he was obviously very confident in himself. It was no wonder that the cursed being was so confident. It was mainly because he was too strong. Lin Feng and the others looked glum. They couldn't kill each other, they couldn't do that. F***CK. Who's afraid of who? Just one word. Let's do it. The cursed doll couldn't help but shout. Kill. Lin Feng wielded the Epoch War Spear and charged at the cursed being. Powerful magic power continuously poured into the Epoch War Spear. The Epoch War Spear even emitted a 3-foot-long spear light. The Epoch War Spear's power instantly reached the pinnacle. It was so powerful that it was absolutely shocking. The cursed creature said, Not bad, not bad, not bad at all. It's amazing that you have such combat strength in your realm. Your treasure is also amazing. Although I don't know what it is, I feel that it's not inferior to an ancient weapon. However, your cultivation is too weak. Such a supreme treasure can only be released by a Saint Realm expert. What realm are you at now? Earth Immortal Realm? You're not even a true immortal yet. You want to activate this supreme treasure? That's a fool's dream. While the cursed being was talking, the little sun appeared. Lil Sun made his move. He manipulated the rising sun to attack the cursed creature. The rising sun sprinkled down endless divine light. It descended from the sky. It suppressed the cursed being. The cursed doll was chanting an incantation. He used the art of curses to deal with the cursed being. As for the sea lady, she controlled the pearl to attack the cursed being. Your talents are not bad. If you continue to grow in the future, you'll all become peerless experts. Unfortunately, you've met me. In front of me, you're just a bunch of ants. The cursed being's voice was indifferent. This guy was really arrogant. He didn't take Lin Feng and the others seriously at all. Cursed wall. Suddenly, the cursed being snorted coldly, and 4 walls appeared around its body. The 4 walls protected him within. Lin Feng stabbed the cursed wall with his spear. He was directly sent flying by the wall. The rising sun pressed down on the cursed wall and was bounced back into the sky by the cursed wall. The sea lady's pearl was sent flying by the cursed wall. The cursed doll's art of curses. It was directly swallowed by the cursed wall. The cursed being easily dissolved the powerful attacks of Lin Feng and the others. This guy. Chapter 52-56. The current situation was too bad for Lin Feng and the others. After all, the opponent's attack was too terrifying. It was simply unsolvable. Lin Feng and the others also had the feeling that their hands were tied. If this is all you have, then you will soon go to hell. The cursed being said sinisterly. This guy's voice was as terrifying as the voice that came from hell. What should we do? The cursed doll asked with a gloomy face. Lin Feng also wanted to ask what to do. Now, Lin Feng was really depressed. That was because this cursed living being was simply way too strong. Lin Feng couldn't think of a way to fight against the cursed being for a while. Moreover, Lin Feng also knew that the other party would definitely not give them too much time. Perhaps, could he ask the Demon Lord for help? This was the only way Lin Feng could think of. Yarrow Jun, I need your help this time, said Lin Feng. Said Lin Feng telepathically. Under normal circumstances, Lin Feng rarely asked the Demon Lord for help. Firstly, it was very difficult to ask the Demon Lord for help. Secondly, sometimes Lin Feng couldn't contact the Demon Lord. Thirdly, Lin Feng deliberately didn't ask the Demon Lord for help. After all, if he asked the Demon Lord for help when he was in danger, it would be extremely detrimental to his growth. But this time, it was different. This time, the danger that Lin Feng and the others were in was too great. Lin Feng and the others had no other choice. Therefore, they could only ask the Demon Lord for help. Buzz. The Demon Lord flew out of the demon orb. Then, he looked at the cursed being. The cursed being sneered and said, I've long felt that there was a powerful life form in that kid's body. It seems that my feeling was not wrong. Let him go. The Demon Lord said. Haha, are you daydreaming? I want to eat all of you. The cursed being said sinisterly. Then, he quickly charged towards the group of people. Step back. The Demon Lord said solemnly. Hearing this, Lin Feng and the others quickly retreated. The Demon Lord, on the other hand, made a series of hand seals. Next, countless divine weapons fell from the void. He didn't know what kind of divine ability the Demon Lord was using. It was actually so powerful and so strange. Any random divine weapon. They could easily pierce through the void. It was unknown how many divine weapons there were. Just how powerful was the power of those divine weapons? It was simply unimaginable. Lin Feng exclaimed. The current Demon Lord was truly unfathomable. The cursed doll knew the Demon Lord, but in the past, the Demon Lord was not as strong as he was now. The cursed doll mumbled, how did this guy become so powerful? The cursed doll was a little confused. According to its understanding, even if the Demon Lord's strength was restored to its peak, it would still be far from being as powerful as it was now. And the Demon Lord's body was his own condensed flesh and blood. This kind of flesh and blood body was still a little different from the flesh and blood body born in the mother's womb. It was hard to say exactly what was different, but some differences could be found during cultivation. But the current Demon Lord was too powerful. And he had become so powerful in such a short period of time. This was what the cursed doll was suspicious about. Actually, Lin Feng knew what was going on. It was mainly because the Demon Lord had awakened the memories of Emperor Yarrow's time. Therefore, only then did an incomprehensible and incomparably shocking transformation take place. However, Lin Feng did not tell the cursed doll what had happened to the Demon Lord. That was the Demon Lord's privacy. Without the Demon Lord's permission, Lin Feng naturally couldn't casually tell others about the Demon Lord's privacy. Even if it was a friend, he couldn't casually reveal it. Respecting others' privacy. It was also respecting himself. Facing the Demon Lord's attack, the cursed creature made its move. A huge whirlpool appeared behind the cursed creature. That whirlpool was formed by the power of the curse. That whirlpool contained unimaginable terrifying power. When the endless divine weapons came crashing down, all the divine weapons were swallowed by that whirlpool. The Demon Lord stepped forward. It was as if he had come from the ninth heaven. He displayed a powerful divine ability. This divine ability was called the Nine Heavens' Immortal Rending Art. It was definitely an unparalleled divine ability. The Demon Lord turned into an immortal light from the ninth heaven and quickly attacked the cursed creature. 10,000 snakes coiling divine technique. At this moment, the cursed being unleashed a powerful mystic skill as well. In the void, a dense swarm of golden venomous snakes appeared. Those golden poisonous snakes were about a meter long. They all rushed towards the Demon Lord's immortal light. Then, the golden poisonous snakes wrapped around the Demon Lord's immortal light. It was naturally very difficult to wrap around the demon lord's immortal light. The golden poisonous snakes were cut off by the demon lord's immortal light. However, not all the golden poisonous snakes were cut off by the demon lord's immortal light. There were still some poisonous snakes wrapped around the demon lord's immortal light. Those poisonous snakes opened their mouths and bit towards the immortal light. They only flew half the distance. The demon lord had already turned into his original appearance. Cursed trial. Just at this moment, the cursed creature roared. When the cursed creature's voice fell, a thick beam of light formed by the power of the curse directly blasted towards the demon lord. It was like the lightning of the thunder tribulation. The beam of light formed by the power of the curse was extremely terrifying. It fiercely blasted towards the demon lord. The demon lord wanted to avoid it, but he couldn't avoid the attack of the cursed light beam. A muffled sound of collision was heard. Something terrible happened. The demon lord was blasted away by the cursed creature's cursed light beam. The cursed creature. It was extremely terrifying. And at this time, the cursed creature directly rushed towards the demon lord. An ancient Tao word condensed in the cursed creature's hand. That Tao word. It was the word death. Its power was incomparably tyrannical. After feeling the power of that Tao word, Lin Feng's expression couldn't help but change slightly. Taking the attack of that Tao word, the demon lord would probably be severely injured, right? The cursed creature quickly rushed in front of the demon lord. Just as the palm was about to hit the demon lord's body, suddenly, the demon lord's body became illusory. The demon lord's supernatural power was a bit like an illusory spell. But it wasn't an illusory spell. It was just a supernatural power with a very similar function. Bang! That palm strike struck nothing but air. The demon lord's body immediately solidified. Then, a palm hit the cursed creature's body and directly sent the cursed creature flying. Chapter 52-57. After seeing the reversal of the battle, Lin Feng and the others couldn't help but show joy on their faces. They didn't know if the demon lord could successfully kill the cursed being. Lin Feng and the others stood in the distance, ready to support the demon lord at any time. Although they weren't a match for the cursed being, Lin Feng and the others' cultivation was extremely powerful. In fact, they could play a huge role in the critical moment. The sword energy formed by the demon lord was like a sword energy that could split heaven and earth. The power of the sword energy was so strong. It was absolutely shocking. After feeling the terrifying power of the sword energy, the cursed being sneered. The cursed being was quickly chanting an incantation. Before the sword energy slashed his body, suddenly, the sound of a violent collision was heard. The cursed being activated the curse technique. The curse technique fiercely bombarded the sword energy formed by the demon lord. And the demon lord was beaten back to his original form. Then, the powerful curse power turned into dense runes. Those runes, all of them were suppressed towards the demon lord's body. The dense runes wrapped around the demon lord. Damn! After seeing this scene, Lin Feng and the others couldn't help but curse in a low voice. The battle between the demon lord and the cursed being was really turning around. The reason for this situation was that the battle power of the demon lord and the cursed being was very likely to be on par. Therefore, when they fought, it was very difficult to quickly take down the other side. Therefore, the situation in front of them appeared. After the demon lord's body was wrapped by the cursed runes, the demon lord knew that the situation was not good. Therefore, he quickly retreated, and at the same time, a powerful demon essence surged out of his body. The demon lord wanted to use the powerful demon essence to dissolve the powerful cursed runes. It was just that it wasn't easy to dissolve those powerful cursed runes in a short period of time. The cursed being's combat experience was obviously very rich. He immediately caught up to the demon lord. The cursed spirit sneered, "Not bad, you can fight me for so long, but you're still a bit weak. Die." The cursed being slammed its palm towards the demon lord's head. If there was a weak point in a cultivator's body, then there would be one. Heart. The head was one of the weakest parts of the body. However, His heart was protected by the strong bones of a cultivator, so it was still fine. However, the head was different. Once the head was attacked, it could easily cause damage to the soul. If one's soul was severely injured, it was very likely that one's soul would dissipate. They might even feel dizzy. As such, an injury to the head was a very troublesome matter. Divine art of chaos. At this time, the demon lord couldn't help but roar. He used a powerful divine ability. The chaos divine art used by the demon lord was a divine ability that targeted the soul. When the demon lord used the chaos divine art of chaos, the cursed being that was attacking the demon lord was suddenly greatly affected. His soul became chaotic. However, the cursed being was strong enough. Although his soul was chaotic by the demon lord, it was only for a short period of time. In just a few breaths of time, the demon lord had completely recovered. Of course, although the cursed being's soul was chaotic for a short period of time, it was enough for the demon lord. The demon lord took advantage of this time to quickly retreat, increasing the distance between him and the cursed being. Then he continued to break the curse runes that sealed him. Die. After recovering, the cursed being's voice was incomparably cold. He quickly attacked the demon lord. He didn't want to give the demon lord time to break his curse runes. The cursed being knew that the demon lord was difficult to deal with. If he gave the demon lord time to break his curse runes, it would be very difficult to seal the demon lord again. When the cursed being attacked the demon lord, another kind of powerful energy surged out of the demon lord's body. That energy was a kind of golden energy. It was very sacred, as if it was a power that could enlighten thousands of people. The power of the human emperor. How can you condense the power of the human emperor? Seeing the golden energy emitted from the demon lord's body, the cursed being immediately cried out in alarm. He couldn't believe his eyes. The power of the human emperor? Isn't it only the human emperor who knows how to condense it? The cursed doll couldn't help but mutter. He narrowed his eyes, thinking about how the demon lord could condense the power of the human emperor. When the power of the human emperor surged out of the demon lord's body, something shocking happened. The curse runes that the cursed doll had condensed earlier were quickly disintegrated by the power of the human emperor. Human emperor's palm. The demon lord said coldly. He took a step forward and slapped the cursed doll with his palm. The demon lord now seemed to be different from before. He didn't seem to be a demon anymore. Instead, he had become the human emperor. His body was enveloped by a golden holy light. There was a sense of holiness. Bang! The sound of a violent collision was heard. The demon lord and the cursed being collided violently. The demon lord's human emperor's palm was really powerful. It directly sent the cursed being flying. Human emperor's brush creates mountains and rivers of eternity. The demon lord made his move again. A brush appeared in his hand. It was a brush. Although it was illusory. However, that brush gave off a sacred and inviolable feeling. The emperor brush. The demon lord had condensed the emperor brush. In fact, Lin Feng had obtained some clues about the emperor brush before, but he hadn't looked for it. The emperor brush. It was the human race's top treasure. Yarrow Jun must have seen the emperor brush in his previous life. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to condense the emperor brush. Even if it was just a shadow of the emperor brush. Even so, it was still able to display a terrifying might that would cause one to be moved. When the demon lord held the human emperor's brush and drew across the void. His brush showed thousands of miles of mountains, rivers, and billions of worlds. Bang! The cursed being was sent flying. In mid-air, he couldn't help but vomit blood. The cursed creature roared furiously, "Damn it! Damn it! You've injured me. You've completely infuriated me. I'll make you die without a burial place." The injured cursed creature roared furiously. "Cursed Lord!" He couldn't help but shout coldly. Then, the power of the curse behind him started to roll violently. The power of the curse contained a terrifying power that could destroy the heavens and the earth. The power of the curse instantly condensed into a terrifying being. Previously, the cursed creature had shouted the words Lord of Curses. So, Lin Feng guessed that the terrifying being condensed by the cursed being was the legendary Cursed Lord. An unfathomable and unimaginably powerful existence. End of chapter. Chapter 52-58. The Lord of Curses was a mysterious existence to Lin Feng and the others. No one knew what kind of creature the Lord of Curses was. However, the Lord of Curses' power was self-evident. No one dared to underestimate the Lord of Curses. Even if it was just a Lord of Curses summoned by the Lord of Curses. Even if this Lord of Curses wasn't real. It was just an illusion. However, it still exerted a strong pressure on everyone. Facing the Lord of Curses, the Demon Lord's expression turned serious. Which space-time is he in? The Demon Lord looked at the Lord of Curses and asked. The Lord of Curses looked at the Demon Lord in disdain and said, "Do you think you have the right to ask this question?" It seemed that the Lord of Curses really didn't care about the Demon Lord. Even if he had suffered a loss at the hands of the Demon Lord, but this guy was still very arrogant. Some people were like this. They felt that their bloodline was high and mighty. Other people's bloodlines. They were all lowly bloodlines. There were too many such cultivators in the world of cultivators. Too many. Too many to mention. The Lord of Curses was such an existence. Destroy. At this moment, the Lord of Curses spoke. He slammed his palm toward the Demon Lord. In an instant, the word annihilation condensed in his palm. He condensed the word heaven, earth, and Tao to attack the enemy. Naturally, the attacks they unleashed were incomparably powerful. The word heaven contained the power of the heavenly Tao. Such a powerful attack. Who would dare to underestimate it? The Demon Lord formed seals with both hands. At the same time, he kept chanting. No one knew what kind of powerful technique the Demon Lord was going to use. Looking at the Demon Lord's serious expression, the divine ability that the Demon Lord was going to use must be a peerless ultimate technique, right? Earth Emperor's Book. The Demon Lord's voice resounded throughout heaven and earth. After he finished speaking, Yi Zichen's voice faded away. An ancient book appeared in front of the Demon Lord. That book. It seemed to be the Earth Emperor's book that the Demon Lord had mentioned. Lin Feng was very surprised. In myths and legends, the human race had 3 supreme treasures. They were Emperor Sword, Earth Emperor's Book, Emperor Brush. The reason why these 3 supreme treasures were so powerful was that they had been forged with the wisdom of the human race. Other than that, these were 3 supreme treasures. There was another amazing aspect. That is, the 3 supreme treasures had been refined by 9 generations of heavenly sovereigns, earthly sovereigns, and human sovereigns respectively. Its power was naturally incomparably strong. Previously, the Demon Lord had conjured an Emperor Brush. Now, he had summoned the phantom image of the Earth Emperor's Book. Earth Emperor's Book. Be virtuous. The Demon Lord spoke. The Earth Emperor's book slowly opened. At this moment, the other party's attack had already arrived. Bang! When the Lord of Curses' attack landed on the Earth Emperor's book, something shocking happened. The Lord of Curses' attack was so powerful, but when it collided with the Earth Emperor's book, all of its power was devoured by the Earth Emperor's book. This also confirmed the Demon Lord's words. Earth Emperor's book. Be virtuous. This meant that the Earth Emperor's book could contain everything. In that case, the other party's attack would naturally be contained by the Earth Emperor's book. This was the extraordinary and terrifying aspect of the Earth Emperor's book. Of course, this was only the phantom image of the Earth Emperor's book. It wasn't the real Earth Emperor's book. If it was the real Earth Emperor's book, it would be even more terrifying. Furthermore, Lin Feng had heard that the real Earth Emperor's book recorded the supreme techniques of the human race. If he could cultivate those supreme techniques of the human race, it would definitely be a huge boost to his combat strength. However, Lin Feng didn't know where the real Earth Emperor's book was. He guessed that even the Demon Lord didn't know. The 9th generation Earth Emperor died in battle after the Primordial Age. The Earth Emperor's book that had been passed down for countless years had disappeared without a trace. No one knew where it had ended up. Or perhaps, was it sealed in some place? All of these were extremely possible. At this moment, After the Demon Lord used the Earth Emperor's book to block the attack of the Lord of Curses, he launched a counterattack against the Lord of Curses. The Demon Lord's left hand held the Earth Emperor's book. His right hand held the Emperor Brush. Emperor Brush. With one stroke, he would write down the glorious history of the human race. The Emperor Brush gently drew in the air. An unimaginably terrifying power. Instantly, it surged out. That terrifying power. It directly swept across the Lord of Curses. Poof! A tearing sound could be heard. Someone as powerful as the Lord of Curses was unable to resist. The Lord of Curses' body was pierced through. At the same time, his body was swept away. So powerful. Seeing the Demon Lord's power, Lin Feng and the rest couldn't help but reveal shocked expressions. Although the Demon Lord was no longer the ancient Saint Emperor of the human race. However, the Demon Lord had awakened some of his past memories. Therefore, he could still use some of the ancient Saint Emperor's divine powers. And those divine powers were indeed terrifying. The Demon Lord held the Emperor Brush and the Earth Emperor's book and attacked the Lord of Curses once again. Although the Lord of Curses was powerful, he was facing the Demon Lord who was both offensive and defensive. The Lord of Curses' situation was extremely bad. Life and death with one stroke. The Demon Lord's voice had a sense of sacredness. Although he was doing things like killing people, his entire being seemed so sacred and inviolable. Bang! The Demon Lord came in front of the Lord of Curses and swept the Lord of Curses' body with the Emperor Brush in his hand. The Lord of Curses suffered a heavy blow. The Lord of Curses' body directly split open. This time, the Lord of Curses was struck by lightning. Many cracks appeared on his body. Imprison you in the mountains and rivers. The Demon Lord continued speaking. The Earth Emperor's book opened. It directly swallowed the Lord of Curses. Break. The Lord of Curses' palm was surrounded by a strong power of curses. Then, it blasted towards the Earth Emperor's book, trying to break it. However, the Lord of Curses failed. The Earth Emperor's book. It swallowed all attacks. The Lord of Curses' attack was swallowed by the Earth Emperor's book. Then, the Lord of Curses was also swallowed by the Earth Emperor's book. Go to hell. At this moment, the Lord of Curses attacked. The Lord of Curses' body directly disintegrated, turning into an endless amount of power of curses that surged towards the Demon Lord. A huge ball of cursed light formed, trapping the Demon Lord within. This was probably one of the Lord of Curses' trump cards. The Demon Lord struggled for a while, as if he was about to break free from the ball of cursed light. Explode. However, at this moment, the voice of the Lord of Curses could be heard. In the next moment, the ball of cursed light that the Lord of Curses had turned into exploded. Bang! The Demon Lord was also sent flying by the explosion. Wah! The Demon Lord spat out large mouthfuls of blood. His face was as white as a sheet. The Lord of Curses had self-destructed. It had severely injured the Demon Lord. Demon Lord, how are you? Lin Feng quickly rushed towards the Demon Lord. He's not dead yet. The Demon Lord struggled, trying to get up. However, the Demon Lord's words caused the expressions of Lin Feng and the others to change. End of chapter. Chapter 52-59. If the cursed being was still alive, how terrifying would it be? That would be terrifying. After all, the Demon Lord was currently heavily injured. It was likely that he would not be able to resist the cursed being. However, the cursed being had clearly self-detonated earlier. Self-detonation? It wasn't dead. Lin Feng was extremely puzzled. If the cursed being hadn't self-detonated, the Demon Lord wouldn't have been injured. Lin Feng and the others looked around cautiously. Right at this moment, a sinister voice rang out. That's right, I'm not dead yet. You'll all be dead soon. The cursed energy was churning. Within the cursed energy, the cursed being appeared once again. When they saw the cursed being, the expressions of Lin Feng and the others turned as ugly as they could. The cursed being looked at the Demon Lord and said, "You are indeed an amazing person. Even I am no match for you, but so what? Some of the techniques I have are beyond your reach. For example, I chose to self-detonate earlier. Isn't that terrifying? I'm sure you've already felt how powerful the self-detonation of an expert at my level is. Now that you're heavily injured, how are you going to fight me? The Demon Lord asked with a gloomy expression. Why is it that nothing happened to you after you self-detonated? This was also the question that Lin Feng and the others wanted to ask. Logically speaking, once a cultivator self-detonated, they would die. However, nothing happened to the cursed being after he self-detonated. This didn't seem to make sense. Lin Feng felt that something special must have happened. Otherwise, this shouldn't have happened. This is because I was born from the Cursed Lord's origin energy. As long as the Cursed Lord doesn't die, I can be reborn endlessly. Reborn endlessly. When Lin Feng and the others read this word, they all smiled bitterly. If the cursed being could be reborn endlessly, who could be its match? This guy's methods were too terrifying. The current situation was extremely bad for Lin Feng and the others. I'm going to eat you, the cursed being said sinisterly. Just as he was about to launch another attack, suddenly, the void cracked open. Then, a claw reached out from the crack in the void. The next moment, a small beast appeared. This little beast was indeed not big. It was only a dozen centimeters tall. Its body was round and silvery white in color. He wondered what kind of creature it was. He was also wearing a straw hat. Most importantly, this guy was even wearing a pair of black glasses. He had an incomparably cool expression on his face. "Excuse me, where is this?" the guy asked. Lin Feng and the others were all in a state of confusion. Who was this guy? This getup, was he still missing a cape? Sorry for bothering you. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, this guy immediately said. Then, he wanted to tear open the void and leave again. But at this moment, the cursed being sneered and said, "Do you think this is your home? You can come and go as you please." As his voice fell, the cursed being directly slapped at the guy who looked super cool. That super cool guy slapped the cursed being across the void with his claw. Bang! The cursed being was sent flying by the super cool guy. Moreover, what was even more shocking was that the cursed being's body directly exploded. It was as strong as the power of the curse. It couldn't even withstand a single attack from that guy. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng and the others were shocked. This guy was too terrifying, wasn't he? Ah! The cursed being roared angrily. He was reborn in the power of the curse. "I want your life." The cursed being directly flew towards the super cool guy. He seemed to want to use self-destruction to deal with this super cool guy. "Little bastard, you're quite capable. You're actually immortal and indestructible. This is because you haven't met this grandpa yet." The super cool guy couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He made a grabbing motion in the air. Suddenly, a powerful force enveloped the cursed being. The cursed being's body involuntarily flew towards the super cool guy. The cursed being wanted to self-destruct. But he realized, he didn't even have the ability to self-destruct. This caused the cursed being to be extremely depressed. And the super cool guy punched the cursed being's face one after another. In fact, if the super cool guy wanted to kill the cursed being, he could do so in one move. But, the super cool guy obviously didn't want to kill the cursed being so easily. Every time he punched, he would say, "Who told you to act cool? Who told you to act cool? Who told you to act cool?" Bang bang bang. The sound of punches and punches on the face could be heard one after another. Super cool guy. He was definitely an existence that couldn't be provoked. When had the cursed being ever been humiliated like this? Even in the battle with the Demon Lord, although he had been defeated by the Demon Lord, both sides had gone through a fierce battle. In the end, he had gained the upper hand because the Demon Lord had been seriously injured by his self-destruction. But in this battle with the super cool guy, he had been completely crushed. He didn't even have the strength to fight back. This made the cursed being extremely depressed. "Stop fighting. I'm an existence born from the origin energy of the Curse Lord. For the sake of the Curse Lord, please spare me," the cursed being shouted. The cursed being shouted loudly. This guy had actually brought out the Lord of Curses. He wanted to use the Curse Lord to save himself. Hehe, And here I thought you were some kind of badass. You're just an existence born from someone else's origin chi. What right do you have to act like a badass? Anyone who acts like a badass in front of Grandpa Arrogant will be taught a lesson by me, and that includes you. The cursed being said, I'm an immortal existence. You can't kill me. If you leave now, I won't tell the Curse Lord about what happened today. If you don't leave, I'll tell the Curse Lord about what happened today. Tell the Curse Lord. Do you think I'm afraid of that little bastard, the Lord of Curses? Immortal? Today, I'll destroy both your body and soul. The super cool guy laughed coldly. Then, he reached out his right hand and lightly tapped the cursed being's forehead. The cursed being's body instantly exploded. Moreover, the surrounding curse energy dissipated. The cursed being could no longer be revived. Lin Feng was shocked. The cursed being had really been killed. End of chapter.